Folks, what do you call Levia's old boots when she's getting ready to get rid of them? Expendable Tims. Freshen buds now.
Fresh and
All right, folks, welcome back to yet another episode of Fresh and Buds. I'm your host, Tommy Fresh, and you are all my buds. And yes, it is time for the Rosetta Fresh set review. I am Tommy Fresh, and joined it is Bill from the Spike Feeders, from the Living Legend podcast. How's it going, my friend? Are you ready to talk about some cards from Aria again?
Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Yeah, no, I'm actually super ready. The set seems crazy. I mean, we have a little bit more information than we usually do. There's been some amount of like playing. Obviously, pre-releases have already happened. So I already have some idea of the cards that people are sort of tending towards, but I think I still have some pretty spicy takes on a couple of them, at least off the top of my head. But yeah, I'm doing well. I am so ready for yet another fresh to death / rotten set review.
I am ready as well, my friend. And speaking of fresh to death and rotten, do you want to tell us about our rating system real quick before we jump right in?
Absolutely. So this has been honed over the course of a couple of years at this point. So we have four categories.
Yes.
And we kind of do like high, medium, and low as like sort of subcategories within the three. We have the topmost is fresh to death. That these are cards that either we think are just slam dunks in the deck, or cards that we think are going to be real meta contenders, something that will be the equivalent of something like Bonds of Ancestry, or a card that we very notably appraised correctly the first time around without trying at all, Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, can't go a set review without bringing that one up.
Yeah, right on the nose on that one.
Yeah. But yeah, so we have fresh to death. These are the best of the best, the cream of the crop. And then we have just below that, we have fresh, which is cards that we think are good, cards that are like supporting cards for an archetype or for a deck. These are going to be, cards that are just good to see, maybe like support pieces for a specific archetype, like Roar of the Tiger, I think would be really, really good, because like Tigers aren't necessarily a top tier strategy, but if you are playing Tigers, you do want to play this card. So it's like, yeah, this is a good addition for this deck. Then below that, we have Stale. Stale are cards that like aren't necessarily bad, but they don't really have like a really solid place. This is where we put a lot of cards that are like either really strong in limited formats or like good in other decks, kind of like just sort of basic support pieces that just sort of make a deck run. And then finally, last and certainly least, actually, we have Rotten. These are the cards that you don't want to see, that are either just for limited, and even then they're not great. Like you're looking at like 10th pick in draft style cards, and yeah, these are the real stinkers. You don't want to put these in your deck or look at them or think about them. And yeah. Hopefully, we'll be able to successfully appraise. Let's go for 50% of the cards in this set.
I'm feeling pretty confident about how I think about this set. Although, funny enough, last week's episode, I had Mo Bogsley on. We talked about wizard cards. And I was like, is this card good? Because I was like, this card seems really good. And he's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's how much I know about wizard cards. But we do have a wizard fabled right out the gate here. It is Will of Arcana. Legendary Wizard Resource Gem, and it's a blue, and it says when this is pitched, amp 1. And if you don't know what amp 1 is, or amp, it's going to come up a lot in this set review. The next time you would deal arcane damage this turn, instead deal that much damage +1. So right out the gate here, like most fables, this seems like if you own this, I don't see any reason not to play it in Wizard. But since it's a legendary, you can only play one. It doesn't seem like make or break if you don't have it. It's probably best in Kano as opposed to the two new Wizards, which we're going to be talking about soon. But I would give this like a this is like fabled category. It's like almost like separate. It's just like, hey, if you opened it, I've never opened a fable still. 3+ years playing this game. Still waiting on the fable. Is this going to be the first one? I'm not sure. I've opened 3 boxes so far. No fabled. I'm going to give it a fabled category. I'm not even going to give it a rating. What do you think, Bill?
I think this is probably the closest to a just widely playable fable that they've printed thus far. Obviously, it is still limited in that it can only be played in Wizards. I think of this very similarly to Arknight Shard, where it is really good, but it can only be played in Viserai. Like, this is really good, but it can only be played in Wizard. Wizards already, specifically Kano, already wanted to play Eye of Ophidia, which is another blue fable that gives you top deck manipulation. This one is really funny because something that I realized was not only is this a set where they printed like 10 different versions of Zap, they also printed a Zap that costs -3. That's essentially what this is. It deals 1 damage and it gives you 3 resources. So yeah, I do think this is fabled category. Like, I don't think you have to play this card, but I do think the deck does get better when you play this card. I think this is getting a little bit too close to like, you want this in your deck and it's a fabled, which is a scary place to be. So
yeah. And, it'll be interesting with all these bans that have happened. That's also something that is going to be different for us to kind of evaluate these cards, which is huge. It's like a brand new game that we're going to be evaluating cards for. Will Kano be in that upper tier echelon? I think probably, but we will see. And this card will likely see play, at least in that Wizard. Now, enough about Wizards. Let's talk about some Runeblades. We have a new one. Do you want to tell us what this one is?
I do. First of all, shout out my good friend Kale, Dead Summer Art. Looks exactly like them. But we have Florian, Rotwood Harbinger. This is the first instance of a hero that's been tuned for different formats, and we'll get into what that means in a second. But the adult version of Florian, Rotwood Harbinger, is an elemental runeblade hero with Essence of Earth, so you can play Earth cards, 4 intellect, 40 health. And then if there are 8 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, Florian gets, if you would create 1 or more aura tokens, instead create that many, +1 of each of those tokens. Just a static Mordred Tide, but for every aura that you can create. So already a pretty nutty effect. The young version of Florian actually has a very slightly different effect. Adult Florian cares about 8 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, obviously when the game's going longer, that sort of thing. Because Blitz games are faster, Florian only cares about if you have 4 or more. So they've actually tweaked the numbers based on whether it's an adult or a young hero, and I think that's really cool. In terms of how this deck plays, this deck seems to be the deck to beat in Limited. It kind of just is a bunch of Florian decks just trying to beat each other to death and kind of failing because of how defensive this deck can be. But yeah, with your hero ability up and like Mordred Tide and all these new ways to make individual instances of Rune Chance, once the game hits a certain point, you are just able to pop off, I think. And this deck is really intriguing to me. I think this guy's actually pretty strong. In terms of heroes, are kind of hard to put on the scale, but I would put Florian at like high fresh. I think that he's probably really strong.
Yeah. Certainly Florian seems like one of the better heroes coming out of this set. If there is going to be a hero that kind of has some dominance, Florian would be one that I would be the least amount surprised if it was. Yeah. So, I mean, Mordred Tide on a stick is pretty insane. Being from Earth, and we'll see it, you have both access to making a lot of Rune Chance, but also a lot of embodiments of Earth. And we saw how potent that is when Charles Dunn won Nationals with Control Briar. So it's a real thing to deal with. So I'll be very interested to see where it really lands. But let's get to Florian's weapon, which I don't know if is going to be the weapon that we see played in Constructed, but it is Rotwood Reaper. And if I can get that nice and centered here, it is Earth Runeblade weapon, sword, two-handed. They made a fix there that it's not just Runeblade, much like Rosetta Thorn was. It attacks for 2 and it has a once per turn action. It costs 2 resources to attack. If you played or created an aura this turn, this gets +2. Now, the stats here are pretty good, right? 2 for 4. It's Romping Club, right? And Romping Club is a good weapon. Now, you do need to be creating those rune chants or whatever other auras, or even just playing an aura to kind of get this. There are some 0-cost auras in this set. Is a little bit steep of a cost for constructed. It's obviously a totally fair card in limited. So that being said, I'm going to give Rotwood Reaper, as cool as it is and how awesome it looks, I got to give it a stale out the gates, because I just think Runeblade has so many other really good weapons to play with.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, obviously he's not going to have access to Rosetta Thorn, but it's tough comparing this to Rosetta Thorn. Like these are different universes entirely. But I'm right there with you. I think this is probably stale. I've seen a lot of like hum and sort of hubbub about Reaping Blade specifically. People have been running that, obviously because like Verdance is now like a deck that gains a bunch of life. So that is a really easy way to do that. And just sort of hits the same overall breakpoint as Rotwood Reaper. So yeah, I think they just have so many different options for weapons at this point that this one, it's there, but I don't think it's going to be the best option.
Absolutely. And word to the wise for the Reaping Blade gamers out there, it affects you as well, because Florian does gain life. I played a match today on Talishar where my Florian opponent tried to gain life and didn't, because they had more life than them. So, you have to keep that in mind. But yeah, the one cost sword makes a lot more sense, especially when yeah.
I was gonna say we're back in the days of doing Arcanite Skullcap math.
Yeah. Which that card's gonna come up another time in this set review, I think. But do you want to tell us about Germinate, a card we've seen for a while, but very cool.
Boy, howdy, do I. So Germinate is Florian's specialization. So it's an Earth Runeblade action that blocks for 3. It's a blue, and it costs XX. And it just reads, create a rune chant or embodiment of Earth token, then repeat this process X more times. So if you pay 1 into this, you get to repeat it one more time. Obviously, as you pay more, you get more value out of it. And then you also gain X plus 1 life. So the reason that they templated it this way is because it interacts with Florian exactly the way that you want it to. Mm-hmm. This is going to basically double the amount that you put into it when you have Florian online. So if you repeat the process 2 more times, you've done it 3 times total. You're going to get 6 rune chants or embodiment of Earths or whatever combination of those you want, and then gain 4 life. Germinate is crazy. This is like a card that you really want to see in the end game. If you still had access to what's the band chest piece? I'm so cringe.
Chest piece.
Skeleta.
Oh, Skeleta.
Yeah. If we had access to Skeleta still, that would be crazy. You could just have a bunch of rune chants already that just like full tank Florian, do the OTK Viscera thing, just sit on a bunch of rune chants, then pop this double the amount of rune chants you have, and then just attack with your Rotwood Reaper for 800 or something. I'm high on Germinate. I think it's sick. I think that in the Florian deck, this is a fresh to death. You play this card. It's a blue block 3 at the very floor of it, and it interacts with his hero ability late in the game. And it's still an Earth card, so even if you need to block with it, you can banish it and get closer to his hero ability. It's perfect. It's really good.
Yeah, this is a easy fresh to death. This is a card that's firing on all cylinders, as you would hope from a specialization. And, it's got a lot going for it, like you said, being able to create all those rune chants or the embodiments. And also, notably, this is a non-attack action and will block for 4 if you have an embodiment. and it just does a lot of things. It makes the theoretical. It's not even theoretical. It's already a deck, but the Florian OTK deck is very much a thing because of a card like this. And yeah, very, very impressive. Now, I have 2 cards to talk about here, technically. It is, and sorry for those watching on YouTube, it will be vertical here because that's how I have it set up, but it is our first meld card, and I'm going to read it like this. This is Thistlebloom Life. So meld cards are split cards, and you may play one or both halves of the card, each cost however much the cost is. This is a yellow, it costs 0. Thistlebloom, the Thistlebloom half, is a Runeblade non-attack action that says create X rune chant tokens, where X is the total life you've gained this turn, and then life is the other side, is a earth instant. It says gain 1 life. So you have this kind of resolve as life first, and Thistlebloom is next, so you'll get 1 rune chant if that's the only thing you played that turn. Notably, you can play the life side whenever. You can play just the life side on your opponent's turn, and but you just won't be able to play the Thistlebloom side on your opponent's turn. You need to be able to have priority and an action point to play that. So, is this card good? I think all the meld cards are on different degrees quite good, and this is a pretty good one, right? Because there is a lot that you can do here, especially with some other cards we'll see that kind of gain you life just naturally in the deck. And this is probably a high fresh. I don't think it's a fresh to death. It's not going to make any waves, but it is probably a pretty important piece in the OTK version of Florian, right? You're going to be discarding a certain card called Fruits of the Forest. I'm sure a lot of you have already heard about this card, but just being able to do that, and it also counts as an Earth card for your Decompose, which we haven't talked about yet either, but that's how you get Earth cards into your Banish Zone. I would say it's a high fresh. These meld cards, just having so much flexibility is a good thing.
Yeah, the flexibility is what really pushes these over the top. Being able to do one or both is always really good. The fact that this is free is really good, even that it's a yellow at base. The sort of, I guess, the threshold, the breakpoint that you want to hit for this is making more than 3 rune chants, because otherwise you can just play like Read the Runes or something like that, because this obviously doesn't have Go Again inherently. But I think you can expect that breakpoint to be broken most of the time in the deck, as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So you can make 4+ rune chants with this. The fact that it's also just an instance of gain life. Obviously, with Florian, it would be X +1 when Florian's online, so that's also good. And again, an Earth card, so even if you have to block with it, it goes right back into the game plan. So yeah, I think this is a solid fresh too. Just good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it does block 3. I don't know if I said that, but it's an instant that also blocks, but it's also something else as well.
Yeah.
We have another one though for Runeblades.
Yeah, this one I think is maybe extremely crazy. This is Arcane Seeds and Life. So this is a meld split Runeblade and Earth instant. Runeblade action and Earth instant. Costs 0, so you can play one or both. And if you want to play both, it still costs 0. Life is still the same as the other one, so it is just an instant to gain 1 life. But then Arcane Seeds says create a rune chant token, period. Create a rune chant token, period. Go again. I think this card is nuts. When you get to the end game with Florian, this is a Revel in Runeblood with no downside. Even if you wanted to continue, like you could play Arcane Seeds into another Arcane Seeds into Read the Runes or something, make a billion rune chants, and then if you're still stocking up, you can pass, or instead of Read the Runes, you can just attack with your 8 now rune chants off of just those 2. Like I think this card is nuts. I think that this card is like very solidly fresh to death. The fact that they made it 2 separate clauses is crazy to me, especially for a rare.
Yeah. This card is pretty nut. I would say fresh to death as well, and the fact that like even at its base, like these other Earth cards because it has Earth in the name. You can just block with this early, right? And you're totally fine doing that because you need to feed your Decompose. And then late in the game, this is insane. Fresh to Death might be the best meld card of the set. We'll see. We got a couple more to hit, but I think I feel pretty confident kind of touching that, although there's some other ones that are going to give a run for its money. Now, we have another Runeblade, but this one is not Earth. It's Aurora, Shooting Star by Bag Raiders. Such a good song. This is comes in young and adult version. It is a Elemental Runeblade hero. This one doesn't have a different hero text for either. Because it's on the lightning side, you don't really have kind of a numerical value to the hero ability. 4 intellect, 40 health, Essence of Lightning. So you can play lightning cards and Runeblade cards. And it has an effect called once per turn instant, pay 2 resources, create an embodiment of lightning token. If you don't remember what that is, it gives the first attack action you play, a go again, and you destroy it. And you can activate this only if you played a lightning card this turn. So it's a little bit tough to kind of like make like a true assessment on this card on its face. We have to see the other cards that it's going to be playing, but it's quite obvious that this deck wants to go fast, right? This is the other side of Briar, right? The Lightning Briar, the Ball Lightning that we saw. Not that you can play Ball Lightning in CC anymore, but that's for Living Legend, folks. But off the bat, I mean, this is clearly a hero whose deck is going to be competent, right? We've seen fast Runeblades have great success in the past. Whether this is going to be as strong, if not stronger, it kind of remains to be seen. But I would not be surprised with how good Runeblade is as a class, although it hasn't been lately, to see Aurora kind of eke out some wins here and get into the higher echelon. So probably like a high fresh could be a deck that's broken, could just kind of fall into that fresh range, that B tier, B and A tier. So what are your thoughts on Aurora?
I'm about the same. Lightning and Runeblade are both just very good. Lightning has always been a very powerful talent, and Runeblade has historically been a very powerful class. They have it, even just from the hero ability, you can very much tell that they've been sort of tweaking, they've been spinning some dials to sort of pull back a little bit. Because, I mean, you compare this to Briar, and you're paying a lot more to get a lot less. Briar just gives you the embodiment of lightning and the embodiment of earths, which were uncapped originally, for free, just for playing the game. And then this one, it is still an instant, so it's nice that it doesn't break the combat chain, but it does cost 2 resources. Like, that is relatively significant. You can't really expect to do like a red line aggro deck. Like Briar was able to very effectively do red line aggro. This one, you're going to obviously want just access to more resources, which there are some really good like yellows and blues that have been printed in this set that would sort of feed into that strategy. But I think that just by default, she's probably not going to be as fast as old Briar. And that's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I think that's fine. But yeah, I think I'm probably mid to high fresh. I think that she has a lot of potential for sure. Again, just because of how the floor for Lightning has been so high up to this point, that I'm kind of excited to see what she's got.
Now, what about her weapon?
Her weapon is called Starfall, and it's a really cool looking weapon, by the way. And it's a lightning Runeblade weapon, once again talented, so it's not just a Runeblade weapon. It has 1 attack. It's 2-handed sword. Once per turn action for 1 resource you can attack. And then if you've played a lightning card this turn, this card's attacks get +1 attack and go again. So just getting go again is historically really powerful, even on 1-cost weapons that attack for 1. Again, Kodachis are like the absolute primo example of that. But the fact that this, when you're playing into your game plan, it gets +2 and go again, is also really good. I think that it doesn't look super exciting, but I think it just being an attack for 2 with go again for 1 resource, as long as you're playing the game, is good. I think that this is probably better than some of the other options for specifically Aurora, unless you again want to play Reaping Blade because of Verdance. But I actually don't hate Starfall. I think it's a good card. I think I'm gonna go like low fresh though, just to like hedge my bets.
I'm probably in the fresh kind of realm here. I do think this is probably going to be the weapon for Aurora, and I think I have to give fresh there because it just is doing what you want it to do, and it's nice to actually have a weapon in Runeblade that asks you to swing with it in the middle of the chain rather than the end. And I think that's kind of the genius of Starfall. It's like, how do you make a weapon to do that? And Starfall's a perfect example. Not overbearingly powerful, but it certainly is something that's going to really play well in this deck. Especially it makes sense with the blue, because if you maybe play a 0 cost go again lightning card, pitch the blue, Starfall, you have 2 resources left. You can create the embodiment of lightning. You can use it that turn if you want to go even wider, or you can do it at the end of turn to save it for next turn. It just makes sense mathematically for Aurora. Pretty cool card. Now, another cool card is Aurora's specialization. This is Arc Lightning, a yellow non-attack action lightning Runeblade. Blocks for 2, costs 0. Aurora specialization. Whenever you go again this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. The next action card you play this turn gets go again. This has go again. Now, this automatically will deal 1 damage, deal 1 arcane, and then every other go again you do this turn, does not matter if it's an attack doing go again, a non-attack doing go again, you activating a equipment go again, weapon, does not matter. So the turn you play Arc Lightning, this card can present 5, 6, 7 damage. And not to mention, there is the combo with Flicker Wisp from Tales of Aria, which would make each instant deal, or each instance deal 2. But I'm not even going to think about that. I think this is just fine on its own. And I think this is fresh to death, right? Specialization, you'd hope it is. You throw it right in there. You just cook with it. It just is doing the lightning thing. Blah, 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 blah. A lot of damage over a lot of different attacks and different things in one turn. Deal with it. So fresh to death for Arc Lightning.
I agree. The other crazy thing about Flicker Wisp is you can start the turn by playing Flicker Wisp, fusing it with Arc Lightning, and then playing the Arc Light. Like, that's crazy. That's like a fully contained thing.
It's like showing your opponent their future.
Yeah. You're like, here you go. Just like, I'll let you process that for a second, but I'm just going to keep playing some cards here. But yeah, I think Arc Lightning is absolutely fresh to death. This card is sweet. The one thing that I did notice about this, I think I saw somebody mention it on Twitter, that this is potentially one of the strongest Shyana cards that have been printed in a long time, because you play this into like Lesson in Lava with Go Again. There's so much that you can do with this, and then of course that deals more arcane damage. It can get like you can do Blazing Ether stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, I think this card is surprising in that it's so efficient at what it does. And I also suspect that this is maybe one of the cards that made them seriously consider the banning of Tome of Fyendal. Because can you imagine playing that in Aurora, going Arc Lightning into Tome of Fyendal with Go Again? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So fresh to death, card's sweet.
Yeah, it's scary. Sweet. It's very good. Now we do have some more melding.
Yes. So first up, we have Vaporize Shock. So this is a Runeblade instant / lightning instant. So both sides are instants. They both cost 0. And Shock just deals one arcane damage to any target. Zap reprint. And then Vaporize is destroy an aura permanent with cost X or less, and or up to X aura tokens, where X is the total arcane damage that you've dealt to opposing heroes this turn. So that's like kind of a lot of words. But the long and short of it is this can pop a bunch of auras. It's kind of like there's that one wizard card whose name is also escaping me, Scour. That just helps you clean up like random aura tokens that your opponent might be amassing, like we were just saying for like OTK Florian, if you wanted to sort of put them behind on their strategy or like get them to basically reset, this could be a good way to do that. This can also kill the Everfest auras for free. This can kill things like Genesis. You could just pop Genesis with this without having to put an attack action into it. As long as you've dealt 4 arcane damage. So I think this card is pretty good. It is definitely a sideboard card for the Lightning Runeblade deck. But with that being said, I think that this is potentially a very strong sideboard card. So I'd put it at like a sideboard fresh. Being able to interact with what your opponents are doing, especially if they are trying to do that like sort of sit back OTK plan, or if it's just Prism shenanigans. You definitely want to have that option available to you more often than not.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to live in the sideboard. I don't see any reason not to play in the sideboard because of things like Prism and just there's going to be a lot of Runeblades just being able to kind of sneakily take care of some rune chants, even if it's not that many. It doesn't seem that bad. And it is a lightning card, and it's both instants on both sides so that you can, kind of start your turn and get your ability going, and have Starfall be online as well is all a positive thing here. So yeah, so like a sideboard fresh. But I hope every hero gets some kind of answer for auras like that, but we'll see. Now, the next one is Burn Up Shock, or should I call it Boom Grenade Shock? This is the other meld card for Aurora. Runeblade action on the left for Burn Up, which says the next time an attack you control hits a hero this turn, deals 4 arcane damage to them, and that has go again. And both sides cost 0. Here, Shock is still lightning instant, deal 1 arcane damage to any target, and it blocks for 3. This is a banger of a card in Aurora. Just so good to be able to just send that out at the beginning of the turn. You played your lightning, so your Starfall is online, and this time it's an attack you control. I think it's even better than Boom Grenade. So Starfall is going to threaten the on hit, and then any other attack that you send as well is going to threaten it. I think Burn Up Shock is honestly a fresh to death. This is a very, very good card, and something that honestly I think is going to be it's going to torment people for quite some time. So fresh to death on Burn Up Shock, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, Windmill Slam agree with that. The fact that it's the plunder run text of the next time and not like the next attack you control gains or whatever, like Toxicity from Outsiders. I really wanted to like that card, but the fact that it goes on to the next thing, and if they block it out, that's just it, really sucks. And like you say, this is just an attack, so Starfall triggers it. That makes this into a 2-card. I guess one of them is your weapon, so it's still kind of 1 card, 1 resource, potentially deal 6 with go again. Actually 7 because Shock also deals 1. Like, there's no reason to not play this card in this deck. So yeah, fresh to death. That one's an easy one. Boom Grenade is a good card.
It really is. It really is. It's scary. And I will say, as playing it in limited, I felt like a god. It was insane. Now we have another Earth hero, and boy, is she lovely. Can you tell us about Verdance?
Absolutely. So we've kind of referenced Verdance up to this point. So welcome, and welcome to the podcast. I'm glad to have you here. But Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, is an elemental wizard hero with Essence of Earth, 4 intellect, 40 health, and 20 health on the young version. and has the same sort of tweaking between the adult and young version that we saw with Florian. So the adult version says if there are 8 or more Earth cards in your Banish Zone, Verdance gets whenever you gain life during your turn, you may deal 1 arcane damage to any opposing target. And young Verdance is if there are 4 or more. So it's the same dial that was tweaked both times. I really like this design, specifically because of one card that we saw leaked very, very early. That had individual instances of life gain. And I was like, this is weird. This is cool. Like, what are we going to do with it? And then having this be the payoff, I think is sweet. It turns any time that you gain life into incidental pings to your opponent, which can be kind of thought of as like a 2-point life change. Like you are now 2 points ahead of your opponent because you've gained at least 1, they've lost 1. As long as everything goes right, they don't arcane barrier, whatever. So the value from this is obviously sort of incremental over the course of a game. You're probably not going to OTK with Verdance, although I know that there is the possibility because of a card we'll talk about in a little bit. But just with her hero ability, she's like, I'm going to play the long game. I'm going to try to keep myself healthy and just sort of make your life more difficult. And the fact that she plays on her turn, or at least her hero ability does, I think is also a cool place for a wizard to be. I am less excited about her overall than Florian. So I think I'm going to put her at like low fresh. I'm also not a wizard player myself, so there may be some amount of bias in that statement, but I think I'm going to put her at low fresh. She's cool, but I don't necessarily know that the sauce is there, you know?
Yeah, I totally understand that. Now, I'm probably a little bit higher on her, and the only reason is I'm not much of a wizard player either. I see 40 health wizard, and I go, who also wants to gain life, which is like another, like a huge thing. Like, is this hero going to be at like 45 life consistently throughout her life cycle in this format? Probably not, but has a lot of great cards here. I am optimistic about Verdance, and I think a lot of people, based on what I've seen, are working a lot more on Verdance than the other wizard in the set because she's a little bit more straightforward, right? And we'll see it. Decomposed cards are a little bit more attack centric, so she has like that Icelander Bullander thing going for her already, which we're familiar with. So I think she's going to be figured out sooner than the other wizard. Will she be better? I'm not sure. I don't think so, to be honest. But I think she's going to be quite good because life gain is good and she's going to be scary. So get your Reaping Blades, folks. I think you're going to need it. So yeah, I would say like probably a solid fresh. Could go up to fresh to death, to be honest. She is scary. Now, let's talk about her weapon. The Staff of Verdant Shoots, which I've botched this name so often, so lately, but I like it quite a bit. This is a Earth Wizard weapon, staff, 2-handed. Once per turn action, pay 3 resources, amp 1, and go again. Okay. When 1 or more Earth cards are pitched this way, the next time you deal arcane damage this turn, create an embodiment of Earth token. So, I don't know if this will be the weapon for her, but I will say this weapon makes a lot of sense in her deck. It might be a little bit underpowered, but honestly, embodiments of Earth, while they will likely be okay in Florian, I think are going to be very good in Verdance, because you look at all those spells, those regular wizard spells, they block 3, and now they block 4, and they could block 5 if you're creating more embodiments. So I like Staff of Verdant Shoots. I hope this is the weapon for her. I don't know if it will be. I'm seeing a lot of Surgent Aethertide being played in her currently, but I'm a fan of Staff of Verdant Shoots, so I'm hoping it's this. But I'm gonna be like realistic, I guess, and maybe like a low fresh, high stale here, but very cool card.
Yeah, I agree. I do understand why people are playing Surgeon Aethertide over this, because kind of as mentioned, there are cards that lead to a big like amp heavy strategy. And while this is amp 1, Surgeon Aethertide can be amp a bunch. So it's like it's kind of tough, but again, like I do think the embodiment of Earths are really good, especially with the point that you made that like she's a 40 life wizard that also cares about gaining health. So it's like, you know, you're going to be dealing with more than 40 points of damage that you have to deal with at any given time. So yeah, I like it. It definitely lends itself to a bit of a slower strategy. But if you're doing this on your turn and you have her ability active, then your opponent has to worry every single time they're about to be dealt arcane damage, because otherwise you'll just plus and get the embodiment of Earth. So I think that's really cool too. So yeah, I'm probably like, I'll say low fresh. I'm a believer. Not gonna quite dip into stale, because I think that this one is really cool too. It would be nice to be able to have her represent her actual weapon.
Hey, listen, we're just out here verdant shooting our shot. It's a good card. Anyway, what's the next card? You alluded to it a little bit ago.
Yeah, so this is one that we've seen forever. This has been around for a long time, but this is Heartbeat of Candlehold. And the second I saw this card, I was like, they're doing something weird, and they did. So I'm glad that I wasn't let down. This is the Verdant specialization. It's a majestic. It's blue. It costs 1 and blocks 3. It's an Earth Wizard action with Go again. And all it says is gain 1 life. Period. Gain 1 life. Period. Gain 1 life. Period. So 3 instances of gaining 1 life. When they split it up like that, it is for a reason. For Florian with the Arcane Seeds, it was so that you could plus on Florian's ability. And for this one, it's so that it triggers Verdance's hero ability 3 times. I think this card is really cool. I think this is exactly what Verdance wants to do, is gain life and plus off of her hero ability as much as humanly possible. So yeah, I think that in the deck, this is probably, I would hope, a fresh to death. The fact that this is a sigil and just a deal 3 at the same time is sweet. And the fact that it has Go again means you don't just have to, you don't have to find a wizard way to skirt around it to keep playing your turn. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's a weird card. And I would hope that if you're playing Verdance, you're playing Heartbeat of Candlehold.
Yeah. This one seems like a no-brainer no matter what kind of Verdance you're going to play. To me, I mean, once she's active, right? This is a blue, 1 costs 6 with Go again, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty insane, right? And if you need to gain some life early in the game, that's totally fine too. You put an Earth card into your graveyard that you can banish for your ability, and you can block with it, and with an embodiment, it blocks for 4. I think this is just a no-brainer, fresh to death on Heartbeat of Candlehold, as should all the specializations be. So
yeah,
very cool. Now we're back to some more melding. Rampant Growth Life. So we already saw life. Life is gain 1 life, Earth instant. And this one costs 0, and it's a yellow. Rampant Growth is a wizard instant that says Amp X, where X is the total life you've gained this turn. Now, we have some info because we record when we're recording this that people are playing a kind of big finish with a lot of life gain, and then you amp with Rampant Growth and you say, blah, here's a ton of arcane damage, and you can only AB like 3 or 4 of it. So I think because of that, it's a build around fresh to death. I mean, it's such a cool card. 0 cost for amping X is pretty insane, I think. Mm-hmm. And we'll see it on another weapon coming up that it can be so good. And this is gaining life is so much easier to do, right, than some other things that are going to pay off in a exponential amping way. And Rampant Growth really does it well. And it comes with 1 amp already because you got the life. Mm-hmm. So at a minimum, you're amping 1 and hopefully a lot more. Build around fresh to death. Rampant Growth Life is going to be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, there are a lot of reasons why I believe this card is pushed. Obviously, the fact that it costs 0, the fact that it isn't just a red. So, like, even if you're not just playing this card, it pitches for 2 for some reason. The fact that both sides are instant. I think this card is crazy. In multiples, this card is bonkers insane. Like if you have 2 of these and you've gained even like 6 life, which I think is such a medium, like like peanuts amount of life in this sort of deck, you have amped 12, which is, like you're saying, most people can only arcane barrier 4 if they really want. Like for a single instance of damage, you can prevent like 4 of it. This very much feels like a Starvo finish, sort of, oh, my opponent dared to go below 12 life and now they're dead. Yeah, I think this is like high fresh to death. This is like the finisher of all finishers for a deck that outside of this card seems to kind of dirtle. Just with, just off of what Verdance's hero ability like says, you would look at it and be like, okay, this is a slower deck, and then Rampant Growth is like, oh wait, it's a howitzer.
yeah, this is it's scary and beautiful card, honestly.
Oh yeah,
especially that Rampant Growth side. And coming up with another beautiful meld card, what does Pulsing Aether Life do?
So Pulsing Ether Life, the life portion is still just life, although this is technically worse than the life found on Rampant Growth because it costs 1 this time. So weird that it is the same name of card, but slightly different. But anyway, so it's still gain 1 life as an Earth instant for 1 this time. And then there's also the other side, which is Pulsing Ether, which is a wizard action without go again, but it does say deal 4 arcane damage to any target. This is just a 1 for 5 if Verdance's ability is online, which is pretty good.
5,
the fact that it's
no,
it would be, oh yeah, each costs 1.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. I'm so used to evaluating the zeros that I'm just like, it's just free, whatever. Yeah. So this becomes a 2 for 5, which is, like, fine. In terms of rares, I'm much less excited about this one than I was for like Burn Up and Arcane Seeds. I think that those ones are like far and away some of the best rares that you can put in the deck. I think this still sees play in the deck for sure, but it's definitely like less interesting. It doesn't feel quite as impactful. I don't know, unless I'm like super missing something. Again, I'm not really a wizard player. This just feels like a chunk of damage that has 1 mana gain a life on it, which is, or 1 resource gain a life on it, which is not like a spectacular rate. But I would probably put this at maybe high stale, just because I'm not feeling it personally.
Yeah. So I do think this is a little bit better than that. For a couple of reasons. And when it's on, it's actually 2 for 6 because you're going to gain the life 2 for 6 in a way, right? You gain the life and then you ping. So 5 damage, 1 life.
6 total. Yeah.
Which I do think is above rate for spells in this game. So like, I do think that's good. It blocks for 3, which is also good with embodiments, and it's an earth card. And I think because of that, it goes into the fresh range because you kind of want to play this, and you want to play arcane spells in the deck, but you don't want to kind of ruin your earth ratio. And this is that kind of happy medium. So I think because of that, I think it's going to be good enough. And also just like sending 1 for 4, like not even worrying about the other side, especially on your Rampant Growth turn or whatever. I think it's probably just good enough here in the deck. But certainly, it's not exciting. It's just like, here's some damage and here's some life. And all the other ones have been doing something really cool. Now, let's talk about a cool hero. The coolest hero of what the heck am I looking at? Acilio, Constella Intelligence. This is a elemental wizard hero, Essence of Lightning, 4 intellect, 36 health, and 18 health in the young hero version. Has an ability that says once per turn instant, discard an instant, draw a card. Okay. That doesn't tell us anything other than you're going to be playing instants in this deck. And that's all you need to know. And have fun. I think LSS is really trolling us or is like giving us the biggest puzzle box of all time. I have been playing a lot with this hero, more than I've like thought I would, because I was like, whatever, Wizards, not really my thing. And I'm like, I gotta figure out what this hero does. And honestly, right now, it's a big question mark. I don't know how to rate it. I see the upside. The upside is very, very fresh to death. The downside is very, very rotten. And I think so. It's probably hanging around high stale, low fresh for me. Acilio is a weird one.
Yeah, that's kind of the sentiment that I've seen online surrounding Acilio, is that like he has the ability to be or has the like potential to be a really, really good deck. Very complicated though, which then of course makes it harder for people to rate it well or do well with it, because people are still getting used to figuring out what his playstyle is supposed to look like. But I have seen, I think even Yuki Lee Bender posted something that Acilio feels like he's missing a piece, like missing some central like cornerstone to really make the deck hum. And it's almost like palpable, like you can kind of feel like something is missing. I was really intrigued by this hero the second that they started revealing the Lightning Wizard cards. There's one very, very specific one that it's one of the new flow channels that was spoiled relatively early, that immediately got my curiosity up. I was like, I want to know how they're balancing this. And yeah, I think his hero ability, just cycling a card out of your hand to potentially get something new, is powerful. It's something that we've seen stapled onto other cards before. Things like Sink Below. The upside is there. It isn't just a defense reaction that blocks for 4, which is already a really good rate. It also does give you sort of additional hand fixing, and that's what this does too. So yeah, I would love to see this deck get figured out. But I am not smart enough to do that. So I think I'm right there with you. It's like towing that line right between stale and fresh. He seems really cool, but I think he might just be a lot of bluster. So prove us wrong.
I love talking about this weird guy, so we're gonna keep doing it. What is his weapon? Which is the next piece of the puzzle, right? This was the next thing to tell us what he likes to do.
Yes. So this one I think was revealed even way before he was too. But this is Volzar, the Lightning Rod. This is a Lightning Wizard weapon, 2-handed staff. And if you control an aura permanent with sigil in its name, this costs 1 resource less to activate. And then once per turn instant, for 1 resource, amp X, where X is the number of lightning cards that you've played this turn. So obviously that just plays right into itself. If you have any aura permanent that says sigil, then it is a free amp X once per turn. We were just talking about a free amp X with rampant growth. I mean, this is obviously a little bit more capped because with rampant growth, you could play things like you can play other life gain cards. There's a sigil instant. I can't remember the name. I'm blanking on names today. What's up?
Sigil of Solace.
Sigil of Solace. Yes. So you could play things like that allows you to add 3 additional amp into rampant growth. Whereas with Volzar, you're kind of gated by the number of cards that you can play. So the ceiling is lower, but that's good because this is a weapon that starts the game in play. It'd be crazy if you just had access to a rampant growth like scale effect at all times for free. So yeah, I think this card is really interesting. I think it's good. There are a lot of really powerful lightning instants that were printed in this set. So I think this is the one that you're playing if you're playing Acilio. I don't think that any of the other ones make a ton of sense. So yeah, I think you want to Volzar people when you're figuring out how to play the big guy who is also a door. So yeah, like fresh to death, easy.
Yeah, this is fresh to death. And like the upsides here, right? Like you said about rampant growth, that's a one-time effect that can like really grow rampantly. Mm-hmm. And this is on a stick, literally. So you can't do it as much, but we're going to see that there are ways to really cheat out a lot of lightning cards for Acilio. Now, it takes a lot of work, and maybe that's why his hero ability is the way it is, so you can kind of filter through your deck, find that like perfect turn, and then just do it before you die. So it's going to be interesting. I will say Fresh to Death for Acilio. Clearly, it's the only hero that you can play it in right now, so I am optimistic about this weapon and like it being a pretty key piece of the puzzle. Now, let's talk about, each card that we see for Acilio is going to be another piece of the puzzle. And here we are. Acilio's specialization, Sigil of Brilliance. So here's the Sigil. It's a yellow that costs 0. It is Lightning Wizard instant aura. So there you have it. There's a Sigil that you can have out to make Volzar cost 1 less. And it's Acilio specialization. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, draw a card. And that's it. Now, that's not it. There's going to be a lot of cards that synergize with this. And we haven't seen them yet. But on its face, it's a lightning card that you can play. Basically ramps you 1 resource technically with Volzar if you play it, and gives 1 amp, right? So you play it, you amp 1. Technically, the amp count's going to be at 1 because you play a lightning card. You made Volzar cost 1 less. Do the other things that Acilio is going to do. Play 1 big spell. And then also it leaving the arena, whether it's being destroyed at the beginning of the action phase to draw a card. That's quite good, right? Like, I think people are going to underestimate how good of an effect that is, right? Even if it's like turn 0 and you go, all right, sigil, I'm going to start with like a 6-card hand on my first turn so I can do some really cool stuff. This is a key piece of the puzzle as well. I'm not sure. I mean, we're going to see some ways it works. It's Fresh to Death in Acilio. You got to play it. I think there's no world where you don't play this. As weird as that seems, such a weird card. But Sigil Brilliance, it's just good. It's a puzzle piece, though. It's not going to carry its weight on its own. So it needs everything else to be humming. So
yeah, like we've seen Acilio care about instants. This is an instant, but you don't want to discard it to Acilio's effect because you just play it out. Why wouldn't you? It replaces itself. It's also a lightning card that Volzar cares about, so that ties in there. It's a sigil, so Volzar also cares about that. But then it's like, okay, what's the payoff? What's the thing that we want to do after that? So yeah, I think this is just like all the other specializations. I think it's fine that this is like, you play 3 of this card. You're building an Acilio deck, you play 3 Sigil of Brilliance. Your immediate note about like, if you turn 0, you get to play 2 of these, and you start with a 6-card hand, then I think you're laughing. I think you can definitely do something, and if you can't, then maybe the deck is wrong. But yeah, easy Fresh to Death in Acilio. Just drawing cards at the beginning of your action phase is so strong. It is so good. So yeah, easy Fresh to Death for that one.
Yeah, and a weird one. Now, another meld card. What does Null Shock do?
So this is a weird one. So this is the same shock, except it costs 1, because both sides of this one cost 1. So shock again, deal 1 arcane damage to any target, lightning instant, and then null, this is also a yellow card, is a wizard instant that says if target instant card has cost less than the amount of total arcane damage you've dealt to opposing heroes this turn, negate it. So this is this is the second instance of negate that we've seen. Because there was Rewind, which it didn't negate, it just returned to the hand and didn't resolve. But then there was the one from Crucible of War that's just negate an instant that costs 1 or less or whatever. So this is, I think, the second instance of negate. This one at least scales. Obviously, the first one had a really big issue with it was just so narrow. It just like didn't do anything. This is like this is the poster child of a sideboard card, though. like if you play this against Brute, if this is in your deck against like Brute or Guardian, I don't think you're. What are you doing? So, but like against other wizards, I think this is fine. I think this is like sideboard low fresh, and you look like you're gonna. Look like you're gonna correct me.
I don't know if I'm gonna correct you. So this is weird, right? You have to play this when they can't AB the shock, right? Or if you've already dealt arcane damage early in the turn. But like oftentimes I feel like in Acilio you're going to have you want to send one huge thing, right? You Volzar and send one huge thing, and your opponent might, so this will negate things like Oasis, Sigil Solace, No Fear from Brute, actually, and stuff like that. Is that good enough? I don't know. Like, maybe that's just like Acilio's whole thing. You need to protect yourself from like people totally blowing up your spot, right? And if that's the case, I could see this being good enough. But I totally agree with you. It's just you gotta have it, right? You gotta have it, and it's gonna take up one card slot on your combo turn. You need to have it maybe in your arsenal, and that's one less card you're going to use to combo. So it's very tough. The applications there, I don't think it's going to really make it. I would probably say stale, sideboard fresh maybe, but it's such a shame because it's like honestly some of the best art. Null just looks so sick. But yeah, cool card. Glad we have stuff like that.
Absolutely. Now,
the next meld card is Comet Storm Shock. Shock is the same, except now it costs 2. and the other side, Comet Storm is a wizard action. Deal 5 arcane damage to any target. This is a rare. It blocks for 3. And 2 for 5 is the kind of going rate. I think a pretty good rate for arcane. Yeah. I think... I'm trying to remember the Surge card that gives you a Ponder token from a couple sets ago. Whatever it is, that's like 2 for 5.
I can see it in my mind. I'm so bad with card names today for some reason.
No, it's all good. And so I think this is fine. It's kind of cool. So if you have the resources, you play Shock into Comet Storm. I think like once the Shock resolves and while Comet Storm is on the stack, you can activate Volzar. So you at least get the amp there because it is lightning. So there's that, but there's 4 resources, which is quite a hefty bit amount of stuff to send. But having a 2 for 5 in the deck is probably not the worst thing to have. So I got to give it like a probably low fresh. I mean, it's a powerhouse in limited and like blitz, but in CC. I don't know if it's good enough, but I also don't really see any reason not to play it because you can discard it to Acilio's ability because it has the instant side.
Yeah.
So it's not that exciting, but it's totally fine.
Yeah, I think this is exactly one of those cards that you just kind of play structurally. Like I'm tempted to put this at like maybe high stale as just like a structural, this is just a card that you play in the deck. I kind of want to upgrade it a little bit though, because as you were talking, that was the point that I was going to bring up, is that this still is an instant. So even if you like don't need it right now, you can just pitch it to Acilio, which I think is a very valuable thing for your pieces to have. Just to be flexible, like, oh, I want this right now. That's cool. I can have it as the Comet Storm side. If I really don't need this right now and I need to get like more resources, I need just another rebuy at something, you can pitch it with Acilio to draw another card and maybe fix your hand a little bit. So yeah, I think you want to play this structurally. I'm going to put it at like low fresh because of that. It has its uses, but it is definitely not like exciting. It's not flashy. It just is.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And now we are moving over to Earth. And we got a banger off the bat here. Can you tell us what Barkskin of the Millennium Tree does, Bill?
Something I will say for this set is the names of the cards are getting longer. A couple of the legendaries in this set have just like a book for a name. which I guess makes sense because they had to ban all the real books. So,
Whoa!
oh, shade out of nowhere. But yeah, okay, we got Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree. This is an Earth chest piece with Temper 2, already a good stat line. We like Temper 2. And then when this defends, if there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, you create an embodiment of Earth. The creation of the embodiment of Earth is on defend. So if you defend with this and a non-attack action card, and you've decomposed enough to have 4 or more Earth cards, then that will immediately then make this technically a Temper 3. It's not really, because you don't get 3 blocks out of it, but it then blocks for 3 plus whatever you blocked with from your hand, which is insane. I don't think that they would ever print a Temper 3 equipment. So, although I think they kind of did, it was one of the cloak equipments from last set. But you know, that's not real. That's not real. But yeah, I think this card is kind of nuts. It technically blocks for 5, and can scale up depending on what you're doing. I think this is pretty good. Personally, I like really defensive chest pieces. The thing that's unfortunate, though, or I guess it isn't, because I was just thinking for like Oldhim. Oldhim wouldn't play this because you want the other chest piece. Why are card names so hard today?
The one that creates seismic
Guardian
surges?
one. Yeah, the seismic surge one.
I forget too. Oh my god, it's late, folks.
It's one of those days, I guess. Yeah, if you can see behind me, it is dark. So, but yeah, I think this card is really sick. I think Florian loves this card because then he makes 2 embodiment of Earths on block, especially in like Blitz, because it totally matches up with his condition as well. Yeah, I like Barkskin. I think this is like a solid fresh, potentially a little bit higher, but I'm going to go with solid fresh right now because it is very much just like a hard defensive card. And like I said, I do like those, but that might not be exactly what like Earth Runeblade is looking to do, for example.
Yeah. I will say solid fresh with some scalability in Florian for sure, but I do think this might be fresh to death in Verdance, right?
Yep.
Who's really going to love blocking with this. And it's worth noting, right? So let's say you're blocking one big attack with this and a non-attack action. You create the embodiment, and then perhaps you block with 2 other cards. So you could block like, what was that, like 10? Right? Yeah, 10 on like one thing, or you block the first thing, and then if it's like if you're going against a go wide deck, and then all of a sudden you have the embodiment for the whole combat chain. So there's just so much you can do, and then you get to do it again, right? When it blocks again, which is pretty insane. Defensively alone, this is an amazing card, and in CC specifically, to have a 4 or more kind of payoff as opposed to the 8 is nice.
Yep.
Sure, I think Florian wants to do it once his thing is turned on, but Verdance doesn't care, right? Because this has nothing to do with the life gain. So I think this is a fresh to death, especially for Verdance. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's going to be at least sideboard in Florian, I believe. I'm trying to think of a better. I mean, like Tunic's good or whatever, and then you have the Carapace, which is also good, but even that is not as good defensively compared to Barkskin. So hard to say. This is a pretty bonkers card, and watch out for Terra in like Blitz with Barkskin. It's gonna be insane. Oh, actually, I mean, I guess Terra can play decomposed cards, no problem. So that's totally fine. Whew. Crazy. Now, Helm of Lignum Vitae. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but this is a common Earth equipment headpiece. Blocks for 1, has Blade Break, and if there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, this gets +1. I'm going to just go ahead and say this. This is a limited card only. There are so many good constructed headpieces that block for 2 and do a lot better stuff, and block for 2 off the bat. So it's a limited card, so it's going to be like kind of rotten here. Bonus points for commoner, I guess. So there's that for the Helm.
I don't know. I'm giving my Crown of Providence a side eye after seeing this card. Let me tell you. No, yeah, this card's rotten. It's petrified even. Yeah, it's for commoner. It's for limited. In limited, it's like fine because you don't have any other choices. But like especially the head slot has been under a lot of contention lately.
Yeah.
So yeah, this just doesn't even make the list.
Absolutely. Now, what does Well Grounded do?
Well Grounded, kind of spoilers, I think fits in the same category, but it is Earth Equipment Legs. It's a common. It has 0 block, but it does have instant, destroy this, prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Activate this only if there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banished zone. I think this is limited. Because I think the most compelling argument that I have for this being limited is if you wanted to play this in Verdance, you should be playing the Wizard Stormstriders. I remembered a card name.
Yes.
You want to play Stormstriders, and if you're playing this in Florian, you want to play Spellbound Creepers. Like, you could argue that, in Commoner, this is like maybe fine. In Terra, this is like maybe fine. With Decompose, I don't know, probably not, because boots are also really, really strong in a lot of classes. I guess specifically Guardian for Terra. There aren't very many good boots, but again, this is just those commoner and limited, like, prevent 1 damage, prevent 2 damage. Like they're just there for flavor. So yeah, I'm gonna say this is another rotten piece of equipment.
So I'm going to actually disagree here. I think this is a little bit better than that. And there's a couple of reasons. Okay. And this could have been said for the last card as well. Not so much. Preventing 2, I think, is pretty good right now, right? Because it prevents the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. That could take care of 2 rune chants. That could be spread over 2 things, 2 breakpoints, I believe. And also, this is an Earth card, so it does go into your graveyard, and it is another decomposed target. And it's a better rate, I think, than the Helm. The Helm also goes into your graveyard, but it feels like worse because there's better slots. I think you're probably right. Stormstriders is better, but maybe certain Verdances don't care about Stormstriders, right? And they just want to be really defensive. And Florian less so, but I wouldn't say it's rotten. I wouldn't say it's fresh. I would put in the stale tier because I do think there's some good stuff happening here, especially with a resurgence of Kano or something like that. Like this is a basically a spell void too on your boots, so that is Earth as well. So, but you do need to get the 4. So you have to make it work,
Yeah. I will also say I was actually trying to keep an eye out for this specific wording. There's another card that I think is really crazy because it has this prevent the next 2 and not what we've seen like previously where the next time you'd be dealt damage prevent 2 of that. I immediately locked into that wording. The fact that this can go over, like you said, 2 rune chance or 2 instances of damage in any variety does make it a little bit better. So I will admit that. I will say that this is better than what I had originally thought. I think I'm still around the same spot, but I do see where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's talk about something that I think we're going to agree on. Felling of the Crown. We saw this one a long time ago. This is a majestic red, cost 3. Earth attack action, attacks for 4, blocks for 3. And you're like, well, that's really underrated. If there are 4 more Earth cards in your banished zone, this gets +4. And guess what? This is our first decomposed card. When this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. If you do, each hero puts a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck. Now, all the decomposes are going to say that first sentence and then a different sentence. So it will always say, when this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. If you do, do something different. This is a majestic. Yeah. This is a really good one. So this is oftentimes coming in for 8. 3 for 8. That's pretty good. And blocks 3. Oh, that's already better than Wounded Bull. I'm in. Oh, it also disrupts my opponent. Oh, this is a Fresh to Death. This card's insane. Oh, Fresh to Death. No questions asked here.
Yep. Again, Windmill Slam, definitely fully agree with you on this one. The fact that it's a 3 for 8 that rips a card out of your opponent's hand, which, like, even if they just take the 8, they're down a card. Like, this doesn't have go again, so it's not like you're going to want to start your turn with this and then you actually see the downside of, oh, if I still have a card in my hand, then the rest of my turn is going to be weird. It's not like that sort of that mindset that you get into when you're like playing Enlightened Strike. You're like, okay, which card am I bottoming here? This is just, you can play this with an empty hand and you don't see the downside at all. You can even just say, I don't care about this card, I'm going to put it down, and then draw new cards. You don't get to Arsenal, but you get to see a different card. It gets you towards your game plan of either being Florian or Verdance, having their abilities online. Cards cracked in half. Ridiculous. Fresh to Death. Absolutely.
Now, I mean, you said it's not going to have go again. I mean,
I guess you could give it.
You can give it go again, but like I'm thinking about like Briar and Living Legend, right? And then you just now. It's also worth noting you have to put a card on bottom as well, so it's not as good in that regard. So it's hard to make it really work like that. But we've seen crazier things in the world. But yeah, Felling the Crown, pretty crazy. And now, what about Plow Under?
Oh, okay. Plow Under is another completely cracked in half card, in my opinion. This is another majestic Earth attack action. It's a yellow. It costs 2, attacks for 2, and blocks for 3. That sounds like an awful set of stats, doesn't it? It has the same original, like the first line of text as Felling of the Crown. If there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, this gets +4, so it'd be a 2 for 6 that blocks for 3. This is starting to sound familiar. It has Decompose, which again is just when this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. If you do, each hero puts a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their deck. A 2 for 6 that blocks for 3 that interacts with the arsenal. Is this Command and Conquer? This is one of the top 5 cards that I picked on the Living Legends podcast, and the more I read it, the more I am completely comfortable with that decision. I think this card's crazy. I think this card's ridiculous. It doesn't even have to hit. It doesn't even have to hit it. And even if it doesn't have the +4. And it's just coming in for 2, you can still just disrupt your opponent if you really need to. But I think most of the time this is coming in as a 2 for 6 that immediately destroys their arsenal. I guess it bottoms it, but it immediately destroys their arsenal with no real interaction from your opponent. It also completely hoses things like Unmovable. If they decide to put any defense reaction in their arsenal, this just hoses it entirely. Ridiculous. Fresh to Death. If there was a higher category, I would put this in that. I think this card's gross.
Yeah. I forget what the nickname they're giving it. It's like Command and Compost.
Command and Compost.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, this card's insane. So the funny thing about it is, right, so you do it, right? You're coming in 2 for 6. Your arsenal's already gone now.
Yep.
In a way, I don't know if this is better or worse. I mean, it's probably better, but all of a sudden your opponent's like, well, now I'm not so stressed about blocking this thing because it already happened. There is that. I don't think is really counting against it. It's just kind of a funny thing. This is Fresh to Death. Also, our boy Carlos Cruchaga, another banger. Just keep on doing it. I opened this in Tampa before, and I had never seen it. Like nobody had seen it. I was like, I took a picture and put it on Twitter. I'm like, what is this? Oh man, it was crazy. So yeah, Command and Compost, Plow Under, pretty awesome. Now we have another channel. Let's change the channel, folks. No more Channel Mount Heroic. We're channeling Millennium Trees. Channel the Millennium Tree is a majestic Earth action aura. It's red. It costs 3. Has go again. It blocks for 3 as well. When this enters the arena and at the beginning of your action phase, amp 3. Then it has Channel Earth at the beginning of your end phase. Put a flow counter on this, then destroy it unless you put an Earth card from your pitch zone on the bottom of your deck for each flow counter on it. Now, ideally, the first turn you send this out, you pitched a blue Earth card, and you're totally fine, much like you were with Channel Mount Heroic.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of cool. It works with both Earth heroes, right? Amp 3 works on Rune Chants. So the first Rune Chant you send with Florian is going to come in for 4. And then in Verdance, the first spell or life gain plus arcane is going to come in for however much plus 3. And I think that's pretty solid. If you can keep this around for 2 or 3 turns, much like any of the channels, right? Except for like Channel Thunderstep. We're still figuring that one out. Channel the Millennium Tree is quite good. I don't know if it's the best thing ever, but for whatever reason, I just feel like Amp 3 is going to be good every single time you do it. So for that reason, I have to give it like a high fresh. It doesn't feel fresh to death, which I think is good to like for it to not be fresh to death. But this is going to be abused in many different ways, I think.
I think so too. Obviously, this is harder to get the same amount of value out of compared to Channel Mount Heroic, because obviously that just gives all of your attacks +3 as long as it's in play. This one gives you +3 per turn, which is a lower ceiling, but I think the upside is that arcane damage is just inherently tougher to block. Like you were saying, just making a Rune Chant come in for 4, I think is so awkward. Like I think that's potentially really good, and just allows more damage to leak through, makes your opponent care more about blocking on one axis versus another. And yeah, I think that this card is just good. I think you're right that it's like in the fresh tier. I would say probably mid fresh for this one. I could see both heroes, both of the Earth heroes in this set, like kind of caring about this, but it doesn't feel like an immediate slam dunk, like, oh, you gotta play this, like something like Channel Mount Heroic was. That card's just crazy. So.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing was, like, Channel Mount Heroic was like alongside Lightning card, so you can go super wide with it. And like now, Channel Mount Heroic doesn't seem that good anymore. And you're like,
yeah. So
something interesting with this in Florian specifically is Dread Scythe, right? So it turns Dread Scythe into a 3/7. Which is, I mean, if that's the first arcane you're doing, which obviously if you're doing that, that's what you're trying to do. I don't know if it's good, but Dread Scythe's a good way to get multiple Earth cards into your pitch zone and keep this around for a bit.
Just saying. This is true. That's really spicy, actually.
I'm a Dread Scythe truther. Now, speaking of a Earth card, what does Earth's Embrace do?
So I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I've read this card yet. For some reason, I just did not see this card at all. But Earth's Embrace is another Majestic. It's an Earth action aura with Go Again. It's a blue that costs 1 and blocks for 2. And it says at the beginning of your end phase, create an embodiment of Earth. Then, if you haven't banished an Earth card this turn, destroy this. So it's kind of like a non-scaling version of Flow, where you just have to banish 1 Earth card per turn in order to keep this around, and the upside is to make an embodiment of Earth. Embodiments of Earths are really good, is the thing, and this you kind of want to keep it around for 2 turns. I think is like after 2 turns you start to see like a pretty decent return on your investment here. I don't hate this card. It's probably, I could see this seeing a decent amount of play in Verdance, where you already want the game to be a little bit slower, and giving you that additional benefit for defending, I think is going to be quite good. So I'm not like insanely excited about this card, especially because it fills up a slot. But again, if you're able to consistently keep this around for 2+ turns, I think that this is pretty good. I'm going to put it at like maybe a low fresh, maybe mid. I'll go like mid to low fresh. I think it's cool, but it kind of requires a few hoops to jump through.
Yeah. This is a weird one. I think the best thing currently it has going for it is that it's a blue Earth card, right? And that's probably why it's going to be played, probably at like a fresh level. It's something I would look at like for future Earth heroes that can maybe banish more consistently or something like that. Currently, I think it's totally fine because you're going to get at least one embodiment Earth. Hopefully you get 2. If you get 3, I think you're really happy. But that puts you in a point, like I guess like the game plan here is you have 2 phases of the game, which these heroes kind of already have, these Earth heroes, where you kind of fill up your graveyard. And then the turn that you want to start turning on your Earth hero, you play the Earth's Embrace, you play your Decompose, and then you hopefully decompose every turn after that. So, and this helps you protect yourself while you're doing that with the embodiment Earth. So in theory, that's cool. I don't know if it's, in practice it's going to be that good. So probably around like low fresh to mid fresh. Now, the next card I am a big fan of, Seeds of Tomorrow, which is another blue Earth card. This is a Earth instant, majestic. It's a blue, costs 0. As an additional cost to play this, put a card from your arsenal in bottom of your deck. Prevent the next 5 damage that will be dealt to you this turn. You don't get to draw a card like Crown of Seeds, though.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah. This is I think great. Prevent 5, puts an Earth card into your graveyard. I think obviously it requires some work, and sure, you can get stuck with no arsenal here, but if you're playing a pretty smart game, I think you'll set up for a good Seeds of Tomorrow here. So I like Seeds of Tomorrow. I'm going to give it like a high fresh. It's not like game breaking or anything like that, but if you want to be defensive, this is defensive. So I like it.
Yeah, this is the card that I was referring to with well grounded, with this wording of prevent the next 5 damage that would be dealt. I am actually kind of in love with this card. I think it's so cool, and I think it's very powerful. The fact that it is just a blue at default, and that if you do have it line up and you need this to prevent 5 damage, it can do it in a really effective way over multiple chain links or in just one big like lump. Like you can play this as a response to something like a Spinal Crush or something, and then you just need 1 extra point of block to stop the crush. And like that's a lot of block to be doing for basically free, because obviously you're not pitching a card from your hand, you're just using one from your arsenal. There is a cost to that, of course, but I still think that this is like a really insanely good defense reaction in a lot of different matchups. The fact that it just kind of hoses breakpoints as well for like go wide but small aggro decks. I really like Seeds of Tomorrow. I'm very high fresh on this one as well.
Yeah, it's very cool. And just a beautiful card too.
Yep.
Now we're into the rares. Our first 3-color cycle here, actually, funny enough. You want to talk about Earth Form?
Yeah, absolutely. So Earth Form comes in all 3 colors. It is an Earth attack action that costs 3, attacks for 7, 6, and 5, and blocks for 2. And very straightforward. When this hits, create an embodiment of Earth token. So it is in Briar. It's Briar's ability sort of thing on a wounding bull, wounded bull. And I think it's fine. It's an Earth attack, so obviously it goes into your graveyard to help you with that. It also then gives you additional buffs, so it gives you additional defense buffs. So it works with like Earth's Embrace style, wanting to keep yourself alive. I think this is probably more, if this gets played, it's in like a foundational aspect. I do think it's like okay. I don't think it's bad, but it's definitely not one of the exciting cards that you're like, yeah, I want to jam my deck full of this. So I'm like maybe high stale. Like again, I don't think this is a bad card, but it is definitely not exciting. And it does help with the game plan in a couple different ways. It's defensive, Earth attack. Even just the blue is probably fine. You like run this at blue and make your opponent awkwardly block a 5 attack card. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't love it. It just is.
Yeah, it's totally fine, right? Like an on hit is always kind of cool to send at your opponent. It being Earth is totally, relevant here, like all the Earth cards will be. 3 for 7, I think Verdance is going to kind of like this, and maybe more slow, grindy versions of Florian that's not doing the OTK thing. And I like this 3 for 7 aspect of this, especially in a world with Prism actually being pretty decent. It is a popper, and that 7 is pretty good into whatever the Herald is that makes your attacks less. Who cares? Now, you probably know, you play Prism. Is that Herald of Judgment?
Herald of Judgment?
No,
yeah.
I don't know.
Hang on. Oh no, Herald of Judgment cares about Banished Zone. Herald of I forget the name.
It's been a long. We're going to be talking about a lot of cards. It's funny, Bill. We're getting to the point in this game, which is awesome, where there's so many cards, it's hard to remember them all.
Yeah,
which is a good thing. But yeah, I like low fresh for Earth form, especially at the red. I think the blue could see some play, but because it blocks 2, I think I like the red a little bit more, and just kind of like saying like, hey, I'll block 2 cards and then send a 7 for 3 or whatever. And Tales old as time with a lot of decks, and this is a pretty decent one. Now, the next rare is another Decompose card. This is Summer's Fall. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a rare. It's a Earth attack action. Costs 2. At the red, it attacks for 6. Yellow, 5. Blue, 4. And it blocks for 2. Has Decompose. When this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. If you do, put up to 1 target aura on the bottom of its owner's deck. Now, this is pretty relevant text, right? 2 for 6, I think is right where you want to be, right? Pretty solid. Sure, it only blocks 2, but I think we're going to see that Decompose is just good enough that you can't make all of these block for 3. There are a lot of auras that are relevant, and it's 1 target aura to owner's deck. So it can be a Blood Rot token that was given to you, or a Frailty, or an Inertia, or whatever, or it can be something that your opponent has, a Rune Chant, a Ponder, or something like that, or a relevant Illusionist aura, which there are a ton of. Hello, Mirror Guy. Goodbye, Mirror Guy. Summer's Fall is the perfect sideboard Decompose card. And when I say that, I actually mean that it's going to act as a Fresh Death sideboard card in these Earth decks, I believe. Because it decomposes, it replaces one of the Earth cards that you decompose with itself, and it can have pretty brutal text into a lot of heroes.
Yep.
So I really like Summer's Fall on the sideboard.
Yeah, I think sideboard Fresh to Death, when this card comes in, I think it comes in hard. This is really, really powerful. The first thing I think of every single time, it's like maybe an old way of thinking at this stage, but like if you're bottoming a Genesis with this, you are laughing, because not only do you retain your action point if you give this a go again through whatever means, then you're not just wasting it into Spectra. You're getting rid of the Genesis and still dealing the damage, and it's just still flexible. Like you can put it on, like you can make it anything. You can bottom anything. Like you were saying, you can bottom your own negative auras, which I think is not irrelevant flexibility. And then this just being a 2 for 6 that is an Earth thing that still feeds into Decompose. I think there's a critical mass of cards that you want to run that have Decompose to make sure that you hit your hero abilities, and this is a good option in like a suspiciously high amount of mashups, I think. Yeah. Like even if you are playing this against a Guardian and you like bottom one of their Seismic Surges, like that can mess up their turn. That can actually be really impactful. So yeah, I love this card. Easy sideboard Fresh to Death. Very good. A lot of the numbers are correct on this card, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what does Rootbound Carapace do?
Rootbound Carapace is a spicy one, art included, but This is an Earth defense reaction, which we haven't seen a ton of defense reactions recently. So I'm excited to see them again. This is actually, I think it's been so long since we've seen a defense reaction that they included the reminder text of what defense reactions do. But anyway, Earth defense reaction comes in all 3 colors. 0 cost that blocks for 3, 2, or 1, which is not great. But you can decompose when it blocks to give it +1 at every stage. So at the red, this becomes a Fate Foreseen that doesn't opt, but a 0 for 4 that also like pushes your game plan along is like pretty good. I think I don't hate this card at all. I think if this does see play, the red is probably the only one that does, because it kind of hits the correct breakpoint for what you want a defense reaction to do. But all of these decompose cards just like scream you towards getting your hero ability online. So I do like these. Obviously, these don't come in against the like every matchup, like against most wizards. This is probably not great because it only blocks physical damage. But I do like this at the red. So I'm gonna put like sideboard like high fresh. I think this card's kind of sick.
Yeah. So actually, I have this main board like fresh to death.
Ooh. So
I think what's going to happen with these Earth heroes is that you're going to need a critical mass of like really high value decompose, right? And having a sink below that decomposes is pretty high value, right? And you take it out, right? You take it out against Kano. You take it out against Acilio. I think you leave it in against Verdance, because Verdance needs to play, some attacks and stuff like that to get her plan going. So every other like deck, 0 for 4 is pretty good. Sure, if they're playing if it's Riptide and they're playing a Dreadbore, you better have this. You better have this sucker in the arsenal, folks. I'll tell you that. I think that this is pretty. This is like a high premium card in these Earth decks, because if there's anything that's going to allow them to progress their game plan and then do things, it's going to be a nice, really good defensive piece. So I think the Carapace is really up there. And I've even seen people playing the yellow as well, which is crazy. That's how much they value Decompose. Playing the yellow, I mean, it's just a block 3 that decomposes pretty good and puts another Earth card. I think like the OTK Verdance really cares more about that, right? They're just like, whatever, I'll just block and I'll get to my 8 Earth cards eventually, because technically you only need to decompose 3 times, right? Because you can banish technically 3 Earth cards each time. So I really like Rootbound Carapace. This is a spicy one.
I'm actually kind of relieved to hear that, because when I read this, I was like, I think this card's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no.
So the fact that you're like, yeah, I'm playing this main board, like, okay, cool. I'm not losing it.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Well, I think it's just like the shock of getting like a new sink below. You're just like,
yeah, like I thought
this can't
that
be good.
yeah, right. Like the fact that this blocks for 4, I'm like, I'm suspicious.
It blocks for 4 and does what your deck wants to do. It's like, it's almost better than sink below sometimes. Yeah.
The fact that it's also an Earth card, so it just builds into more decomposes. Like that's the crazy thing about these cards too.
Oh yeah, pretty crazy. Now we do have another sigil. This one for Earth. So Acilio, sorry, you can't play with this one. This is Sigil of Sanctuary. It's a blue 0 cost Earth instant aura. Has Arcane Shelter, which is brand new. Arcane Shelter 1. If you would be dealt arcane damage, destroy this to prevent 1 of that damage. And when this leaves the arena, create an embodiment of Earth token. This is fine. It is Earth. I could see this being brought in certain matchups. It's going to live in the sideboard, right? Because you do need, like, you can't just pop this. It won't pop at the beginning of the turn. You do need to have arcane damage dealt towards you. Sideboard, like, stale, though, I think. It's not super flashy. It's more of a limited card, to be honest. It's very good and limited because of Arcane Shelter. But, yeah, this is not a crazy card for Constructed, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. I'm like maybe very, very slightly higher on it just because I like the concept of bringing this in against split damage, specifically Runeblades, where you prevent the one arcane, and then this becomes a buff for your non-attack actions that you block with for the remainder of the turn. It has to line up that way though, and like especially against like an OTK deck, this doesn't do anything at all. But against like if your opponent is playing a bunch of like Vexing Malice style effects where it's like deal damage on attack or whatever, then like this does technically prevent like 3 damage sometimes. I think this is definitely like limited. I'm trying to see the value in it and almost there, but I think the thing that this has going for it is that it is a blue earth card.
Yeah.
I don't think the rest of the text really plays into it.
Yeah, I think it will see play somewhere. Yeah, right. Like in sideboards, but like, honestly, if that's the case, what are we doing, right? Next card's Autumn Touch. This card's too good. It needs to be banned again. This is a reprint. We won't be talking about it, but it is good. Still a good card. It shouldn't. I mean, it paid for some other people's sins. And now, would you like to read my spoiler card, Blossoming Decay?
Ooh, I will gladly take that honor. Absolutely. So Blossoming Decay is this is, I guess, technically the first common that we're talking about because Autumn's Touch was the actual first common.
No, that's a Majestic. It's too good.
It's a Majestic that comes in all 3 colors. Yeah. But yeah, so Earth attack action costs 2, attacks for 5, 4, or 3, depending on the color, and blocks for 2. And it has Decompose, and when you decompose, you gain 1 life. So, like we were kind of mentioning with the Verdance cards, this represents a difference of 6 at the red. You gain 1 life, your opponent potentially loses 5. I think there are going to be some cards for this deck where you just really want like cards that can decompose, and it kind of doesn't matter what the effect is as long as it brings you towards that decompose plan. I think this is actually a pretty good one for Verdance because it does exactly what her deck wants to do. This then becomes like the red is a 7-point swap once her ability's online. I think this one is better in Verdance than it is in Florian, but I also think it's like it's going to be a foundational, like if you need decompose cards, you're probably going to play the ones that are fine, and this one is fine. It is absolutely like probably the definition of fine. So I think it's like probably a low fresh in Verdance, maybe high stale in Florian, just simply because of what their heroes do. But I think you're going to want to play a relatively high density of decompose cards just so that on every turn you can be decomposing.
Yeah. And this is not the best common one, but when I saw this card, right, I was like, okay, I'm looking at the stats, right? They only show me the blue, so obviously I can assume that what the yellow and red was going to be. That okay, these stats are like whatever. Like I know Verdance has that kind of thing, but like it also showed how valuable decomposing is for these heroes, that like that's how many points of value they're kind of like assigning to these cards. And Blossoming Decay is totally fine. It's probably like a stale up to low fresh, depending on how much you care about the life gain, which Verdance cares about it more. But there are some really great decompose cards right now. But if you care about gaining the life, or like this could be something that's just better in certain matchups than the next one we're going to see. So because the next one I think is a lot better, and we're going to talk about it in a minute. But yeah, this is a totally fine card, and I love it because I got to see it early. And the next card is Cadaverous Tilling. This is, I think, the premium common decompose card here. This is a common that comes in all 3 colors. This is an Earth attack action. Attacks for 6, 5, and 4. It costs 3. This is the red I'm going to be reading. Attacks for 6, blocks for 2. Decompose. When this attacks, you may banish 2 Earth cards and action card from your graveyard. If you do, this gets +2. So, Wounded Bull, 3 for 8. So it's just a lot better. For one more resource, you get a lot more things going on now. Arcane damage is weighted differently, I understand that, But I think generally the way Flesh and Blood is played, this is always going to be better than Blossom and Decay. And it's also Mark Poole. Shout out Mark Poole. We love Mark Poole.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, I like this. This is a solid fresh. I think this is probably seeing play in most Earth decks for Verdance and Florian at this point.
Big agree. 3 for 8 is such an insane stat line. And again, like it's an Earth card. All of these cards have like such a high floor because if they don't even do the thing that they say on the card, you can at least decompose them. Like it all builds into itself, which is really amazing. But yeah, Cadaverous Tilling just being a 3 for 8 sometimes is good. Like it is just good. So yeah, definitely like very solid fresh at common. I think most of the Earth decks that care about decomposing are playing this card specifically.
Yeah. Now, can you talk about the next card? It's taking the world by storm.
Yum. And I can't stress this enough. Yum. We've got Fruits of the Forest. This is another common. It is extremely simple in everything that it does. It is it comes in all 3 colors. It's a 3-cost Earth attack action that attacks for 7, 6, or 5, depending on the color. Blocks for 2, and it just reads: instant, discard this, gain 2 life. This is like kind of just an upgrade to Autumn's Touch, which we were just talking about how insane Autumn's Touch is. This only blocks for 1 less and has a relevant effect that puts it in the graveyard for decompose purposes. Huh? Fresh to death. Yum, yum. Yum, yum.
Yeah, this is a fresh to death. I mean, it's just at the blue, I like it the most, right? You're just like, oh, whatever, if I need to block with it, I will block with it. Or if I have a chance to gain the life, I'll gain the life. Or if I need to attack with it at some point, I'll attack with it. And hopefully decompose it at some point. Very simple. Just the butter to the biscuit of the Earth decks for both of them, to be honest. And yum, yum. Next card is Strength of 4 Seasons, which is a 2-cost Earth attack action. Comes in all 3 colors. The red attacks for 4, 3, and 2. If there are 4 more Earth cards in your banish zone, this gets +4. It blocks for 2 as well. So, this is an interesting one. It doesn't decompose, but once you're at the 4, this is just a 2 for 8, which is a great rate all the time. However, there's something about this card. I don't think it's going to be good enough for general CC purposes because at its base, it doesn't even pop. Sure, 2 for 8 is really good, but the other 2 for 8s we saw, or the other 8 attacks that we saw, are progressing the game plan a little bit better than Strength of the 4 Seasons does. This is a reward for your game plan going well. So I think that this is probably like a low stale. I just think while the stats are pretty good, it's probably not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I'm right there. The first time I read this card, I was like, wow, 2 for 8. Like we were just talking about how a 3 for 8 is a good stat line. And the fact that this could be a 2 for 8 is crazy. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't decompose is, I think, going to be pretty awkward. We were just talking about how good and how important decomposing is. I could see this if it was a rare and the only difference was that it had +1 defense. I think people might play this card.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be quite good if it had 3 defense and was completely the same in every other aspect. But the 2 block is really, really awkward. It really doesn't feel like that much, but in a game, especially now that they've started to remove the big amount of variance that we saw with a bunch of the draw spells, and how individual choices on each turn are supposed to matter more and more. 1 life really does add up. So, if this was A 3 block, I could see it. At 2, I think it's just a bridge too far. I do like it, and 2 for 8 is undeniably very strong. But I don't think it lasts you long enough to really see that return in the late game. So I'm gonna put this at like a stale. I think, unfortunately, maybe low stale.
Pretty low stale. But don't sleep on it in limited, folks. Cards.
For sure.
What does Harvest Season do?
So Harvest Season is an Earth Action Aura. Comes in all 3 colors. Costs 1, blocks for 2. Has Go Again. And at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this, then gain either 3 life for the red, 2 for yellow, 1 for blue. I think that this is not great. If it was obviously if it was the same wording as like Heartbeat of Candlehold, like Verdance Specialization, if it was individual clauses, it would be broken. I think it would be way too good because it happens specifically at your turn. I don't like super love it. I guess like the 1 for 3 is like maybe fine because that is a decent amount of life. But I'm not feeling it. I'm maybe missing something, but it's a 1 for 3 where you gain life later instead of like Sigil of Solace where you pay 0 to gain 3 life right now. Obviously Sigil is not an earth card, so there is that downside that it can't be decomposed, but I don't know, paying 1 for this effect does feel like a lot. So I'm just not sure. I don't like it. I think I might even put this at rotten. This feels like a limited card to me. It just doesn't feel like it does quite enough.
So yes, mostly. I will say mostly. This is a key piece in the Rampant Growth OTK version of Verdance. You kind of set up a bunch of harvest seasons, and then they pop on your turn, and then you can do some other life gain stuff. It's a very finicky deck. I don't think that deck's going to be like top tier or anything like that. But if you're playing that deck, you play this card. You play the red of this because it just, I mean, that gives you 3 free amp on that turn. But otherwise, it is not as good. And funny enough, I got to kill somebody with this on the stack because it happens at the beginning of the action phase. They were at 1, and I drew up. And I was like, oh, man, I'm going to lose because they're going to gain life and I'm not going to be able to crawl back. And I had a shock. In hand. I was just like, oh, Harvest Season on the stack. Boom.
That's tough.
Yeah. And they're like, can you respond to that? It's like, I think so. Let's call a judge. And then the judge confirmed. I was like, but
yeah. If it said start of your turn, then no. But because it's action phase, yep. People have priority.
So you can also poison the well and stuff like that, too. In response to this, but yeah, pretty bad and constructed with some unique, I guess, a build around stale, I would say.
Yeah.
And then after that we have Strong Yields, which is kind of the same thing. This is a common Earth Action Aura, blocks for 2, comes in all 3 colors, and cost 1, has Go Again. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. Then your next attack this turn gets +3. And I think +2 and +1. Mm-hmm. So this one's, I think, just rotten. We've seen this effect before. It never really pans out. I mean, it's so hard to plan ahead. And the class that does it the best is probably Guardian, which... Yeah. I understand like Terra might be able to play this, but I think Terra probably doesn't want to. It blocks for 2. Sure, it's an Earth card, but yeah, I think this is pretty rotten out the gate. Very limited focused.
Yeah, agreed. There just isn't as much, like, at least gaining life does something extra in Verdance, but this one just giving +3, like you could just play a 1 cost 3 attack Go Again. There's so many of them. There's even so many 0 cost 3 Go Agains. I guess not in Earth specifically, but like I don't think you're hurting for this sort of effect. So yeah, I think this is also pretty rotten. The block 2 really seals it away for me.
Yeah. I mean, these cards are very clearly for limited, right? You pitch a blue, play this, and then attack for 4 with your Rotwood Reaper. That's an awesome thing, but that's just not that good in limit or in constructed. What does Fertile Ground do?
Good question. So it is an Earth instant that costs 2, comes in all 3 colors, and it says gain 2, but if there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, instead gain 5. And then the weird thing is across all 3 colors, the gain 2, the first line is the same. But if there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, line changes. The red is 5, the yellow is 4, the blue is 3. 2 to gain 5, I actually don't hate that for kind of like what you were saying for Verdance. I think that's it's maybe not super good, but I think it's cute. If this was gain 2 and then also gain 3 to make it a total of 5 over 2 instances, I think that'd be really spicy, because then you're at least you're dealing 2 damage with Verdance's ability. I don't super love this card. A 2 for 5 just seems really weird, especially when you could play something like Oasis Respite, which kind of does the same thing if you're looking at it from a defensive sort of standpoint. This is a lot of life gain all in one card to use with something like Rampant Growth. So there is that, I think is something that you could keep in mind, but I don't know if you necessarily want to do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I could see Harvest Season being more impactful for that, because you get to pay up front for it, so that on your combo turn you just get the 3 life for free, not even using a card technically, and then you get to go off with that. For this one, it's a card and 2 resources on the same turn. So I think this is pretty limited. I do recognize that it's a large amount of life gain all in one card, but I don't know. I don't think even in the Verdant deck that it quite gets there personally. I'm gonna put this one at this is a limited card, so rotten. I wouldn't want to play this card.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I don't know. Gaining 5 could be really good, but it doesn't even block on the back end of that. So and sure, it's probably okay into I guess Wizards. You're oh, you think you got me? Here's 5 life, boom. But
yeah.
But Sigil already kind of did that for free. Yeah, this is totally fun. Now, a side note on the art though, I don't know if you ever watched Hunger Games, but the character PETA was good at decorating cakes and painted himself as a rock, and it's just it looks so weird. And I look at the art of Fertile Ground, I just think of PETA from Hunger Games painting himself.
Hunger Games.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sticks out in my mind there.
Yeah. For some reason, my brain couldn't fully parse the art just as I was looking at it, so I thought it was a guy. But now I'm looking at it again. No, it is a face. It's straight up a face. That's funny.
It's so weird. And this is the last Earth card. Funny enough, Sigil of Earth, which is a Earth action aura. Blocks for 2. It's blue. Costs 0. It's a common. Has go again. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, create an embodiment of Earth token. Don't hate this. Don't love it. There are certain things about this that I am looking at it when I'm looking at deck building, right? It's an Earth card that will go into the graveyard on its own. I can block with it. There are some cool stuff if I already have an embodiment of Earth, it's going to block for 3. But all that being said, I mean, sure, it pitches for 3 resources as well. It's not the bee's knees here. I think it's probably a stale. I could see it being played, but it's not my favorite. I mean, if I'm looking at Sigil cards, they better be lightning. I'm telling you that much right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think if we're comparing this to even just other Earth cards, comparing this to Sigil of Sanctuary, I actually do kind of like this a little bit better because it breaks itself. You don't have to rely on your opponent doing arcane damage, and it is an action with go again, which means that you only get it later. But I think it's if you're playing one of them, I prefer this one because it does just break itself, and that's kind of the biggest plus that I can see for it. I think this is like pretty stale, maybe low stale even. We have been saying that embodiment of Earth tokens are great, but this is an embodiment of Earth token like on your next turn, which then it only then blocks on your opponent's turn after that. So like you get to look at this in play while your opponent's attacking you, being like, "Damn, I wish this was an embodiment."
Oh, I'm already dead. Actually, I never made it. But that's the Earth cards. Earth cards are looking pretty cool. Very interested to see how the Lightning cards are, but Earth is shaping up to be pretty neat. We'll see how the Runeblade and Wizard cards look too. But yeah, let's get to Lightning now. All right, now we are on to the Lightning cards, and these look very, very cool. Hell, I mean, they're so cool that the lights here even turned up somehow, which is something pretty nuts. But
Lightning cards.
Yeah, or they're just lighting. We dropped one part of the word. Listen, strap in, folks. Lightning cards are awesome, and we're starting off with a banger. It is the legendary Lightning Greaves here, which is a lightning equipment legs, 1 defense, has Arcane Barrier 1 and Battle Worn. And then it also has an effect. Instant. Pay 1 resource. Destroy this. Instant cards you play this turn get go again. Now, what does that mean? So technically, since these instant cards aren't using an action point, if they get go again, you're going to be gaining action points for each instant card you play the turn that you pop the Lightning Greaves. So clearly some pop-off potential here, but, certainly we're going to look at what that could mean. There's probably uses for both Aurora and Acilio, but the fact that it's a Battle Worn 1 with Arcane Barrier 1 is great. I think the fact that it's getting those as a baseline with the potential for pop-off turns, you could even put this into a deck that could do the pop-off, or maybe like you just get an extra action point out of your turn off of it, which is probably just good enough. So I think this is a fresh to death if I've ever seen one. What do you think, Bill?
I think so too. Like there are obviously this type of effect just sort of screams to be broken. Like making your it's almost like high octane for dash, that you just start plussing on action points because, like you say, the instant cards don't take an action point anyway, but then this gives you 1 for each one you play. You're kind of limited by the number of cards that you can actually not only the number of cards you can play, but the number of specifically instants. But even if you get 2 action points out of this, I think if you get 2 action points out of this, you are laughing. Like this is very good for you. And the fact that it just is the perfect mix of blocking, like Arcane Barrier and Battle Worn, you can kind of have it in a bunch of different matchups and not feel bad about not using one half of it. So yeah, I think this is it's a really flexible card. It's really good. Even if it's just a Snapdragon Scalers and it gives you 1 action point, that can be the difference between a good turn and a bad turn anyway. So, yeah, I think this is absolutely fresh to death. The design is it's not overcomplicated, but it is quite strong. And I have an affinity for cards like that that I think are well designed.
Yeah, and looking at those instant sigils makes you, start to think a little bit about Acilio. Now, what does Flash of Brilliance do?
So Flash of Brilliance is a common lightning equipment headpiece with Blade Break 1, and when this defends, you may discard a lightning card. If you do, return an aura you control to its owner's hand. So this is kind of like almost like a Sink Below in a way. Like you get to rebuy a thing by swapping it out for something else from your hand. You can, you can reuse the aura in play to have your on-play effects. Like if you've played a lightning card this turn, you do have to specifically discard a lightning card. So it could be the difference between, rebuying one of Acilio's instant speed ones versus you have one that just doesn't have go again or isn't an instant or whatever. This definitely seems like something that's just there to bridge the gap for limited. I think there are use cases for it, but in constructed formats, I think you just have headpieces that are better in pretty much every situation. So I think this one, like, I don't think it's necessarily awful, but what it does, I think it just doesn't do enough of. So I'm probably going to put this at low stale if I'm being generous, maybe rotten. I can't see myself wanting to play this outside of limited, just if you like don't have another option. So yeah, it just is.
Yeah. I think it's probably going to live in that space. I could see maybe in Blitz where the margins are a little bit tighter here, and maybe a Cilio Blitz like really needs to kind of do something in a very quick succession, and this allows you to do that and kind of cycle through stuff. Pop your Sigil of Brilliance and draw a card and yada yada yada. But it's just not doing enough in CC, I don't think. So yeah, probably like rotten to low stale. And another card that is probably also going to live in that realm is Twinkle Toes, which awesome name. Is it an awesome card? We'll see. It is another common equipment, lightning equipment legs. 0 block, but it has instant destroy this, prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to you this turn, and activate this only if you played an instant card this turn. Now, it is a kind of cool way to turn an instant into a 2 block, essentially, or even block 2 over 2 different attacks, because it is the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you. But we just saw Lightning Greaves, so it's, in constructed, I think you're probably going to opt for that almost every time. So have to give rotten to Twinkle Toes. It's quite good and limited, but it's just not going to cut the mustard here in constructed, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like this, the fact that it requires you to play an instant, like, I feel like there are reasons that you would want to play an instant on your opponent's turn. Like you could just flash out some of these sigils and stuff, but realistically, I think you'll want to be keeping them for your turn. And then with that being the case, like you're preventing damage that your opponent's dealing to you on your turn. That's like pretty predominantly a wizard thing. I could see this as like a really random tech into if you're like super scared of the brute and warrior matchup, if you really just feel like you can't beat reckless swing or steel blade shunt, you're just like, okay, I got this. I'm okay on my combo turn. But yeah, I don't know, outside of that, that's me being as generous as humanly possible. So yeah, I think this is probably pretty rotten.
Yeah, sorry, Twinkle Toes. What does our first Majestic do? Which
we were kind of talking about this last night, just to peel back the curtain a little bit. I think we both think this card is crazy. So let's get into it. This is Current Funnel. This is a Majestic lightning attack action that is a blue block 3 that costs 0 and attacks for 2. It's pretty fine like stat line for blue block 3. And it also says if the last action card you played this turn was lightning, this and the next action card you play this turn get go again. Ridiculous. This is like, it's the same stat line as something like Shadow of Ursa, and to me it kind of fits in that same category where you're plussing off of doing what you already wanted to do. Shadow of Ursa is you can banish it to things like, or you could banish it to things like Art of War or off of Chain's hero ability, and then you can banish another Blood Debt card to be able to, give it go again and then play another thing. This is, if you're playing lightning stuff, you just keep going forever. We did misread this one a little bit when we were talking about it in our top 5 on the Living Legends podcast, and just missed the last action card you played this turn was lightning. Thought it was just if the last card you played was lightning. So instants don't trigger this, but in a lightning deck, especially in something like Aurora, it looks like pretty much all the cards you're going to be playing are lightning anyway. So I think the downside of this is basically non-existent, and I think the upside is insane. I have to imagine that this is another one of the cards that they were looking at where it's like, we probably shouldn't have Tome of Fjendel in the same game as this card. So yeah, I think this card is like insanely fresh to death. This card is super, super strong. And the fact that it's a lightning card that you can like fuse with, it just does everything that you want to do. So yeah, insanely good.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible. Like blue, right? Just like the baseline is it's going to be a blue block 3, which is always good. We'll talk about that till the cows come home. But the fact that on a 4-card hand or even a 5-card hand, this does insane work, right? And on top of that, it's the next action card you play this turn. So you look at it in Ocilio, if you can line it up, you can give a arcane spell go again, which it's hard for them to get. We have some surge ones, but they have to do the surge thing. This will just give whatever spell it is a go again, and then you can go spell. And then we know that arcane damage is a lot harder to deal with than regular physical damage. So current funnel is fresh to death, no doubt. Now, the next card is in the running for my favorite card in the set. This is Eclectic Magnetism. This is a red majestic lightning attack action. Costs 1, it attacks for 5 and blocks for 3. Great stat line already. And it says, when this attacks, you may play a non-attack action card, this chain link, as though it were an instant. So there's a lot of cool things you can do with this. First of all, I misread this card big time the first time I read it. I was like, I can play as many as I want. And I was like, oh, there's so many combos. But it's not that. But it's still getting one non-attack action at instant is quite good, because you can play something that has go again. All of a sudden, this action point gets replaced. Or you can just send this for 5. That's 5 damage they have to deal with. And then you're like, all right, here's a Comet Storm or something like that on top of it, right? Yeah. So it is such a good card. It's lightning. I'm looking at that, like, you can activate Volzar and already got the one lightning check there. And you get a little amp there as well. I don't know. I don't know if it's fresh to death, but it's going to play like it sometimes. It's probably really high fresh, bordering low fresh to death. But this is a really good card, and it's one that I would just keep an eye on, because the applications are there for Ocilio, but there are a lot of cool non-attack actions that Runeblades play as well. You send this and go, free read the runes. There you go, and you're really cooking. So, big fan of this card.
Yeah, that's sort of the first thing that I thought of, is that this card, and all of the cards that say like you can play a non-attack action as though it were an instant. The first thing I think of is like Spellbound Creepers shenanigans. So like in Living Legend, you could send this and then Plunder Run, like near the end of the chain link. There's a lot you can do. I think the sort of one of the better applications, honestly, is what you were saying with something like Comet Storm, or just like Scalding Rain or something, like just making this into a huge attack and just doubling up. I think that makes it quite powerful. The 1 for 5 stat line is obviously always going to be pretty good, and if it has an effect like this where you can potentially plus pretty hard, also just kind of makes it crazy. I feel like a broken record, but Toma Fiendel with this would be nuts. Especially because there's so many ways. Like if you went like current funnel into Eclectic Magnetism with go again, do another thing like that, that'd be wild. So yeah, I think this card is like high fresh. It has a lot of possibilities, and the art is also like really cool.
So cool. We used to have to hit to get this effect with rifting. Now we just get it. Yeah. It's pretty insane.
And rifting like costs 1 more for the same stats. Maybe it only blocks 2, I think. Like
it blocks 2, but attacks for 6. It is a popper.
Oh, it attacks for 6. Okay. It's a 2 for 6, sure. Yeah.
Now what's this card? This can't be busted at all.
I have no idea what this card does, to be completely honest with you. This is gone in a flash. This is a lightning attack action, another majestic. It's a red that costs 0, attacks for 4, and blocks for 3. And when this attacks, the next time you play an instant card this chain link, you may return this to its owner's hand. this has the most rules baggage of any card that I've seen in Flesh and Blood, I think. Because if you play an instant too early in the chain link, you can actually blank your own attack. But if you understand the way that the combat chain works, you can get the damage off of this, then return it, then play it again. Then, like, if you have more instants, like, you could attack with this easily, I think, 3 times in the same turn. Which turns this into essentially a snatch with Go Again that kind of always draws the card. It turns it into a snatch that's like, when this attacks, draw another snatch with Go Again. With something like Lightning Greaves to confirm that you have enough action points to keep attacking. This is what Endless Arrow wants to be. And I already think that Endless Arrow is a pretty good card, and this card is just like that times infinity. It's insane. I think that most Lightning decks want to play this. I would hate to have seen this with like Lexi, or like maybe even Old Briar. I know they didn't play a ton of instants, but I feel like they could if they wanted to just run this deck as efficiently as they wanted to. But I think Gone in a Flash is fresh to death and also terrifying for judges.
Yeah. This is what if we gave Endless Arrow insane combo potential? It's really the payoff for Lightning Greaves, right? You take a look at this, and even I was playing around with it the other day, and I attacked with it 3 times, as well as getting the benefits of the instance that I was playing to bounce it and get the action point, right? And I think that's on the low end of some of these combo potentials. We've seen videos already of Acilio decks that are like doing it like 5+ times, and you're just like, oh my god. And then they Volzar and send an arcane spell at the end of it, which is pretty nuts. So Gone in the Flash, I think, is fresh to death. I mean, I don't know if it will ever be banned. I think there's a lot that needs to go right for this card to feel oppressive, I think. But I think it's good to have an attack that is a combo piece, rather than, something like Wildfire, right? Like Gone in the Flash could be healthy, I hope. I mean, I'm just speculating, but yeah, insane card. Now, what's a good card to pair with it? Channel Lightning Valley. We have the other channel here, and this card's pretty sweet. This is a yellow 0-costed lightning instant aura. First time you deal damage to an opposing hero each turn, draw a card. Okay, pretty good. And then it has Channel Lightning at the beginning of your end phase. Put a flow counter on this, then destroy it unless you put a lightning card from your pitch zone on the bottom of it for each flow counter on it. Channel Lightning Valley's the business, right? This is a really, really good card. Flashing in at instant, you can get a action point on the Lightning Greaves turn. You can say, oh, you're not going to block. All right, here you go. Here's Channel Lightning Valley. I get to draw. And it's also makes your opponent really think. If it's out, especially in Aurora, right? Like, I'm going to do a really large combat chain with Channel Lightning Valley out. You're going to have to decide if you want to let me draw a card or not. And it's really hard. This is a fresh to death. This is, compared to the other channel, the Millennium Tree, the barrier to entry with this card is much lower. And it's going to be a staple in all the Lightning decks, I think, even in Living Legend. So this card's scary. Fresh to death easily.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. This was the card that I saw at first, because this was one of the ones that got revealed right away. And I was like, if Acilio is the business, then this card kind of will be why. Because it is just the first time you deal any damage to an opposing hero each turn. So, like, you could potentially play this card, on your turn, deal damage to them, draw a card, flow 1, whatever. Then on their turn, ping them for any amount of arcane damage, draw another card. And then on your turn, before you flow again, deal damage to them, draw another card. That's like a draw 3 for just playing the game that Wizard wants to play. So, yeah, this card is nuts. Comparing this to Channel Thunderstep is hilarious. the fact that the draw card is free, the fact that this is an instant, that it costs 0, everything about it is just nuts. So yeah, I think this is the lightning card. I think, like you're saying, even in Living Legend, like Lexi loves this card. Briar, I think, also just loves this card. Pairing it with Channel Mount Heroic, your turns just get ridiculous. Yeah, I think this card is nuts. I think everything about it is pushed, and it is like high fresh to death.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Now, let's see. Will we get a bad Lightning Majestic? What does High Voltage do?
Well, let's see. We have High Voltage. This is a lightning instant. It is a blue. It costs 0, but because it's an instant, it doesn't block. And it reads Amp 1. And that's it. So the next time you would deal arcane damage, deal that much +1 instead. I don't love this card. We do have a very similar card that Wizards have been playing, Kindle. But I think the main reason that card is good is because it replaces itself. It draws a card if your hand is empty. This one does no such thing. It is a blue, whereas Kindle's a red. So like, there's that, but I think when you have an effect like this, you want it to just be a little bit more impactful, and I don't think that this is worth an entire card slot. When you could, even in Acilio, you could instead just play any other sigil, and then it's also a sigil. Like, it amps 1 from your Volzar, and then you get whatever effect from the sigil. If it's his specialization, then you draw a card later, and it's like, yeah, I don't think this is worth the slot. So unfortunately, I do think that this is not a very good Lightning Majestic. Kind of feels like Blink is a better card than this, and Blink is, it's better now, but I don't think so. I think this is like probably almost bordering on rotten. I'm going to go with like low stale. I don't like this card.
Whoa. I'm definitely higher on it than you.
I'm pretty down on it.
So I like this card, actually. First of all, the art's amazing. Let's get the positives out there.
Oh, for sure.
Art's awesome. And in Acilio, it technically is an Amp 2 because Volzar,
it's a lightning card.
It is a lightning card. It's an instant, which matters. I know that, the sigils are also instants that matter. It depends on the blue count that Acilio wants and how much amp you really want. And if you want a double amp, it's like, it's so hard to say if this is worth it, but I'm going to err on the side. This is like a low fresh. I think it's going to see play in some Acilio decks. It's definitely not seeing the light of day in Aurora, right? This is an Acilio card only, and I think it could be worth it. Amping 2 is probably worth it. Amping 2 on one card is probably worth it. I'm not sure. But there's something about it, and it being blue, and you probably need some resources. I don't know. It's a tough one. I like it. I'm going to say low fresh. I'm going to hope it's good enough, but
that's fair. That's reasonable.
That's reasonable. I keep testing it, and I don't even know if it's good yet. Well, I don't even know if Facilio's good, honestly. I'm like, I can win with it, but like, it never feels good until the end. So you're like, oh, I was winning. Next, we do have our first set of rares. This comes in all 3 colors. This is Blast to Oblivion. This is a lightning attack action, cost 0. For the red, it attacks for 4, and then 3 and 2. It blocks for 2. And it says, when this attacks, the next time you play an instant card, this chain link, you may return target aura permanent with cost 1 or less to target aura token to its owner's hand. Now, this can blow up somebody else's token, or you can return your sigil. Now, this is kind of another kind of combo-y piece for Acilio, right? You play this out. You can kind of like swap a sigil really, really quick while presenting 4 damage and it being a lightning card on its own. Something that you're going to do on the Lightning Greaves turn. Is it going to be good enough for Constructed? Probably. I think the red will see play. I think it's going to be like a low fresh. I don't think it's capped at a certain point for a reason, because it could go insane. And the fact that it's just a 0 for 4, I think is just good enough. The fact that you're going to be sending that and then possibly progressing your kind of big Volzar turn at the same time, it could be good enough. So Blasted Oblivion is like a low fresh for me.
Yeah, I think I'm about the same. Like the idea of just having this be kind of like a runic reclamation in some instances, where it's like destroy target aura token, like either putting your opponent back on a like if they have, for example, a spectral shield or a rune chant or whatever, just having this be a 0 for 4 that also incidentally destroys a thing is cool. Returning an aura back to your opponent's hand can be pretty good. Like just getting rid of one of their like Everfest blue auras just kind of puts them back a turn, or it just gives them resources to pitch, which is a little bit awkward, but I still think that like putting them behind on a game plan is good. I don't hate Blast to Oblivion. It's kind of just like a Scar for a Scar-ish type card that has some incidental upside. Obviously, returning your own stuff is also going to be pretty good in the decks that care about that, like Acilio. I don't hate this. I think I'd also put it at a low fresh for the red. Seems like it's like just good enough. And again, it's a lightning card. These decks care so much about the talented cards that you'll probably want to play some amount of them.
Mm-hmm. And what does Lightning Form do? We saw Earth Form.
We did see Earth Form, and this is going to be basically a throwback. This is one of the things that I like about just how Flesh and Blood creates cards. They'll sort of name cards that do similar things with similar names, just for a little bit of recognition. So Lightning Form is a lightning attack action. Costs 1, attacks for 5 at the red, 4 at the yellow, 3 at the blue, and blocks for 2. And when this hits, you create an embodiment of lightning token. This is essentially a flock of the Featherwalkers that you can play with an empty hand. That's one of the most awkward things about flock is if you don't have a card to reveal in your hand, it is just dead. Like you can't even play it because it's an additional cost. Obviously, this does have to hit, and it's not on attack, but this can allow you to go pretty wide. If you give this go again with something like Current Funnel, then your next attack after this will also get go again. So you can either go wide, or you can end your turn on this and then have an embodiment of lightning for the next turn. I think this card's actually pretty good. Like, it just as a 1 for 5 lightning attack that either works in a chain if you're able to give some things go again, or already have an embodiment of lightning from last turn, or to end your turn with this and set yourself up later. I think this card's pretty good. I'm actually going to put this at like mid fresh, maybe bordering on high, but I think this is just a solid card.
Yeah, it's certainly a card that you're going to want to start off with go again, I think, pretty often. I think like that's where the real potential of this card is going to be, where you can start off and you really threaten like a huge turn with it hitting. Because if you're playing Aurora, you can kind of create the embodiment anyway. If you pitch a blue and attack with this, obviously it'd be nice to not have to use the resources too. It kind of fits into a lot of different molds in that deck. I don't know if Acilio really wants it, although starting like a Gone in the Flash with Go Again is always nice as well. But a lot of your sigils are going to do that, create those embodiments too. I think it's a bread and butter card. I'm probably like high stale, low fresh. I think that Aurora, being a Runeblade, has a lot of great options at that slot, but there's a world where if you want to maximize lightning cards, Lightning Form is definitely a great option there. But Embodiment of Lightnings, it is crazy because we're so used to agilities now. like, oh, I can use my embodiments throughout the turn, which is pretty cool. Now, the next card, I actually saw a tweet today saying it was too good. I don't know if it's too good, but it is certainly good. This is Electromagnetic Somersault. This is a rare, comes in all 3 colors. It's a lightning instant and it costs 0. Choose up to 2 attack action cards with cost 0, 1, or 2, I believe, based on the color. So this is the red. Choose up to 2 attack action cards with cost 0 or more on the active chain link. Return them to their owner's hand when the chain link resolves. So when chain link resolves means damage has been dealt, blocks have happened. So what does this mean? On offense, you can send a 0 for 4 or whatever with go again, and bounce this at the end of the chain link, and return or bounce that attack, and then attack for 4 again. So in a lot of ways, this can be just another attack, right? That causes 0, hopefully, or you got to bounce it and whatever play. On defense, you can block with 2 attack action cards, and then play this and get those cards back to hand. Now, that sounds really strong, and it is. You're blocking 6 for 1 card, basically, and you're really cooking. Now, Lightning wants to have kind of a full hand to really kind of smash back with that kind of things, and I think that because this is a Lightning only card, it's fine. If this was generic or something like that, it'd be insane. I think that this is still fresh to death. I wouldn't say it's broken, but it definitely feels pretty good to have a really nice defensive option in Lightning decks. What are your thoughts on this card?
I think I after reading this again, and obviously reading through Gone in a Flash, I think my brain is too small for this deck. Because I remember seeing something about like, oh, you can combo with Gone in a Flash and Electromagnetic Somersault, and I do trust there's a way to do that, but because it's the active chain link for both of them, like you kind of have to target the somersault. You have to target the Gone in a Flash with the somersault, but then playing the somersault already returns the Gone in a Flash. So I'm definitely missing something. My brain is too small. I have admitted this. It is not a secret. But on defense, this card is nuts. Like you said, in a lot of cases, this is a defense reaction for 6. That just doesn't have any other real downside. I guess the downside is that you have to reveal 2 attack action cards from your hand. But yeah, I think this card is kind of nuts. The fact that it is flexible on both sides, that you can, like you say, you can sort of pick up let's say a snatch. I love using that as my primo example of a good card that you would want to return. You can get the hit off if you're giving it go again, get the hit off, then return it to your hand and then play it again. I think that's just really strong. I think both sides of this are really strong, even outside of like a big combo sort of deal. So yeah, I think this is like at the very least low fresh to death. This card also kind of also feels like a draw spell. Like it's a book too. Like this card's nuts.
It really is. It really is. I remember opening it at Tampa and be like, what am I supposed to do? Why would I ever choose 2 attack action cards? Because I was only thinking in the aggressive way on offense. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, defense. It's like really good. Oh, man. What a banger. Now, what does Sigil of Conductivity do? Jeez.
So Sigil of Conductivity is the rare sigil. It's a lightning instant aura. It's a blue that costs 0, and it has Arcane Shelter 1. And also, when it leaves the arena, create an embodiment of lightning token. This one I like a little bit better than the Earth version that creates an embodiment of Earth, because embodiment of Earths are just, by the very nature of what they are, you kind of have to use them right away to get the value. You need to have this leave and then block with non-attack action cards. But an embodiment of lightning, even if you don't have the ability to attack on your turn, it sticks around until the next time you can. So it's like a little bit more flexible. I still don't know that necessarily that this card is like good enough to see play, but something that I saw somebody mentioned at some point was with Acilio, if you're playing against somebody that can't deal arcane damage to you or whatever, this just sticks around forever and makes your Volzar free. So like, is that good? I don't know, but it kind of adds you a resource every turn if it does that. So it's kind of like a tunic. It's like a 3 times faster tunic. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put this at like, I'm gonna say stale, maybe high stale. This is it's funny, it's kind of cute, but I don't necessarily know that it's like all there. I mean, Acilio might legitimately want this card, and I might be missing that. But again, I've never claimed to be a wizard player, so.
Yeah, I think Acilio does want this card, and I think it's probably like a solid fresh in the deck. It's mostly for the thing you just mentioned, where it just sits there in most matchups and like turns on your Volzar, and then it's also a lightning card that you get to play on a turn. And we're going to see in the wizard cards, there's some stuff that care about sigils and stuff like that. Whether that is where Acilio goes is hard to say right now, but it could just be good enough. And it's a blue, and it's an instant, so works on the Lightning Greaves turn as well. I think it's probably just good enough for Acilio. Not really going to see play in Aurora. It's just Runeblade has some options in the equipment slots to deal with Arcane that you don't really need the sigil conductivity, and also they make their own embodiments, so they're not even going to need it. But I think Acilio does want this sigil. Just because it's a sigil that is lightning and will just keep Volzar on, which is kind of cool. Now, we're into the commons here. We got Flittering Charge. And Flittering Charge comes in all 3 colors. It is a lightning attack action. Attacks for 4, 3, and 2. And it blocks for 2. It costs 0 resources. And if you've played an instant card this chain link, this gets Go Again. So this is a 0 for 4 with Go Again if you played an instant. And for that reason, I'm out. I think in limited, this is a great card, right? You're slinging instants all the time and all this stuff. In constructed, we just have a lot of natural Go Again for our 0 for 4s already that don't require a second card. So I think I just have to give this a rotten, unfortunately. I mean, maybe it could creep up in the stale, but it's just a lot of work to do and construct it.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is kind of just a wounding blow that doesn't really do much else. It sometimes gets Go Again, but you have to have the instant card. This is definitely like a limited, just something to pull a deck together so that you can make sure that you're dealing some amount of damage a turn. But I think there are just more options for this style of card and effect in general that this doesn't really do much else. I mean, again, it's a lightning card, and that might be the most positive thing that it really has going for it. So yeah, I think this is probably in the rotten range.
Yeah, I mean, it plays really well in limited. I will say that, and you should definitely play it, especially with those somersaults. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Now, tell me are you going to put the fries in the bag, bro? What is fry?
Buckle up. This one's a long one. So this is another common lightning attack action. Comes in all 3 colors. It costs 0, attacks for 3, 2, and 1. Has Go Again and blocks for 0. The last time we saw this kind of stat line, it was on ball lightning. So what do we got? We got Go Again. That's it. That's all the rules text on this card is that it's just a 0 for 3 with Go Again that blocks 0. We have so many other options for this, that even just options that also block. Again, this is a lightning card, so it's like fine, but I don't know. Looking at this card just reminds me of Fi. They're just every single card in that deck is a 0 cost 3 Go Again. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is a limited card as well. It does inherently have Go Again, which is a little bit better than Flittering Charge, but I don't think it's by much. So yeah, I don't know. They fixed ball lightning, by God. I'm gonna say this is a limited card, rotten, maybe low stale if we really need this amount of go wide, but I think there are even just better options that we've looked at so far.
So I'm giving it a fresh right out the gate.
Oh
yeah,
okay.
I want some fresh fries, my friend, and I want them in my Acilio deck. Mostly because I think you're gonna need a good turn starter for these lightning decks, and specifically Acilio, right? I look at Fry. This is one of the easiest options in in the current card pool for current funnel to do the thing that you want it to do, actually.
Yeah.
And sure, it's a 0 for 3. It doesn't block. And I don't think these lightning decks are going to block much, and they're not good at it. And I don't think we should expect them to be good at it. It's not flashy at all, but honestly, I think Fry, at least at the red, is going to end up in some forms of these decks, just because it's 0 for 3. Starts your turn, gives you your first lightning card of the turn, turns on both abilities in a way, or Volzar, I guess is the ability we're looking at here. But yeah, I know it's not flashy. I know that, but I think for good reason. I think because we don't have something like ball lightning, that this is going to have to be played until there's a better option. But yeah, I can see how on its face is not very exciting. I think Aurora probably less likely to play it. Acilio is this weird hero that perhaps
he absolutely is.
Yeah. This is that's how weird of a hero he is. You're playing cards like this, and you're just like, what am I doing? And it's like, it kind of works.
Yeah.
Next is Heaven's Claws, which is a reprint. It's lightning card, totally fine. And same with Lightning Surge, another reprint. How about that? Reprint City, still good. I mean, Lightning Surge is definitely one of the better ones. And then we have Second Strike, which is the second version of First Strike. Now, this is a lightning attack action in a common. Comes in all 3 colors. It costs 0, attacks for 3, 2, and 1. It blocks for 2. You're probably thinking, this is not that good. But when this attacks, if you've dealt damage this turn, this gets +1 and go again. So a Scar for Scar, mid-chain in Aurora. You gotta, hopefully send in some rune chants with it, but can be so easily disrupted that I have to say it's rotten. It's a totally fine card in limited, but I'm glad that we're getting some worse cards at the common slot, because we've seen some really high powered cards at the higher rarities in the lightning cards. So I think Second Strike is a rotten for me, or low stale.
It's yeah, it's. I do really want to like this card, because I'm thinking of it exactly like you said, like a Scar for a Scar. This one notably can get go again, even if you've already punched your opponent down a little bit and they're at a lower life total than you. But like you're saying, if they're just against a defensive deck, this probably doesn't do much. It probably doesn't have go again for the most part, and you're not going to want to play this as you're never playing this as your first attack for the turn. I think even if you have rune chance, because then your entire plan is out on the table, and they're just like, okay, I will Arcane Barrier 2, and then your turn is over. And it's like, okay, cool, I guess. So yeah, I think this is also pretty rotten, but I do, for the record, want to like this card a lot.
Yeah. It's when it works, You're like, oh, this is awesome.
When it is actually a 0 for 4 go again, that's a good card. That's a totally fine card, but I just don't think that it happens enough, and it puts too much of the it puts your opponent in the driver's seat of what is my turn going to look like, please.
Yeah. And sure, you could have an embodiment of lightning, but you want to be giving something better go again with that embodiment of lightning. So
yeah.
What does Trip the Light Fantastic do?
Trip the Light Fantastic is a very poetically named card. This is a lightning attack action, comes in all 3 colors, costs 1, attacks for 5 and blocks for 2, or attacks for 4 and 3. And then it has instant. Discard this, prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. I kind of don't totally hate this card. It's similar to Yum Yum, Fruits of the Forest, in that it's a card that you can put into your graveyard. It's less relevant for lightning cards to do that, but the fact that this is, again, worded the prevent the next 2 damage, it can mess up 2 breakpoints that your opponent has if they're going wide. And even the red in that case, kind of like Arcane Barriers 2, which just makes it better for arcane damage purposes. I do actually like this card. You can either block with it, and if you wanted to, you could like return it with Electromagnetic Somersault, because that card's not okay. Although I guess you would need the yellow for Somersault, because you have a 0 or more. You
zero
can
more,
yeah. Yeah, it's 0 or more. I thought it was cost 0. Yeah, I like this card at the red specifically. I think I like this card a lot. It's pretty flexible, and you can just give it go again. At the very base, it's a 1 for 5, and that's sometimes fine. It like might be more of a limited card, but I could see decks playing this. I don't know, just like as either a sideboard option or just if you need more defensive stuff. At this point, every time I comment on a card and I'm like, I don't think this card's very good, you're like, in Acilio.
Yeah,
it's a weird card.
You're right on the nose with this one. I think it's like totally fine. I don't think it's going to make a lot of lists, but like it's a good enough effect that like it's always going to be a consideration, and could be kind of like meta dependent, right? Like if Kodachis are like a thing, you're just like, well, they attack with a Kodachi. You're just like, yeah, discard Trip the Light Fantastic. And they're like, all right, well, my second attack is not going to be my Kodachi. So, yeah.
Oh, that's gross, actually. I like that.
Yeah. So, stuff like that. Like, it's just like could be relevant. So you kind of like probably like a stale could scale up. We'll see. It's very cool, and it is good and limited, especially with all that arcane running around. Flash is a reprint as well. It's a good card. Opens up a lot of stuff. Electrostatic Discharge, a lightning instant common. Costs 0, comes in all 3 colors. And the next attack action card you play this turn with cost 1 or less gets +3, 2, and 1. +3, 2, and 1. And yeah, this is pretty good in these lightning decks and how they function now, right? They kind of want these instants, and being able to give your Fry +3 or your Lightning Surge +3 is good. It's pretty good. Even your Lightning Form, and also being able to kind of like send Blast to Oblivion with Go Again, and then go Electrostatic Discharge to return a sigil, and then your next thing will get +3. It's actually pretty good with Gone in a Flash as well, because the next Gone in a Flash you play comes in for 7. So it's a bread and butter card. It's not super flashy, but like the interactions it has, because it's an instant, are going to be pretty good in the deck, and it's probably more Acilio, with like Runeblade having a lot of better options, but I could see it being played in both versions. So I have to give it like a solid fresh, I think.
Yeah, the fact that this is specifically an instant is, I think, one of the things that makes this really good. If this was just a regular action, I think it would be pretty bad. It's kind of just like a nimblism that is also just a lightning card. But with it being an instant, like you're saying, it combos with Gone in a Flash, Blast to Oblivion, all of these cards that care about when this attacks, then you play an instant and something cool happens. The fact that it doesn't break the combat chain can be relevant in some matchups, especially like more defensive ones, so that they don't get extra value off of their equipment. I like this card a lot, and I think even just the baseline, like you're saying, like you attack with Gone in a Flash and give it Go Again somehow, then play this, then play Gone in a Flash for 7. Is like good. That's you've attacked twice with the same card for 11 damage.
Yeah.
Seems pretty fine. So yeah, I think this is like probably a solid fresh, maybe like low fresh, just because it doesn't look exciting. But I do think that the interactions this has are very good. But yeah, next up we have Sigil of Lightning. and you'll be so surprised as to what talent this card is. This is a lightning instant aura. It also happens to be a sigil. It's blue and it costs 0. And it says, at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, create an embodiment of lightning token. This one, because it doesn't have the ability to stick around forever like Sigil of Conductivity, I think this one, you might still play it in Acilio, but I don't know. I could see this potentially being played in Aurora because it gives you free go again on the next turn, but even then, I don't think she necessarily cares about specifically lightning instants. Like Current Funnel cares about the fact that you've played lightning action, so this doesn't trigger Current Funnel. I think this is a limited card. It could be maybe good in Acilio because again, it's another sigil. It's a lightning card. It plays in that sort of axis, but I don't know how much you need embodiments of lightning specifically with him. It feels like Sigil of Conductivity is better for those purposes. So I'm going to give this one like a low stale. If you do play this, it's for like structural purposes in your deck.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on how many sigils you want in Acilio, right? I think they're pretty important. I don't know how important they are, but let's say your conductivity never sticks around or you never see it, having some other sigils to be able to play and buff your Volzar is pretty good. I think I'm a little bit higher, maybe like high stale on this, maybe low fresh. Just because also, I keep forgetting that Acilio has a hero text where you can kind of discard this and draw something hopefully better. So I think it's totally fine. And, it's not flashy. And I think like the puzzle pieces all have to come together, and then you're like, oh wow, Sigil of Lightning is the best card to ever be printed, and you're like, they need to ban that, just like they did Autumn's Touch or something like that. But it's an interesting card. But all right, on to the Runeblade cards. Runeblade. It's been a minute since we've had like some real Runeblade stuff, and well, we're gonna start out with Face Purgatory, which is a legendary Runeblade equipment headpiece. Blocks for 2, has Blade Break. When this defends together with an attack action card and a non-attack action card, the attacking hero discards a card and you draw a card. Pretty mid. No, this is quite good, right? Being like, it needs to line up, right? But you hopefully are building your deck to line up with this and blocking correctly to make your opponent discard a card and you draw a card is pretty good. Now, some matchups, it's not going to be the best, but whatever, you just throw the 2 Blade Break and you're just like, whatever, I don't need the other text here. But anything that's going wide or something like that, you can kind of do this. It will feel weird to block possibly 8 on something to make you draw a card, but it could be good enough to disrupt their hand. And it can also prevent an arsenal for your opponent as well. Face Purgatory is like a fresh to death. It's quite good. It's a legendary. I hope that these legendaries are fresh to death. But what do you think, Bill?
Yeah, I'm in love with this card. It has the same sort of starts in play, stays in play scariness that Scowling Fleshbag has, and very notably, I love the design of that card. This is the sort of thing that your opponent looking at it from across the table will just have to keep it in mind at all times. If they're playing like a go wide deck, obviously this matters a little bit less against somebody like Guardian, who when they're attacking, they don't have any cards in their hand anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. But I think that for somebody like Vincent, Face Purgatory is crazy. You want to block a lot anyway, and then this allows you to at least retain a card in hand that maybe has Rune Gate or something that you can banish at the start of your turn and still do the things that you want to do. So this kind of blocks 8 and retains the ability to do something on your turn. Obviously, it's potentially retains because you're kind of trading 2 cards for 1 random card. But the combination of being able to protect your life total and not just take a full turn off, I think makes this card crazy. I think it's very good. I think it's fresh to death. Against go wide decks, this is, I think, just as scary as Scowling Fleshbag, because you can really, really mess up your opponent's turn if you, even though they get to choose what card to discard, that can still be tough enough. And yeah, like you said, you can also prevent an arsenal. There's a lot of axes of interaction that this card deals with, and I love all of them.
It's a scary one. It is a scary one, and I'm excited to hopefully play around it. You're just like, it's just like a Scowling Fleshbag. It's like, oh, I have to learn how to play around this.
Yep.
Same with this. Now, what is Bloodtorn Bodice?
Bodice, I believe.
Bodice, sorry.
Yeah. Bloodtorn Bodice is, I will say, I'll say it right now, maybe controversial, slightly less exciting than Face Purgatory.
A little bit.
This is a common Runeblade chess piece that has action, destroy this and an aura you control, gain a resource, go again. Let's go with the positives first. This can destroy the plague tokens, like a Bloodrot Pox or a Frailty or whatever. It can destroy one of those that your ranger opponent has given you, and also gain you a resource. It could also destroy a Frostbite, I believe, but then you would have to pay into it anyway. That doesn't work. Never mind. I'm riffing. But yeah, so like it can destroy one of those. It can trade one of your rune chants in for a resource, which can be relevant, I guess. This is a limited card. This is made mostly for limited. If you wanted this type of effect, you just play Blossom of Spring or Pop Collar Polo or whatever. It's the exact same card, but you don't have to destroy something that you own in order to get the resource. So yeah, it's limited. If you're really, really getting tripped up by Rangers, I could see maybe wanting to play this, but I also think there are just better options for especially Runeblade chests. I'm gonna give this one a rotten, I think. I said a lot of words, but I don't think I like it.
Yeah, it's a rotten. I'm not even gonna entertain this card. It's even a little. It's not even that great and limited, to be honest. It's totally fine. It's totally fine limited, but this is a rotten card. There's so many better options, especially at the chest slot. But the next card's kind of interesting as well. I mean, this is gonna. I mean, I'm sorry to say this. It's probably low stale in what it does, but it is a rotten. In fact, when you compare it to other cards at the slot, is Runehold Release, which is a common Runeblade equipment arm piece. It blocks for 0, but you can destroy this, create a rune chant token, go again. We have better versions of this everywhere. But you're going to play Grasp, or I'm blanking on the one that pops to make 2.
Vexing Quill Hand, yeah.
Quill Hand, yeah. You can play Grasp or Quill Hand over Runehold Release every single time, actually, because at least one of them blocks and the other one has Arcane Barrier. Yeah. So yeah, rotten release if I've ever seen it.
Rotten release indeed. Yeah, it's less than half of Vexing Quill Hand. And yeah, I would even say like, oh, this could be like a budget replacement for Vexing Quill Hand. I think Vexing Quill Hand is like $3 or like $2 even. Like it's not expensive. It is extremely good. So yeah, if you're looking for this type of effect where you're like, yeah, I really need a rune chant on my combo turn or whatever, just get the one that makes 2. That's it.
Now on to the Majestics. What does Snuff Out do?
Oh, there are some crazy Majestics that they've printed for Runeblade. Snuff Out is a Majestic Runeblade attack action. Comes in red, costs 1, attacks for 5, blocks for 3, and when this hits a hero, you may destroy an aura you control. If you do, they discard a card. The fact that this is not front-loaded, that you don't have to, when this attacks, destroy an aura, and then it gets like, if this hits, discard a card or whatever. Something like... I'm blanking on the one from Everfest, the one for 4 that if you've made an aura, it makes them discard a card on hit. But
yeah, well, it's like consuming volition, but another version of it.
Yeah, consuming something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think long and short of it is Snuff Out is extremely good. In specifically Viserai, I think this is really good because even if you on attack destroy all of your rune chants, if Viserai is active, he'll make another rune chant that's sitting around just sort of waiting for something to happen. So then if this hits, you then pop your rune chant, they discard a card, or they block this with 2 cards and you're laughing. The more cards you can rip out of your opponent's hand to make their turn weaker, the better. I think this card is like so insanely free for Viserai to run. It's really good. I think it's like high fresh. Discarding cards from your opponent's hand is just always a good thing. And at the very least, this is the equivalent of making them block with 1 card, except they don't get the block value. So I think this card's really good.
Yeah, this is fresh to death. I mean, there's no real downside to this card, even if whatever you don't have an aura. You do have spellbound creatures that you're holding up, and your opponent does not know what you're going to do with it. They're always thinking, unless you attack with this, and you have no cards in hand, no resources, your opponent still could be like, what could they do? What could they do? Why are they attacking with the Snuff Out? I don't understand. It's just the threat of activation is so good there. So yeah, fresh to death on Snuff Out. Now on to a crazy looking card here. Machinations of Dominion.
Yeah.
This is a wild name, and some wild art. This is a blue 0-costed Runeblade non-attack action that blocks for 3. Wow, Viserai loves everything that's happening so far. The next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn gets overpower, and if you've played or created an aura this turn, this gets go again, and then Machinations also has go again. So, this is a great starter in Viserai. You play this, and the next thing you play will create a rune chant and get overpower and get go again, and then you're really cooking, right? You play this into Snuff Out, you might as well just like, good game, see you later. This is a no-brainer in a lot of different versions of the Runeblade class. I mean, you can play this in Aurora, play this, and then the next thing might be coming in, and you might have to play a lightning card or something like that. But if it's a lightning card, you can go, well, it's actually, you know what? Never mind. It needs to be a Runeblade card. Never mind. I don't know. This is hey man, it's still really good. I think this is still a fresh death, especially in Viserai.
Yeah. I think Viserai is absolutely loving the support from this set. I like almost want to say that this is playable in like Chain, although obviously the only format that Chain is playable in is Living Legend, and you have access to so many absolutely ridiculous cards in whatever form, like in whatever numbers that you want, that this might just be like, this is kind of running up against Maureen Skies in that same sort of vein of your next thing gets go again. It doesn't give you rune chance, but it does make the thing harder, and it does make the thing harder to block, obviously. And you can pretty freely play this by like you make a shackle, attack with something that the shackle gives go again, and then play this after because you've created a shackle, then your next thing gets go again. So it's the main thing is that this is giving overpower. If you really need like really big things to hit, I think Viserai is probably the deck for this one. I could see maybe Vincent as well, maybe caring about this, because Vincent throws a lot of really big Runegate cards. But yeah, for the decks that want this card, they really want it. So I think Fresh to Death is pretty easy. Actually, yeah, this card's insane in Vincent because you're making a rune chant every turn for basically free. This card's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. So, hey, listen, Machinations, pretty good. We got there eventually on it. It's a tough one. Next card I opened in Tampa, and I was like, what is this? Can you tell us what Succumb to Temptation is?
All right. Succumb to Temptation is another Runeblade action. It's a yellow. It costs 0 and blocks for 3. Blocking for 3 is always great. this. I'm going to bury the lead a bit on this card. You're going to be able to read it on screen, but vocally, I'm going to bury the lead. The next time a Runeblade attack action card you control hits a hero this turn, look at their hand and choose a card. They discard it, and then this has go again. So that effect, it's like pretty fine. It's a targeted discard if they don't fully block out your card. Which is, I think that's a really powerful effect. Just being able to choose a specific card for them to discard is actually a huge upgrade from something like Snuff Out, because they can discard the least relevant card. This one hits their Codex of Frailty or whatever. The thing that pushes this card like several orders of magnitude higher is if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, you can play this as though it were an instant. You can turn this into a combat trick that your opponent doesn't know about.
Yeah.
Until it's like way too late. Like you attack with a card and you have this in your hand. And it's like, oh, I have 2 rune chants. And they're like, okay, I'm going to arcane barrier 1 of the rune chants. By that time, it is way too late for them to play around this card. There's just nothing they can do. They have to just live in perpetual fear that you have Succumb to Temptation in your hand. And that you can play this like after reactions, basically, is just so crazy. This card's high fresh to death. This card's like messed up, honestly.
Yeah, this card is very scary. There's so much you can do here, and the fact that it's the next time a Runeblade attack action card hits, it's not even the next Runeblade attack action. Yep. It's got so much going for it. If your opponent has a read on it, whatever. It might be a little tough, but you could always just play this out, because play this out first in Viscerai. It's a good starter. Yep. And then you're like, all right, well, and here's a, God, I'm forgetting card names now. What's the 0 for 3 that turns into a 0 for 4 go again in that class? It's like
what is it?
All the Runeblade players are like screaming.
Is it Shadow Runeblade, or is there a regular Runeblade card that does that?
It's the one that's like, if you create 1 aura, it gets go again. If you create 2 auras, it gets +1.
Swarming Gloomveil.
Swarming Gloomveil, yes. The Yu-Gi-Oh looking card.
Yes.
So you just like, whatever. You can really cook with this card in a lot of different ways. It's a fresh to death, no doubt. And
crazy.
I think the next one might be up there as well. Haunting Rendition. This is our first Runeblade block card. It blocks for 4. It's a red. Okay, pretty good stats there. And it has instant. Discard this. Prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to you this turn. The first time you prevent damage this way, create a rune chant token. Yeah, this is insane. This card's, because it's a block that you can play in almost every matchup, no matter what, which is crazy. And almost, I feel like oftentimes you see people just discarding this card more often than just blocking 4, which is also crazy. And we live in a world where there's a lot more overpower. And Betsy doesn't like to see this card. It's a real card that is very scary and like pretty much good in every Runeblade. Haunting Rendition is a fresh to death. This is such a good defensive card.
I saw somebody talk about this card, and I was trying to remember what the alternate name they gave for it was, and it was Take It on the Chant. Which big huge fan of. But yeah, like you're saying, I think this just gets played in every matchup, because it's kind of like the reduced to rune chant, but it's an instant and it prevents just even if it prevents 1 damage, you get a rune chant. And a lot of decks care very deeply about getting that sort of that value back from the cards that they're using. I think the alternate mode of this, realistically, is blocking 4. Yeah. I think like you're saying, the main use case of this, I think, is just discarding it as an instant, because it's really good. I think this card's very good, fresh to death, easy. This is maybe the first block card that I've been like excited to see.
Yeah. They finally did it.
Took them long enough.
All right, let's move into the rares here. What does Splintering Deadwood do?
So Splintering Deadwood is a Runeblade attack action. It costs 3, attacks for 7, 6, or 5, and blocks for 3. When it attacks or hits, you may destroy an aura you control. If you do, create a rune chant token. I find this card pretty interesting. Obviously, it is, you're able to plus off of certain things that we're going to be seeing later that we haven't quite seen. There are a few rune chant auras that they've printed that care about leaving the arena, which breaks parity on a lot of these cards, because I think Runeblades actually have quite a few of these. You can destroy an aura you control. With certain ones of them, this card gets kind of insane. And creating rune chant tokens in somebody like Viserai, where you're playing like Mordred Tide, you can play Mordred Tide into this. It creates 2 rune chant tokens, and then the on attack trigger, you can destroy one of them to create 2, and then if your opponent lets it hit, you destroy another one, you make another 2. I think this card's actually like pretty good. It isn't quite like an OTK Viserai card, because obviously you want to attack to then get some more rune chants afterwards. But I think in maybe more mid-rangey versions of Viserai, this could genuinely see play. I find it hard to rate this like any lower than a fresh. It like is a surprisingly good card that has a lot of good synergies, specifically within this set as well.
Yeah, this is 3 for 7 that blocks 3 is something that we should be interested in no matter what, because at a baseline, it's a good popper for all of these decks. And it might sometimes be harder to get the value out of it. I mean, once Florian's turned on, much like the Mordred Tide line you were talking about, you get to like turn rune chants into double rune chants. Although when you attack, I guess technically you won't be able to. But it's not like the Viserai line there. But there's just a lot that can go right with this card, and yeah, it's probably not going to see the most play, but will at least be sideboard fresh, I think, for like a pretty decent like popper that can actually do some insane work throughout as well. So yeah, big fan of this card. I mean, it's just great stats. Like you can't really argue with it. And I really want to know, and we're going to see a couple more pictures of the person in this card with the cloak and hood. I need to know what character that is, because I want to play them. And the next card is probably the creepiest art. Vantage Point.
Sure.
It's a little weird. This is a Runeblade attack action card at rare. Comes in all 3 colors, and it costs 3 and attacks for 7, 6, and 5, and it blocks for 3. If you've played or created an aura this turn, this gets overpower. Same stats as the last card, right? But a little more narrow in its usability. And for that reason, I got to give it like a pretty low stale. You can't like the other card, like Splintering Deadwood. You can't really knock it because it is a 7 attack that blocks 3. But in a world where we're going to have a lot of options of that, I think this is probably on the lower tier. Sure, it might be a good finisher, maybe like a one of in Viserai or something like that. But even then, I think Viserai, usually when you get to the point where you need a finisher, those rune chants should hopefully take care of the job. So yeah, I'm like pretty low stale on Vantage Point.
I think I am too. I've never been a gigantic fan of Overpower, but obviously it's because I'm a little bit spoiled with having access to Dominate so frequently in the early days of the game. So Overpower just does feel like that much less exciting. I think it's weird because I think that Overpower isn't quite strong enough for this in constructed formats. I think in limited, this is like a fine way to end the game. But in constructed formats, like Overpower is not strong enough, but I think Dominate would be maybe too strong because it's just so easy to get access to. Although that might not even be the case anymore. I'm not entirely sure. But I'm in the same boat as you. I'm not excited about this one. Splintering Deadwood at least has some like fun interactions, but Vantage Point is only ever like this is a 3-cost attack that deals 7 damage. It does block 3, which doesn't always happen with these sort of less exciting cards, but Yeah, I think I'm like low stale on Vantage Point too.
Yeah. But what does Condemned to Slaughter do? This one might be a little bit better.
Yeah, so this was actually our preview card. Shout out to Legend Story Studios. This is a really exciting card, honestly. This is a Runeblade Runeblade action, non-attack action, that costs 1, blocks for 3, and either gives your next Runeblade attack this turn +3 at red, 2 at yellow, 1 at blue. Then it also says you may destroy an aura you control. If you do, each opponent destroys an aura permanent they control. And then this says go again. This isn't a real use case for it, but the way that I clickbaited or tried to clickbait people was, I'll destroy my rune chant if you destroy your Arclight Sentinel. Like, the Prison player will usually have sort of more permanence, but even if you're not getting an Arclight Sentinel, if you're getting one of their Everfest auras or whatever, I think the thing that makes this really powerful in that type of matchup is that you don't have to throw an attack into an aura for it to be destroyed. The earlier in the game this comes out, the better too, because they'll have usually fewer options that they can choose from. Even against other matchups, like just trading your frailty for, I guess they probably wouldn't have a ponder unless they created it on your turn somehow. But just having that option, and this at base just being a 1 for 3, that makes your next thing a little bit harder to block effectively. I think this card is really good. It is a little bit matchup dependent because not everybody's going to have an aura, but as we've even seen in this set, if this destroys your opponent's embodiment of lightning that they were anticipating to use on their turn, I think this card is crazy. You have successfully stymied your opponent's plan. So yeah, this is like maybe slightly sideboard dependent, but in the sideboard when this comes in, I think it's crazy. I think this is like honestly like a low fresh to death. This card's really strong.
Yeah, this is definitely a high fresh sideboard option, right? And I'd probably at the blue mostly, right? Because the buff's great and all, but you really want that second line of text if you're looking at the sideboard option. Just a really elegant blue to slot into these Runeblade decks for the matchups that it matters. Pretty cool card. And the next card is pretty cool too. Another rare here, Malefic Incantation. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a 0-cost Runeblade non-attack action aura. Blocks for 2. It has go again. This enters the arena with 3 verse counters. When it has none, destroy it. Once per turn, you may play an attack action card, remove a verse counter from this. If you do, create a rune chant token. Just another good little rune chant generator. It's a good starter for Viserai. It's pretty good late for Florian. And it's pretty elegant, right? It's just 3 rune chants over 3 turns. We've seen that before. We like that. And it has go again itself, and it blocks. I think this is like a low fresh. It's not the most exciting card in the world, but it's pretty bread and butter for these Runeblade decks, I think. You'd really only want to play the red, though. I wouldn't really look at the yellow or the blue, but I like Malefic Incantation. It plays very well.
Yeah, I like it a lot, too. It's obviously not the type of card that OTK Viserai would like to play. They want Rune Blood Incantation instead, because that one will continue to make rune chants as you attack. But for somebody like Vincent, for somebody even like Aurora, I don't think would necessarily hate playing this card. It makes things more awkward. It inherently has go again. It's a Runeblade action. Aurora might not like it as much because it isn't lightning, but even then, like you're very consistently going to be attacking, so you're going to get the maximum value out of this as soon as you possibly could. So yeah, I think I'm low fresh on it as well. It's kind of like a read the runes that is over the course of 3 turns, but doesn't end your turn for playing it. So that is something to be looked at for sure. And yeah, I think the red is the way to go. Yeah. And then we have almost, I guess we have a couple more sigils because we still have Wizard to talk about, but for the Runeblade sigil, we have Sigil of the Arknight. This is a blue 0-cost Runeblade action aura, so not an instant. We've seen a lot of sigils that were instants. These ones are not. Blocks for 2, has Go again. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card, put it into your hand. Obviously, it's in that fun camp of Runeblade cards that you can just straight up whiff on. I think that this actually hits... paradoxically, this hits more than Tome of the Arknight does, because you don't have to match 2 cards. It's just basically kind of a yes or no check, because a lot of Runeblade decks care about, at least a decent split of attacks and non-attacks. I think this does potentially hit. It's a way that you can kind of you can start off your turn with this in Viserai, and it's not the worst thing in the world, but again, leaving it up to chance is not going to necessarily be the best thing. I mean, there's a reason why they kept Tome of the Arknight around. They are not scared of this type of very RNG effect. So I could almost see it, but I think the fact that it's one of these RNG draw cards is going to leave this probably in the stale, maybe high stale range. There are some that care about playing more attack actions than not. So maybe that might be a little bit better in those, but I don't know. It's maybe a card next turn.
Yeah, I think I'm similar high stale, but I think it can be pushed into low fresh. Just because it's doing 2 things, right? It's a starter for Viserai that costs 0, and it's a blue. You get to play this out, and then Viserai's online. And then obviously, if it hits, it's really good. And then we've seen some other things where we can destroy it on our own turn. We'll see even more to kind of even try to draw a card the turn it's played. If you're all in on that, I think this is probably into the low fresh range. But yeah, if it hits, it hits. It's pretty good. Yeah. You're like, this is the best card ever made. When it misses, you're like, why am I playing this card and this deck? But yeah, it's a cool one though. It's definitely one of the more interesting ones that makes you kind of want to play it. The gambler in us. But next is Arcanic Spike. And, going to spoiler alert here, it is probably more of a limited card here, but the stats are worth talking about. It's Arcanic Spike. It's a Runeblade attack action. Comes in all 3 colors at common. It costs 2 and attacks for 5 and blocks 3. But if you've dealt arcane damage this turn, this gets +2. Really good stats. I don't love that it's not 7 off the bat, because... that would make it a little bit more attractive in certain matchups. So I have to give it a low stale. The only reason it's not rotten is because 2 for 7 is quite good in a deck that can give it Go again and stuff like that. I'm willing to be proven wrong on this card though. This is something that is quite good. I'm trying to remember what's the other one that sees play, and I'm trying to remember if the stats match or not. If you've created an aura, rather, from Everfest or something like that.
Yeah, I love that card. It's if you've played or created an aura, it gets +3. I can't remember the name of it though.
Does that go from 4 to 7? I think maybe.
I think it goes from 4 to 7 because the blue, which sees play in Chain, goes from 2 to 5.
Okay.
And yeah, that card's crazy because you can reveal it to belittle.
Oh wow!
But I think I'm around the same for Arcanic Spike. When this is on, it's great, but it is obviously very dependent on you having dealt arcane damage to get that full value out of it. 2 for 5 is not a great stat line. 2 for 7 is quite a bit better. It does block for 3, which isn't nothing, but yeah, this does feel like a sort of a limited card to round out and have power turns with. I guess, if you attack in with this and you have a handful of rune chants that you've created from things like Malefic Incantation and stuff like that, then it might be difficult for your opponent to block all of the arcane damage, and then this is just kind of a guaranteed 2 for 7. Feels more limited. I'm going to put it around stale. But I think it could be fine.
cool commoner and stuff like that. Next is Consuming Volition, which is a reprint and still quite good. I like that card quite a bit. Now tell us what Hitting the High Notes is like.
Hit the High Notes is actually a relatively interesting card. It is a Runeblade attack action, still common. It costs 1, blocks for 3, and attacks for 4, 3, or 2. And then if you've played or created an aura this turn, this gets +2 attack. A 1 for 6 at red is pretty good. You could potentially, in somebody like Aurora, you make an embodiment of lightning off of her ability, then play this off of a blue, like you play one of the sigils or something for free as a lightning card. Then you activate her ability, play Hit the High Notes, and this is now a 1 for 6 with Go Again off of a singular blue. That's pretty good. I'm going to say it. That's pretty good. I don't know how much somebody like Florian will necessarily want to play this, although he does care quite a bit about playing or creating auras, so it could be that this is a more frequent 1 for 6. But yeah, this does kind of feel like a limited card, but I can't deny that it definitely looks very efficient. The lens that I keep looking at these cards through is like, would I play this in Chain? And if Chain wasn't only Living Legend, then like maybe I might consider this, because you shackle, then 1 for 6 Go Again. But I think you would just have better options in that format. So yeah, I'm gonna say like low fresh. I could genuinely see Aurora playing this as just like an effective attack. It isn't lightning, which maybe makes it harder, but I feel like there are going to be some non-lightning cards that you do want to run in that deck.
Yeah, for sure. I like it mostly in Aurora as well, especially since like you mentioned like that you create the aura first and then hit the high notes, Go Again. You can just send this in for 4 and then create the embodiment and just buff it real quick, and then you have the embodiment for the next turn, which is pretty cool.
That's true.
It's something that like is happening a lot in the limited format, but I think it's just powerful enough for CC, and it blocks for 3. You can get Snapdragon, you can get Razor Reflex and stuff like that. So like, yeah, the 1 cost is always, it's a sneaky one. You gotta keep it in mind. So yeah, I like it like a low fresh. I don't think it's gonna break the format or anything like that, but it's got like a lot of potential. So it's a pretty sweet card.
Razor Reflexing this card when it's active is so gross. 1 for 9 with Go Again.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Now spooky season's right around the corner, so people are going to be watching Hocus Pocus soon, and we have Hocus Pocus right here. This is a Runeblade attack action. Comes in all 3 colors at common. Costs 0, attacks for 3, 2, and 1, and it blocks for 3, and then it has a pretty simple text. When this attacks, create a rune chant token. It's totally fine. This is like pretty okay and limited. I don't really love it in constructed. Sure, there's ways to give it Go Again and stuff like that, but there's way better cards to give Go Again. I have to give it a rotten. To be honest, it's not my favorite. Maybe the Blue Seed, some kind of play, but even then, like, just play Vexing Malice. Not a huge fan of Hocus Pocus, to be honest.
Yeah, like the benefit of this card obviously is that it does block for 3. Like a 0/3 for 3 is like pretty good. But and the fact that it is on attack, it creates a rune chant. It doesn't have to hit. But yeah, this not inherently having Go Again, having to jump through the hoop of probably, like, if you wanted to get the most out of this, you probably want to give it Go Again. Ending your turn on a 0 for 3 feels pretty bad. So yeah, I think this is also rotten. It's like definitely a limited card. I could see people wanting to play this in limited because it just sort of helps you out with that incremental advantage in 20 life formats. But yeah, in CC, this definitely like doesn't get there.
No, unfortunately not. Next card is a reprint, Meet and Greet, which is still quite good as well. It was nice to see these reprints, to be honest. What does Rune Rager's Swarm do?
So Rune Ranger Swarm is the same stat line as Hocus Pocus. It's a 0 cost, 3 attack, 3 block Runeblade attack action. This is a common, so it comes in all 3 colors as well. So it attacks for 2 and 1 at the higher colors. But if you've played or created an aura this turn, this gets Go Again. So it becomes a 0 for 3 with Go Again if you've created an aura of any variety. In constructed formats, like we were kind of mentioning with some of the lightning cards, like what's the other one, like Second Strike and Flittering Charge, like the fact that this doesn't have Go Again just baked in kind of makes it a little awkward. It might not be all that bad, but I think that in Aurora there are lightning cards that you can play that just kind of inherently or easily get Go Again. You kind of you can't do the same sort of trick with Hit the High Notes. For I guess you could if you're waiting to activate Aurora until like after blocks or after you've attacked with this, then you can create an embodiment of lightning and this gets Go Again, and then you can go a little bit wider. That is like not bad, but again, like the fact that this isn't a lightning card does factor in, just like with Hit the High Notes. I think this is a little bit better than I originally looked at it as, but I still don't think it's necessarily going to make the cut. I'm going to say like mid-stale. I could see the deck playing this if you really need it, because it is an efficient enough attack, but it's definitely not like exciting, and I think the existing pool of lightning cards has maybe some better options already.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think I would only want to see the C play in like Viserai. It's Swarming Gloomveil without the +1 and the additional text as well. So if you want more Swarming Gloomveils, maybe you play it. But yeah, it's probably living in that like mid-stale range. It's totally bread and butter in the limited format, but CC is not going to really cut it. But we're going to have to watch our mouths, Bill, because we have Arcane Cussing. What a card. This is another common Runeblade, a non-attack action aura. Comes in all 3 colors. It costs 1, it blocks for 2, and it says, Go Again. When you deal or are dealt damage, destroy this. When this leaves the arena during your turn, create 3 Runechant tokens, and it creates 2 and 1 for the other colors. This is an interesting card because if you lose it on your opponent's turn, you're kind of screwed. You wasted a whole card. But it's not the worst starter in like Viserai because, like on a big turn, 5-card hand, you start with this. You're hoping to, kind of create those Runechant tokens. And there's other ways to kind of destroy this. That being said, it's not my favorite card. There's a lot of work to be done here. We're going to see another card soon that I actually like quite a bit more. That actually combos with this card, but I think I'm like stale for Arcane Cussing. I think there's a lot better options here. The upside's really there, but in some matchups it just feels like a nightmare. If they're going to block and then like send like a hammer or something like that, or like a romping club, you're just like, oh geez. I guess I'm just gonna have to block and try to get this Arcane Cussing to pop on my turn. So I'm like a stale for Arcane Cussing.
I think it's kind of funny that there is a universe in which this can stick around for like more than a full turn cycle, and it's just like sitting in the arena and you're like, come on, man, like like swear already. But yeah, like this is sort of one of the things I was mentioning with like Splintering Deadwood. This technically would combo with Splintering Deadwood because on attack you can just destroy it, get the 3 Runechants, and then if it ends up hitting as well, you can sacrifice 1 to maybe plus if you're playing Florian or Mordred Tide. Yeah, I think this one's definitely mid-stale though. Like it is very, it puts a lot of the agency into your opponent's hands. Like, if you are able to, the thing that is nice about it though, if you have like split damage that might be awkward for your opponent to block, say you have like 3 Runechants in play already, and you send a big attack at them, then they have to Arcane Barrier all of those Runechants and then fully block your attack to prevent this from breaking itself and getting 3 more Runechants. So it's like, I might give it a high stale, but I do think that there are still like quite a few hoops for this to jump through that the next card just does not have at all. Yeah,
it's a little finicky. Now, What does the old Deadwood Dirge do?
So this was one of the top 5 cards that I picked for this set. Personally, I think this card is very good. Deadwood Dirge is a Runeblade action that costs 0, comes in all 3 colors, blocks for 2. And then it reads, destroy an aura you control. If you do, create 3 rune chants, or 2, or 1, depending on the color, and then it has go again. So this is a read the runes with go again. In basically every scenario. I guess it's technically one worse if you're not plussing off of like Viscerai's ability or a Mordred Tide or Florian's ability. But I think those are the decks that you want to play this in. You want to play this in decks that can plus off of making rune chants. The red of this, when you have like Florian's ability in play or something, is, I guess it is just a red Read the Runes with Go Again, but like that's a good card. People play Read the Runes and have it end their turn and are still happy about it. Like, I think in limited, comboing this with something like Arcane Cussing or some of the other auras that we'll see as well, you'll usually have something that you want to break. And even if it is just trading 1 rune chant for 2 more, like you're basically using this as a 0 to give +2 rune chants and go again. I think even that's good enough in a lot of situations. I think this card's crazy. I think this is like a fresh to death Runeblade card, in specifically Florian and Viscerai, where you're able to just go absolutely bananas with this.
Oh yeah, this card is really, really impressive in a lot of factors. I mean, it gives you a reason to play some of those sigils, like that Sigil of Arknight. You're like, well, what if I draw a card too? That seems pretty good. Like, and then even in Aurora, if you're like, well, I don't actually need this embodiment this turn because I drew into some go again. Let me turn that into 3 rune chants and send some extra damage. There's a lot going for this card. Fresh to death. It's pretty insane, to be honest, and it's also like the perfect OTK piece for the deck as well. Yeah, super impressed with Deadwood Dirge. It's a scary one. Oath of the Arknight is a reprint. It is actually still pretty decently okay. I think we're seeing more play from that card than we're used to. And then my running for the best art in the set is Sigil of Deadwood. Is our last Runeblade card here. This is a blue 0-cost Runeblade action aura that blocks for 2, has go again. Beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When it leaves the arena, create a rune chant token. Good blue for Viscerai and a starter and a good Deadwood Dirge target, right? Pop that, get 4 rune chants, pretty good. Yeah, I don't hate these, especially for Viscerai. Viscerai just really likes something to start the turn with. Sure, it's not going to give your next thing anything to do, but it is going to make your next turn good as well, which is always nice to see. I'm like low fresh for Sigil of Deadwood. I'm a big fan of this one, actually. It's kind of elegant in the way that it's going to play out for Viscerai specifically. I like Sigil of Deadwood quite a bit.
Yeah, I like Sigil of Deadwood a lot as well, because with like splintering Deadwood or with Condemned to Slaughter, like being able to destroy your thing, again, like you said, with Deadwood Dirge, having this in play to either start the turn with Viscerai to start making rune chants with all of your other stuff, and then also having fodder in play that isn't an existing rune chant to gain benefits, I think is actually pretty good. And like you said, it is at base a blue as well. I am actually like probably mid fresh on this card. I actually, for Viscerai specifically, I think this card is crazy. Well, maybe not crazy. I think it is very good. Crazy is a bit of a strong word, but yeah, I think especially if when this leaves you create 2 rune chants, you're laughing. You are absolutely laughing. Yeah, good card.
Yeah, and so we're on to the wizard cards here, and whoa, you know what? Both of us are going to have quite some time reading them and figuring out what we think about them. And the first one is a doozy. It is a legendary Wizard Equipment Arms. It is Aether Bindings of the Third Age, which is Honestly, an awesome name, right? I'm a huge fan of that. Now, what does it do? Well, it blocks for 1, and it has Battle Worn. It also has an effect, Instant. Destroy this until end of turn whenever an aura permanent you control with sigil in its name leaves the arena, amp 1. Okay. So, this is something that is obviously for Acilio. You're not going to be playing a lot of sigils in the other wizards, I don't think. Although you can. So this leads me to believe that you're going to hopefully like vomit out a bunch of sigils. Start of turn, they're going to do the thing that they're going to do. While that's on the stack, you activate the Aether Bindings, and then you hopefully amp 2, 3, 4, whatever. Get all the effects of them leaving, and then do whatever Acilio's going to do. That being said, it does sound totally fine, right? It's at probably at worst going to be a Battle Worn amp 1 or 2, and then at its best maybe amp or Battle Worn 1 and then amp maybe 5, which would be pretty sweet. I still think we're missing something for the Acilio deck based on what we've seen, but this is going to be fresh to death in that deck. I think you have to play this card in there. And because of that, it's got to get this like kind of asterisk fresh to death. Will it be that good? Maybe. Will it be not good at all? Also maybe. It's a confusing one, but it's very cool. I like this card quite a bit.
Yeah, this card is pretty hard for me to parse and to evaluate properly. I think that we've seen a lot of cards that can return your sigils back to your hand, which obviously then like gives you the benefit of them kind of being like a transcend. So you get the sigil back in your hand. If you want, you can pitch it. If you want, you can replay it, which then kind of makes it into an amp 2 sort of, because you get the extra 1 from Volzar, and then you have it in play after bouncing it to get amp 1 from Aether Bindings. It's weird. I think that this could, in comparison to the names of the other wizard gloves that allow you to pay 1 to essentially amp 1 anytime you play a card. I think if this lives in the same universe, that one usually only gets to about like an extra 2 or 3 damage when you're kind of going off like that. So if you're getting Battle Worn 1 and amp 2 or 3, I think you're like probably fine. I think you want to plus a little bit harder than that to make it feel really crazy. But yeah, I think this card is cool. It's a very different effect that is probably, like you say, really good in that specific deck, but it's about getting all of that to line up that is the difficult part. So yeah, I'm going to do an asterisk fresh to death as well in the deck that cares about bouncing sigils or breaking them or whatever, and amping a bunch. This is the gloves that you play. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it could be like the Blast of to Oblivion turn with Lightning Greaves and stuff like that. I mean, because it's still end of turn. It doesn't like you just have to pop it before the ones at the beginning pop. So yeah, it's a weird one, and it's only going to get weirder. What does Ink-Lined Cloak do?
So Ink-Lined Cloak is a wizard chest piece, common. And it just says instant, destroy this to gain a resource. Activate this only if you control an aura permanent with sigil in its name. Not the worst, honestly. The last time we saw a chess piece like this was the Runeblade one that is an action, notably, and this is an instant. So there are reasons that you would want that. Obviously, if you want to play on your opponent's turn, then getting a resource like that is pretty good. The only thing is that this feels pretty limited to like specifically Acilio. I don't necessarily know how many other wizards care that much about not only having sigils, but like the combination of wanting to play sigils and playing on your opponent's turn, it makes this pretty narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this is anything other than a limited card, really. But I could be wrong. I'm going to say that this is probably like a low stale. Wizards already have some pretty crazy chess pieces. But maybe this is the Acilio chest piece. I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is. I think you just wait for the tunic at this point, and there's other options there, the Blossom of Spring or whatever. It being an instant's totally fine, but I think this is limited, probably low stale, high rotten, totally fine, but just not going to really do it. Next card, I mean, is. Spoiler alert, is going to be rotten too, because we just saw a better version of it at the legendary slot. This is Hold Focus, Wizard Equipment Arms at common. It blocks for 0, and it has action, destroy this, amp 1, go again. Not a lot to talk about here. We just saw something that has the potential to amp a lot more in one fell swoop at instant speed, and still blocks. Even for you play the other gloves, which I think we're both forgetting right now for Verdance anyway. Hold Focus is not going to do anything in Kano. This is a rotten.
No, the thing that kills this the most, as far as I'm aware, for Wizards is that it is an action. So you can only do this on your turn. It is like the most like telegraphed thing of all time. I mean, I guess you could play this into an Ether Wildfire on your turn. That just feels so gross.
But that doesn't even do the Ether Wildfire thing. Something I didn't even know until I started testing with Wizards. That's how much I don't know Wizards. I was like, you have to do Aether Wildfire on your opponent's turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you do. Oh yeah, this card sucks. This is a rotten. Yeah. This is like maybe low rotten. Honestly, these are not the gloves that you're looking for.
Yeah. What does Destructive Aether Tide do though?
So this one's a little bit more interesting, as far as I'm aware. At least this is a Majestic Wizard action. It's a blue that costs 0 and blocks for 3. It's a Kano activation at the very least, so if it has text, that's cool. Deals 1 arcane damage to any target. There's gonna be a lot of that, specifically a 0 that deals 1. We're just gonna shortcut that to this is a zap, and then that's the baseline, and then we'll talk about the sort of benefits. So this is a blue zap that has Surge. If this deals more than 1 damage to a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal. Now that's intriguing to me. There's a lot of instances of you being able to amp to buff up the amount of damage that your wizard actions do. So making this, awkward enough to destroy something in your opponent's arsenal is not out of the question. And at the very bare minimum, it's a blue. I think if this was anything other than a blue, it would be harder to justify. But at blue, I think it's quite good. So yeah, I think, not being a Wizard player, this looks like a really strong card to me. So I'm gonna put this at like, I don't know. I'll say a high fresh. I think Wizards are already playing just Zap, so this replacing that is just a strict upgrade.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of this card. Just anything to make them want to pay into their AB. Is usually worth it, right? And this being a blue itself and blocking 3, totally fine. And then Embodiment of the Earth's, all these spells are going to be blocking for 3 for the most part. And Embodiment of the Earth obviously is going to make that better. This is just a really good blue spell, right? And destroying a card in Arsenal, we all know is good. And this is a banger. I think it's probably close to Fresh to Death. I think most Wizards are going to want to play this in some form or fashion. And big fan of this card, and amazing art. Honestly, just so sick. Now, the next card is an interesting one. I love this card so much, and this is my bet for a card that right now will not be the best card ever, but at some point will be. This is Eternal Inferno. This is a wizard action, blocks for 3. It's a majestic. It costs 1 and it's a red. It just says deal 4 arcane damage to any target. It does have Surge though. If this deals more than 4 damage, banish it. You may play it this turn. Okay. What's the upside here, right? Okay, if you can Surge it every single time and have enough action points, this will do a ton of damage. Right? currently there's not a lot of ways to do that, but there's some cool things you can do, right? With a blue, you can send the Eclectic Magnetism, and then hopefully Surge the Eternal Inferno. It hits, and then it gets banished, and you can go Eternal Inferno again with the regular action point. If you had 2 action points, if the Eclectic Magnetism had go again or something like that. There's a lot of upside here. Right now, it's not that great, but on a Lightning Greaves turn or something, there's also something that's going to buff every single card that you arcane damage. We'll see in the rare slot. That could be how this kind of combos off. But the upside on this card will eventually be amazing. It's probably like a high stale right now, I think. But watch out for this card, folks. This is my pick for like eventually people are going to be like, ban this card.
Yeah, I kind of want to just pick up a playset of foils of this because I feel like at some point this is going to just be good enough to, if you're able to plus on action points or turn things into instants like even just a little bit easier than what they currently have it as. Like I think it's pretty easy to play this twice in something like Kano. You either use his activation or Stormstriders to make the first one an instant, and then you get to play it again as a non-instant. I guess it would only be on your turn if you have an action point, but if you're able to plus on that and go even farther than that, especially on like if you go Ether Wildfire to buff it by however much, and then do this 2, 3, 4 times, it'll kind of feel like Gone in a Flash, but for Wizard. The thing that sucks though is that there are a lot of hoops to jump through with what we currently have. In order to make it an instant, or if you're doing this on your own turn, you have to get a bunch of action points in Wizard, and that doesn't feel necessarily very consistent to do that. But I agree with you. I think this card has the potential to be a problem. And for that reason, I do love it. But I think right now it is probably, in terms of actual playability, like a low stale. But like gigantic asterisk, this card could be a problem.
Yeah, it could be. Currently, I guess, like, compared to, like, this fantasy world that we're talking about, being able to, at, like, instant speed, or, like, if you have the extra action point to buff this the first time it hits and then you get it back and then play it again, I think it's probably still pretty good, right? Because, like, the rate of arcane damage is so much different than, like, physical damage. Like, like 2 for 5 is actually pretty good for arcane damage. 1 for 4 and then like 2 for 8 plus is probably really good as well. It's just you need to make it work. So very scary stuff. What does Sigil of Aether do?
So Sigil of Aether is a majestic aura, majestic sigil that I think we haven't seen since Acilio's specialization. But this is a blue wizard instant aura that costs 0. And at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. And then when this leaves the arena, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. If damage is dealt this way, amp 1. Kind of an awkward card for your opponent to deal with because it's front loading. Like you need to, if you're going to pitch a blue to arcane barrier my stuff, you have to do it right now. But if you don't block this arcane damage, then it technically deals 2 because you deal 1 now and then 1 with your next thing that they then have to contend with. That does, I guess, kind of make it awkward because this is kind of a deal 2 that can be arcane barrier 1'd if you front load it. But if your opponent is caught off guard or whatever, I think this could be interesting. I don't know what the full sort of use case for it is. I think maybe it's just to make it awkward for your opponent. I guess like you can amp this damage, which also makes it pretty funny to be like, oh yeah, this will deal 4, and then if they can't block it, then you amp 1. I don't know. It's a blue. It potentially gets buffed. I don't know if this is necessarily the instance of damage that you want to buff, but if it is, then you plus and do some more damage later. And it's free, and it's a blue if you don't want to use it like for its actual effect. I'm not a wizard player, man. My brain is so small. I'm gonna like hedge and say low fresh.
Okay, I think it's probably higher. For Acilio, the being able to just like turn 0, like send this out is pretty good, and I also like that in Acilio, it seems like, based on what we've seen, that it's going to play some amount of attacks, right? So this pops, and the opponent is presented with a decision on that turn. Do I care if this hits and it amps? Okay, maybe I do. I pitch into it. That's one card out of my hand, and then I'm like, yeah, fry, gone in a flash. You know, and like they didn't even like I didn't even attack them with something. So it's a weird one. I think these sigils, because of how weird Acilio is, I think we have to probably hedge our bets like you've been doing. It's like I think it is probably a solid fresh, maybe even high fresh, and it could even perform even higher than that. And it could also perform worse. So it's a weird one. But next is Mental Block, another block card. This one only blocking 2. This is Mental Block is a wizard block. It is blue. It blocks for 2, and it has instant. Discard this, prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. The first time you prevent damage this way, create a ponder token. I like this. This is, I mean, take it on the ponder? No, something like that. It's like a totally, I think, fine card. Like I think it's just, I look at this, I'm like, okay, this is a fresh. It's not going to overperform, and I don't think it's going to underperform either. At a minimum, it is a blue that sometimes you'll be able to convert into a ponder or even just block for 2. It has a lot of things going for it. Can't arsenal it, but that's the problem with all these blocks. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I like it. It's not flashy, but it is good.
Yeah, I really like this card. Ponder tokens are crazy. I guess the thing that is a little bit annoying about this is that if you're using this when your opponent is attacking you, you get the ponder token, but you don't get to get the card until much later. Like obviously the thing with the codexes that was so crazy is that you immediately get a card back, essentially immediately. You get to then, arsenal a card, and you feel like you've done something very impactful. This one, the card comes a little bit later, but yeah, I think this is basically always going to be played like a take it on the chin, take it on the brain, and just getting the ponder token for later, I don't think is irrelevant. Drawing a card is obviously very powerful. I do like this card. I think it's like a solid fresh. And I think this probably gets played in... I don't think it's as sideboard dependent as some of the other cards, because it basically always blocks 2 or it pitches for 3. And then, it always blocks 2 and then also kind of replaces itself too, which is a really good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what is Chorus of the Amphitheater? Amphitheater?
Yeah. So this one is weird. It's a wizard action that costs 2, comes in all 3 colors. We're into the rares now. Blocks for 2, and deals either 4 arcane damage to any target, or 3 or 2, depending on the color. And then all 3 of them have the same discard ability. And that's instant. Discard this. If an action or instant card you control would deal arcane damage this turn, instead it deals that much +1. So it's an Ether Wildfire for 1, kind of. That your opponent can't proactively stop like you normally can with an Ether Wildfire by arcane barriering or whatever. You just discard this and you have a +1 damage for the rest of the turn. I think that makes this pretty scary. I think the blue is probably extremely good in somebody like Kano. I think that's probably where most of these are going to see the most play, because the discard effect does not scale, like I said. So the blue is just as good as the red in that sort of situation, but it ends up pitching for more if you need it to. Yeah, I think this card is kind of extremely good. It's the part of Ball Lightning that was bannable enough that they reprinted it as Fry, and just like they reprinted Ball Lightning, but then scraped off that effect and slapped it onto this card. Yeah, I think this is pretty strong. I think this is like a fresh card.
Yeah, I like the blue as well. The effect is so good that it's hard to kind of ignore, right? Like it's not the most efficient to just play, but to discard, you really want to be doing that. And it opens up some really cool stuff. And we'll see with some of the surge effects that we see coming up, that Chorus of the Amphitheater. I don't know where it will see play, but at some point, a wizard's going to want to do this. So probably like, yeah, fresh. It's hard to give it anything lower than that, just because that is such a powerful effect. And in multiples, you're just like, you're really cooking. So now the next card is Glyph Overlay, and arguably a payoff for Acilio. This is a rare that comes in all three colors. Wizard action that blocks for 3. It costs 1, and it says deal X plus 3 arcane damage to target hero, where X is the number of aura permanents you control with sigil in their name. So it's X plus 3, X plus 2, X plus 1. And so it's a little bit below rate if you don't have any sigils, but it also has Surge. If this deals more than 3 damage, gain 1 life. Then shuffle all aura permanents you control with sigil in their name into their owner's deck. So they're going to leave the arena, and you're going to get all the effects. This is a kind of interesting card because it's going to be able to get buffed immediately, and then any additional amp is going to kind of compound on there. That being said, I think it's just the red that you're going to like, and I think it's probably going to perform at like a really high fresh. It seems like a pretty important piece in the puzzle for Acilio. Kind of like have a bunch of sigils, Glyph Overlay, return them, get a bunch of stuff. I mean, you know, you can do a lot of cool stuff on the Lightning Greaves turn when you play all these sigils out, get some action points, Glyph Overlay, boom, 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 and you're really cooking. So, and then you can also combo this with the arm piece, the Aether Binding of the Third Age, because then you get to amp the next thing. So, pretty cool card. So high fresh for Glyph Overlay.
Yeah, this definitely feels like the ultimate payoff for Acilio. Cares about sigils. It makes the sigils leave, like you were saying, for Aether Bindings of the Third Age. So you can kind of double plus off of the buff from that this sort of gives. It's a bit of a weird card. It also kind of feels like a fatigue card in that it shuffles them back into your deck specifically. But that also like messes with your pitch stack if you were tracking that with specifically Acilio. But yeah, I think this will probably perform at a relatively high fresh in the Acilio sigil deck. It is like a very weird design. It feels like there's just a bunch of almost random things that were stapled onto this, but somehow it works. Like I don't know, gain 1 life. Like, okay. And, I guess because then it technically also works with like Verdance. You can like also get an additional ping off that. Yeah, it's just a bit of a strange card, but none of it is bad. It doesn't necessarily feel incongruous. It's just kind of random.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, what does Pop the Bubble do? It's our first zap, like our first true zap.
Yeah, so this is a rare zap. So 0 cost, blocks 3, deals 3, 2, and 1 arcane damage to target hero. The surge is if this deals more than its base amount of damage to a hero, destroy an aura permanent they control. So in specific matchups, I think this would be pretty good. This is kind of what we've said about every other thing that can destroy an aura permanent. Like this can break Genesis. This could even break something as like an embodiment of lightning. This could break maybe one of your own aura permanents if you really needed it to. I think you probably want to destroy something of your opponent's to get the maximum value. But yeah, this is like an alternate zap that you play in the deck that if you would play a 0 for 3 damage or a 0 for 1 damage, which they usually are, then this could be a good option against specific matchups. So I'm going to say this is like a sideboard fresh. I think if you are able to destroy something impactful of your opponents, then you're plussing off of a type of effect or a type of card that didn't usually have another effect stapled onto it. So seems okay.
Yeah, it's like a sideboard, like high stale, low fresh. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like it does some serious work in Prism against Prism. It's a Nombo against Enigma because you need to deal the damage anyway. But no, it's just a nice piece to have, and like it was pretty important in the limited format as well. So yeah, pop the bubble. It's happy to have you. You know, more. Aura interaction. Next is Save the Thought, or also known as Remembering Again. This is a wizard instant at rare. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 2. Shuffle up to 3, 2, or 1 non-attack action cards from your graveyard into your deck. Create a Ponder token. So this one's interesting. I think Verdance is probably one of the few decks that care about this one, because she can go longer, she's defensive, but I don't really love this in Constructed. It feels a little clunky, a little slow. You might as well play Remembrance if you're going to do any of it. I mean, the Ponder token is nice, but it serves a purpose in the limited format, I will say that. So like I can understand why it's here. It's nice to exist. I just don't know if it's good enough for Constructed, especially at that resource cost. So I'm gonna give this like kind of an optimistic slow stale, but not a huge fan of Save the Thought, to be honest.
Yeah, the fact that this costs 2 is just kind of rough. I could see Verdance caring about this, again, because she's a little bit more of a go longer deck. But all of the other ones, like Kano doesn't want to touch this card with a 10-foot pole because you are pitch stacking. You are like trying to keep track of what's going on, and this just completely ruins that game plan as a singular card. So yeah, I think this is probably a stale, maybe low stale. I don't think that this effect is needed for Wizard, at least most of the Wizards so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And what does the Sigil of Temporal Manipulation do?
So once I sort of mentioned this at the beginning of the review, a lot of these cards have just like very long names, like books for names, and this one is a book, so it all works out. It all gets tied up with a nice bow. But this is a wizard instant aura, blue that costs 0. And at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, banish the top card of your deck. If it's a non-attack action card, you may play it this turn as though it were an instant. It's a Kano activation for anybody, but only at the start of your turn. So realistically, I don't hate this card. It's kind of just like a free additional thing. At the very least, it's a blue. Obviously, there's not a ton of control that you can have over whether or not this hits, but with somebody like Kano, you know, if you wanted to play this sort of card and you hit like an energy potion or something, you're laughing. You just get a free energy potion off of this one card. And if you wanted to make it more, or I guess maybe if you want to have more control over it, it's also a blue, so you can just pitch it into Kano's ability. For Verdance and Acilio, this like could be fine in Acilio. He might play more attack actions than I'm thinking. This is like maybe more of a Verdance card. If it does see play in either of them, because her just getting additional benefits off of her cards is like fine enough. I'm still not sure though. I'm bad at evaluating this type of card. The best case scenario that I can think of for this is hitting an energy potion in Kano. So I'm gonna say question mark, maybe fresh, maybe low fresh.
Yeah, I think it's good in Kano, but not really in the other two. It's just there's too much that can go wrong in Verdance and Acilio, I think, with this. And like hit an attack, or I mean, I guess it's kind of cool in Verdance. You can banish an Earth card on accident. There's that. So,
Yeah.
But it's a Kano card, if anything, and like whatever. Like the worst case scenario is you hit a combo piece on your turn. You're just like, oh well. I mean, you can still play it out, so who cares? And if you're already blocking out, you don't want to do this. So it's an interesting one. It will see play. It will see play somewhere. Kano most likely. It's a card to watch out for as more wizards enter the game. Now, the next card is a reprint Aether Quickening, still totally fine. One of the first Surge cards we ever saw. And then we're at Arcane Twinning. It's got Zap Text. So, cost 0, 3 block, 3/2/1. And this one doesn't have Surge. It has Instant. Discard this amp 1. It's interesting. Do you want to play this over something like the Chorus? I'm not sure. I like it in limited, but to be honest, it's not super exciting. It's nice to amp, but I think maybe you see play with the blue. The blue might be just the better version of this. You just get to like discard this to like get a sneaky amp in there. If you're on some Surge stuff, and it can, I guess, work with Aether Wildfire as well. But I guess like a optimistic high stale at the blue.
Yeah, this card's kind of funny because it is a zap, like just at all times for specifically the blue one, because it either deals 1 damage itself or it makes something else deal 1 more damage. Like hell or high water, this is a zap. So, yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily good enough. Like you're saying, with Chorus of the Amphitheater, both of them have the same cost, with them just being instant discard this. Arcane Twinning just has the 1 extra damage, whereas Chorus of the Amphitheater is the type of amp that works with Forked Lightning as well. So yeah, I think that it's probably not good enough. I think you probably want more of the zaps that have surges rather than the zaps that are always zaps. Sometimes you want a zap to be a little bit better than a zap. So
yeah, it's a cute card though. I guess it's good to have. What does Etchings of Arcana do?
So this is yet another zap. So free block 3, 3/2/1, and then it has Surge. If this deals more than the base amount of damage, you may return an aura with Sigil in its name from your graveyard to your hand. So kind of draws a card. I could see this from everything that I've gleaned so far. I could see this being played in Acilio, because you get to rebuy something. So this kind of draws a card if you're able to Surge it properly. Obviously, with all of these sigils and lightning cards that either like break themselves at the beginning of your turn or break through other means, you can sort of get them back. You get to draw a card that is a card technically of your choice. I assume you're going to play a lot of sigils in Acilio to make sure that you have not only the amp, but having one reliably for use with Volzar. So I like this one as a zap variant for Acilio. I think that it's probably like in the fresh range for Acilio. Yeah, just like drawing a card and having it be a specific card is pretty good in general.
Yeah, and when you said you want your zaps to do something a little bit better, this is one of them. This is a card that it's progressing the game plan of Acilio. You get to reset with like a Sigil of Brilliance. It just is like the best target with this, and kind of just really cooking with it. I like Etchings of Arcana. I mean, it's at least the Reds are going to see play in Acilio, I think. It just makes sense. Well, hopefully it will make sense. In theory, this will make a lot of sense, and we will not be proven wrong. But Etchings of Arcana, I think a solid fresh there. Next is Exploding Aether, which is a 2-cost wizard action that blocks for 2, but it says amp, and it comes in all 3 colors. It says amp 3, 2, or 1, and it has go again. This is a limited card. This is a common also. This is very much a limited card. Amping 3 is very good. The 2 cost scares me a bit. I don't know if this is going to see a lot of play because it's just not efficient enough with those resources. I'm going to just go ahead and give it a stale. I will not be surprised to see if somebody's like exploding A, they're kill you. Like that that's a real thing that could happen. But until I see that happen, I have to give it a stale because it just is a little clunky and it's blocks for 2. But I do like it.
Yeah, the card that this immediately reminds me of, and I think that's not an accident, is Stir the Aetherwinds, which, as we've seen, and I believe it is still banned, because that card was crazy. This is obviously like a very, very overbalanced version of Stir the Aetherwinds. It's an action that has go again, so it's kind of telling you to play it on your turn. The trade-off there is that Stir the Aetherwinds just gives you the ability to play your next non-attack action as though it were an instant. It's also amp instead of the pre-amp version of your next thing deals more damage. So this, I could see it, like you're saying, so there will be probably somebody that wants to have a 5-card hand with 3 of these and 2 blues and go amp 9, kill you. But that does very, very much feel like a limited sort of situation. So yeah, I'm not feeling Exploding Ether. I think I'm going to go like low stale on this one. It might be that Wizards need a Stir the Aetherwinds style effect now that card doesn't exist anymore, but I don't know necessarily that it's this one. I think right now both of them seem to have better ways to get amp that sort of are either stapled to other effects or work a little bit more consistently within their decks.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if it sees play. It's cool. Now, what does Open the Floodgates do? I thought we got rid of books.
Oh, I thought we did too. So this is basically a book. It's a zap, but it costs 2. So the red deals 3, yellow deals 2, blue deals 1, blocks for 3. And then the Surge is if it deals more than its base damage, draw 2 cards. I think that even in like most Wizards, drawing 2 cards is insanity. I think that this is absolutely the type of payoff that you want for any Wizard deck. It might be possible that the 2 cost makes it a little bit tougher, but if you're able to get the effect off and you paid 2 resources to get 2 more cards, I think you are in an overwhelmingly positive position. I would hate to see turns with with Kano, with Aether Wildfire and this. You buff it by even 3 and it deals 2 damage. You draw 2 cards, and then now your other things are also still buffed by 3, and you just Tome of Fjendel. I think this card's kind of crazy. As somebody who doesn't know much about Wizard, it feels like giving them a draw 2 is asking for it to be broken. So I'm going to say that this is at the bare minimum, this is a high fresh. I think this is probably a fresh to death card. Drawing 2 is crazy. We just saw that they were like, yeah, drawing 2 cards is crazy. But they did it again at common in Wizard.
Yeah, I mean, it does cost 2, so there is that. It's not as crazy as the Toma Aetherwind, but this is a good card, and it does save Pitch Stack Kano big time without those cards. That being said, you got to be able to surge it and make it work. But the upsides there, drawing cards is really good. There's no doubt about it. So I think Open the Floodgates is going to probably perform at a high fresh, low fresh to death level. It is quite good. Now, next is Overflow the Aetherwell. It's kind of similar. This is a zap. This is a true zap. 3/2/1, cost 0, blocks 3. And the surges, if it deals more than the damage that it deals, gain 2 resources. So this is a nice little deck smoother, kind of pretty good in Kano, pretty good in I think all of them. Likely better in Acilio than Verdance. gaining resources is good, and being able to have it is also very good. And we know how much 2 resources goes in Kano already with the amount of epots they play. So I like Overflow the Aetherwell probably at the blue, to be honest. You don't really need to be dealing 3 whole damage or 4 whole damage. If you can just deal 2 with this and start cooking, I like the blue quite a bit. It's definitely one of the better zaps that we've seen. So like a fresh, like a pretty solid fresh.
Yeah, I think this one's a fresh too. The fact that it's a -2 cost zap, kind of like how I was saying that Will of Arcana is a -3 cost zap. I don't hate this card at all. I do think that this is probably better in somebody like Acilio, because you can technically like play this on your turn. You make this into an instant somehow or get another action point, and then use this to play some of your weird attack actions. And you've dealt some split damage over the course of a turn, and you can then funnel the resources you get into following that up. I think in somebody like Kano, extra resources are never a bad thing. Like literally never. You want as many resources as you possibly can get. So I think this is like just it's pretty straightforward in what it does, but I think it does it pretty well, pretty ether well. And I'll put this at a fresh too. I think it's a good one. It's a good zap.
Sounds good. What does the next zap do?
So the next one is Perennial Ether Bloom. This is a zap through and through with Surge. If it deals more than its base amount of damage, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. I think that this is maybe a stinky zap. I don't think that this necessarily does much other than contributing to potentially pitch stacking, like for longer games. I could see maybe Verdant's caring about this one because it does sort of lend itself to longer games, but even then, I'm not certain. If this goes off, it's essentially a card that you've pitched that's dealt X amount of damage, probably usually 1 damage, or I guess 2 at the very bare minimum, because that's how these cards work. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling the usefulness of retaining this card in your deck when you could instead get 2 resources or draw 2 cards, or even amp 1. I think is like maybe more fine. So yeah, I'm not feeling this one. I might be missing something, but I'm gonna put this one at like a low. You know what? I'll go with it. I'll say that this one's rotten. I don't think that I like this one.
Yeah, it is rotten. It's very important in limited for Verdants.
Oh yeah,
because like there gets to a point where they can't prevent any more damage, and this is how you don't get decked out, and you win the game. But that's not going to happen in Constructed, because you won't run out of prevention with the Arcane Barrier. So yeah, it is a doo-doo. It is rotten. And this one, this is not a zap, but it is the next cost up, but it is Arcane Twinning yet again, but 1 more cost. This is Photon Splicing, costs 1, blocks for 3, deals 4, 3, and 2, and then it also has the instant discard this and amp 1. Just to shortcut this one, I think Arcane Twinning is just better at like being a 0 cost, so you might as well just play Arcane Twinning. If you want more of them, you can play the blue of this as well if you want, or you can just play like the yellow of the Arcane Twinning if you really care. So I have to give this rotten. It's good and limited for sure, but we have a lot of different spells that you can be casting that you don't even need to really worry about this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, like we were already not super excited about just the blue of Arcane Twinning, and that one is free. And the difference between 0 and 1 resources in a deck like Wizard that does care quite a bit about resources is a lot. So yeah, I think that this one's probably pretty rotten. If you want more discard amp 1, just play more Arcane Twinnings, because then at least their alternate mode is still free. Yeah, I think this is pretty rotten too.
Yeah. And what's the next amp is I guess kind of relevant. What does this one do?
Yeah, so the next one is this one's kind of the little brother of Ether Quickening. It's called Trailblazing Ether, and it is zap through and through. 3, 2, and 1 damage, and then if it surges, it gains go again. So same sort of text as Ether Quickening. I don't think that this card is like necessarily bad, especially with the sort of battle wizards that we're seeing, with Acilio caring about attacking and Verdance caring about playing on her own turn and gaining life and whatever. So I actually don't necessarily hate this one. It's kind of like the red, I think, is just like a 0 for 3 go again a lot of the time in Acilio because you can sort of amp with whatever. The fact that it's free is pretty good. I don't know which colors would be the most relevant, but I'm kind of leaning towards the red, honestly, just as like almost in the slot of like a scar for a scar style, like deal damage thing. Seems fine. So I'm going to put this at like fresh. I think it's cool.
Okay, yeah. I think it can be. It's just I get caught up on this one because not unlike that second strike card, right? Which like has that potential. Like I don't think you can plan on this hitting, but I mean, obviously, when you look at if like the common deck, or of Verdance or Acilio becomes like this battle wizard thing, and then they don't really bring in as much AB. Like meta wise, all of a sudden Trailblazing Aether looks really good, right? Because then you're like, okay, I can safely amp this to a certain point and it's going to get go again. And I can do some, attacks as well. But I like Trailblazing Aether and I'm probably like a high stale on it. This and Aether Quickening, I think both always have like a place, depending on the meta, right? If people aren't respecting AB, these cards do smack really hard, and yeah, that's where they're gonna live, I think. And then we have not our last sigil, but our last classed sigil Forethought, which is a 0-cost blue wizard instant aura. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. When this leaves the arena, create a ponder token. They also cost 0. This is fine. Just kicking a ponder token down the road. I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest. Probably like a low stale if you really need some more sigils and some ponder tokens. I think it's whatever, but it's not really progressing any game plan other than maybe being a sigil for Acilio. But even then, I think we've seen a lot better sigils so far. So I have to give it like a low stale.
Yeah, like it's tough because I do like the sort of benefit that you get of this being a ponder at the start of your turn that you then get to basically draw from on the same turn. This only sits around it for one turn before it breaks. Whereas, making a ponder on your opponent's turn kind of sucks because then if they have any of those destroy an aura permanent that your opponent controls effects, then it's technically fragile. It's vulnerable. For this one though, like you're basically putting you're using an entire deck slot to create a ponder that you benefit from like on the next turn. It's one of those that if it did something else, then like perhaps I could see this, but with it being its only utility, I don't think it quite gets there. So yeah, I think this is like a low stale. Ponder tokens are strong, but this is just play this, get a ponder token later. It's almost like draw a card 2 turns from now.
Yeah.
So yeah, very Forethought for sure.
And now we're on to the generics. What does Arcanite Fortress do?
This card is really cool in that it sort of implies that they have some plans in the tank. LSS over there, those sneaky, tricksy guys. Arcanite Fortress is a legendary generic equipment chest. Its defense is equal to the number of equipment you control with Arcanite in their name. So currently, the maximum defense you can have with this card is 2, because you have Arcanite Skullcap and Arcanite Fortress. It has Guardwell, which is the Balance of Justice keyword. When the combat chain closes, if it defended, you basically make its defense 0. So it's kind of a fixed version of Battle Worn where it blocks for its maximum amount one time, and then it stays around, but it can't block anymore. But this also has Spell Void X, where X is the number of equipment you control with Arcanite in their name. So at some point, I assume you're going to be able to run a full Arcanite suite. You're going to have just dripped out head to toe in Arcanite. And in matchups where split split damage matters a lot, this could be Guardwell 4, Spell Void 4, and it is both of those things because it doesn't break on defense, and then you Guardwell or you Spell Void after the fact. So right now, I don't think this card is extremely good, but I think it's very exciting. I think that, as it is right now, even if you're just playing Skullcap, then this is still block 2, Spell Void 2, which almost is the same as Dyadic Carapace in that sort of block 2 on both sides of the equation, the spot that this would fulfill. But the downside, and I do think it is kind of a downside, is that you have to play Arcanite Skullcap as your headpiece for that to be good. What used to be the best headpiece in the game has fallen quite far. So,
how dare you, Bill? That is the best headpiece to ever exist. What's your rating for this abomination?
So, from an excitement and from what this sort of implies standpoint, this is a fresh to death. I'm excited for this to be, you start the game with a 4-block chest piece in play. That sounds super cool. But as of its current playability, I think this is probably closer to a stale, with obviously gigantic room to grow, depending on what the other Arcanite pieces end up doing. I can't help but be excited about this card. I kind of want to pick up a cold foil version just for the future.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, they could even do an offhand shield as well. Just so you know, it could be 5.
That's true. It could be 5. That's weird.
Yeah, this card's pretty awesome. I mean, obviously it scales. It's kind of cool to put the ball into the deck builder's court saying, hey, you have all these really cool synergistic things to play in the equipment slots. What if you didn't pay attention to any of that and just did the Arcanite thing? That's so cool. So I like that, and I can't wait for it. So it's a fresh to death to me, although it won't play like that for probably a long time. It took us 5 or 4 years to get the second piece.
4 years.
But next we have a cycle here: Hood of Second Thoughts, Bruised Leather, Four Finger Gloves, and Runaways, which is a reprint, and they all have the Runaways text here, which says they are head, chest. They're all the different pieces of the equipment. They block for 0. And they say, instant destroy this, prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Activate this only if you've been dealt damage this turn. These, I'm going to just go ahead and say, these are limited cards. They're rotten in constructed, so I wouldn't even pay attention to them. Hood of Second Thoughts, hilarious to look at, but I totally rotten on these bad boys.
Yeah, people weren't playing Runaways to begin with, and I think the foot slot for at least some heroes is pretty open. They're specifically for Guardian until they got Civic Steps, there wasn't any really good I'm excited to play these boots style things, and you would still never look at Runaways. And every other equipment slot has better options. So yeah, this is super limited. I like to imagine that from left to right for at least the head, chest, and arms, that it's still just the same kid, because it looks like him in the second picture as well. So he almost gets shot through the head, then he gets basically shot through the heart, and then he loses his ring finger.
Yeah. And then runaways invisibly. Now, what does Cut Through the Facade do?
Oh, I actually really like this card, just to start things off. But this is a generic attack action. It's a majestic, so it only comes in red. It attacks for 7, costs 3, blocks for 2. And it reads, this can't be defended by auras. So if your opponent has any aura cards in their hands, they can't use those to block this. And then when this hits a hero, you may destroy an aura they control. So it's a generic runic reclamation, which was very good in certain matchups already. But the fact that in matchups that are aura heavy, Prism and I think Enigma also has a decent amount of auras, this almost guarantees that it hits, because it takes away, I would say on average, half of the cards in their hand that they're allowed to block with. And so with them only having 2 cards left, this attacks for 7. Even if they both block for 3, you're destroying one of their auras. This card is like an insane sideboard card. I think this is like sideboard fresh to death. This does exactly what you want it to, and it's the right breakpoint. If this was like a 3 for 6, then I think it would be unplayably bad, but 3 for 7, I think this is extremely good.
Yeah, anything that is a Prism hate card, I'm all in. This is a sideboard fresh to death. I love that that's a pirate stabbing whatever the heck that is. This card is really sweet. And, watch out for these generics, right? These generic Majestics. We've seen a lot, right? Weakest Link is kind of a staple now. And these end up being staples in sideboard. So looking at this is a clear, very, very clear fresh to death in sideboards. Look out, Prism. We got your number. Next card's the most unique card ever created. This is 10 foot tall and bulletproof. And it is a Majestic. It's red. It costs 3. It attacks for 10. Oh, and it blocks for 10. When this attacks or defends, your hero gets -2 intellect during your next end phase. This is so cool. It's an awesome finisher, right? Like if you don't care about your intellect, this is amazing. It's a great defensive piece. It's good on offense as well. It's weird. It's going to see play. There's no way this is not going to see play. And the fact that you can send this and then like pummel it or whatever, it just is so sweet. I'm a big fan of 10 foot tall and bulletproof. There's like a lot of scenarios where it's really good, usually at the end of the game, but with some upside as well. And I'm even blanking on some of the ways people have already started using it, which have all been pretty cool. But love these cards. Any of these pub cards, we get a lot of pub cards lately. Rowdy Locals in the last set. Just like I want to see the whole tapestry of all the pub cards together, and this is a great one. I think I got to give it a fresh to death on flavor and like stats alone.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think it's funny though that the translated version of this, at least in German, is translated to 3 meters tall and bulletproof, but that actually is not technically correct because this 10 foot tall boy is approximately 3.05 meters tall. So they're not reporting correctly, but. This card is a fresh to death. Every time somebody reads out the stat line of this card, I laugh. It's hilarious. I've also heard that in Limited, because this is not an expansion slot card, this is just a generic that is in the main set, that it kind of ruins Limited when somebody pulls it because you have a 3 for 10. Like that's so good. In Aurora, you can go like, okay, I'll attack you a couple times with some small stuff, and your opponent's like, okay, I'll block with some stuff, and then you're like, okay, 10, and then they die. I love this card. I think it's great. I think it's strong. I think it's funny, and those are the 2 best things that someone can be.
Yeah, it is. It's so sick. It's so sick. Now the next card. Can you tell us what this does, and is it as good as everybody says?
To be determined, but this is Call to the Grave. This is a generic action. It's a blue, costs 0, blocks for 2, and has go again. And it reads, search your deck for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. So for fans of Magic the Gathering, this is what we would refer to as an entomb, where you just get to search for something and put it into your graveyard. As the resident Levia player, I'm interested to hear what you think of this card, but this type of effect in basically every game that I've ever played is not okay. This will get broken at some point. This effect is just too strong. I don't know that it is right now, but this just search for anything, put it into your graveyard. There will be something that you can do off of this. Like if this was still legal when Zen had bonds or when Zen existed at all, this could be any combo card in your like this then makes your Bond's tutor for any combo card in your deck. This effect is not okay. This card has to be a fresh to death at some point during its life. This will be a card that people will probably call for bans for. There's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! As well, Foolish Burial, that searches for specifically a creature and puts it into your graveyard, and that card has been banned like the entire time. Card's crazy.
This card is quite good. I mean, just Leviathan alone, right? You're looking at, okay, let me go grab Ghostly Visit or Howl from Beyond. Okay, that's a pretty good start. Let me go grab something that with Shadow...
Slithering Shadowpede?
Or not Slithering Shadowpede. The one from last set. The 2 for 6, but you banish 3.
Oh, yeah.
And if you hit X amount of things, you can get something that you're guaranteed to hit. Obviously, the Call to the Grave also goes to the graveyard, so there's also that. But the best thing that you can do in Levi is you can block out and have Call to the Grave in hand, and you just play that. You go get Beast Within, and then banish and draw a card. You won't lose Blood Debt, and you draw a card for whatever you're going to do. Yep. So, yeah, it's fresh to death. It's only going to get better as more graveyard interaction happens. Necromancer's coming. It's got to be.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. That Beast Within interaction is exactly why cards like this become not okay eventually. Mm-hmm. Even if this card did nothing right now, this style of effect is so hard to balance around when you have a game that you're consistently iterating on. Like you said, Necromancer is going to care about the graveyard. Like, it kind of has to for it to be a true Necromancer. So yeah, this card at some point will be completely broken.
Well, at least they made it a blue to make it
yeah, at least they made it really good, even if it isn't good.
Next card is Truce. We're not going to get this one wrong, I swear to God. Yep. This is a generic action R, blocks for 3. It's blue, it costs 2. When this enters the arena, choose an opponent, hopefully yours. At the beginning of their end phase, destroy this, and you each gain 3 life. When you or a card you control is the target of an attack they control, destroy this and draw a card. This is pretty good. I actually like this quite a bit. This is a nice little control piece. It's like, listen, if you want to attack me, I'm going to draw a card. I'm going to have an extra card to play. And that's just what it is. This is a blue. I like this. I'm really interested to see it in practice, right? Currently, just base kind of thoughts here is like it's good against aggro and stuff like that because they're going to want to attack you no matter what. This allows you to block. You have a 5-card hand, but it can also be used in some other things where you want to set up for a huge aggressive turn yourself if your opponent's attacking. And then the other side of it is you get to gain some life, which is totally not the worst either. And if you don't care about your opponent gaining life, then it's totally fine. So I like Truce quite a bit. This is probably like a sideboard fresh, to be honest.
I honestly really like Truce. I don't know if I'm overvaluing it personally, but I'm kind of willing to if that ends up being the case. Because the first thing that I thought of is like this kind of reads, especially like you're saying against an aggro player, this kind of reads like Pursuit of Knowledge does in that it just gives you kind of +1 intellect. Your opponent attacks you, you get to draw a card. That's sweet. I'm glad personally that this is not legal at the same time that Zen was playable because it was already tough enough with Traverse the Universe and his shoes. Can you imagine if like early in the game, or I guess like later in the game would be the most amount of value you'd get out of it when you can get the chi off of Traverse. But mid game, your Zen opponent playing this out, and then you attack them, and they're like, okay, attack or block with Hat and Boots, draw a card, gain 2 more cards in my hand. I have a 7-card hand now as Zen. Yeah, like I don't know if that's like a line of play that people would do or even will do in like Living Legend format, but I would be terrified personally of that being a possibility. And it's a blue block 3 if you don't ever have the opportunity to like play it out. But I think the upside on this card is pretty crazy. I think this is like sideboard fresh and maybe even high sideboard fresh. this card is like suspiciously good. It doesn't look super good, but what it implies and the play pattern that it kind of forces your opponent into is very interesting. Because if they don't want you to draw the card, then you have just time walked them. Then you just like they skip their turn essentially. I don't think that's ever going to be the value that your opponent wants to get out of this card, but yeah, I still think it's crazy.
It sure is. Now, what does Hand Behind the Pen do?
So this one is interesting. The next two cards as well are kind of variants on this, variations on a theme.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Hand Behind the Pen is a rare attack action. These all only come in red as well, so there aren't cycles for these. But Hand Behind the Pen is two cost, 6 attack, 2 block. When this hits a hero, turn a card in their arsenal face up, then banish a non-attack action card from their arsenal. It's pretty narrow. The fact that it has to specifically be a non-attack action card. This can obviously whiff. The floor is that it gives you knowledge of what your opponent has in their arsenal. But yeah, I'm not totally certain about this narrow of an effect, especially with this stat line right now. It's competing with Command and Conquer. Obviously, there's something to be said about budget versions of Command and Conquer. I don't necessarily think this is it. But it exists. It's a card. I don't think that this is extremely good. It's very matchup dependent as well. There are some matchups where you'll be higher percentage to hit, and others where you have like basically no opportunity. So I'm gonna say this is like a sideboard stale. That might be being generous, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's probably sideboard. Like Command and Conquer's doing everything. This is doing better. So it's like kind of hard to really compare it, but whatever. It's like a sideboard stale. Like, sure, if you want some more effects that do this, I would say why not, but it's hard to find room for something like this. The next one is Smash Up, and to kind of this is the 1 cost one. They're going to be it's a cycle of not colors but costs. So the 2 cared about non-attack actions. The 1 attacks for 5, still blocks for 2. This is Smash Up, and if it hits, you turn card in their arsenal face up, then banish an attack action card from their arsenal. A better line of text. Still not. It's gonna land right in the same thing. I like that they exist as budget options, but it is hard to really think that they're going to see play, to be honest. This is like another sideboard, like maybe just a regular stale. Like, hey, listen, if you need like a 1 cost, KO probably likes this. It's a 6 to them. If you want more on hits, so there's that. So maybe KO, it's like a high stale, but other than that, I'm not in love with it.
Yeah, I'm really not either. I don't think this is the way this ruling would work because it feels like unintuitive. But the way that it's worded, it makes me think of, if you're facing a Guardian and they heave something into their arsenal, it's already face up. So if you can't turn it face up, can you then still banish it? I don't know. I think you still can.
I think you can.
I think that's the charitable way to look at it anyway. But it would be very funny if you couldn't destroy a face-up thing that was already face-up because you can't turn it face-up. But yeah, I think this is also just stale. I could also see it in KO potentially if you really needed that sort of interaction. I think attack actions are generally more common for people to arsenal, but it's matchup dependent and still pretty narrow, all things considered. And then finally, the last of this cycle is the 3 cost one that attacks for 7, and it is Tongue Tied. And this has the same thing. When it hits a hero, turn a card in their arsenal face up, and then banish an instant card from their arsenal. I don't think this effect will ever happen. I don't think that it because if it's going to happen, then your opponent just plays the instant from their arsenal.
Yeah.
I guess if it's one that costs them resources and they don't have resources, then sure. But like if your opponent has a Sigil of Solace in their arsenal, they just play it, and then this doesn't hit. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I think this one is maybe rotten. Even it's kind of hilarious how this one just like kind of doesn't function. Yeah, it just like kind of doesn't function.
I mean, like the best case scenario, it's like a Rain Razors or something like that, and they're like whatever, but they still play it, and who cares? It doesn't do anything. But like whatever. A Command and Conquer is the same way, right? Like you're just trying to do that. So yeah, Tongue Tied is rotten. Now the next card, some people think is going to get banned at some point. This is Count Your Blessings. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a rare. Cost 2. It's a generic instant. And it says gain X life, where X is 3 plus the number of Count Your Blessings in your graveyard. So people think this is going to be banned because you can play 9 copies of this because it's a cycle. Now it's X plus 3, X plus 2, X plus 1. But that's a lot of life to gain in any deck because it's a generic. So you can go get you can play Call of the Grave and put one in your graveyard too. I think it is quite good. Will those decks be oppressive enough to make Count Your Blessings bannable? I don't think so currently, but it could very well possibly go down that route in a certain kind of meta where they're going to have to say this might have been a mistake. It is a good card though, and I'm going to give it like a fresh to death now, just to like say like, oh, I said it was too good.
I think I'm also going to do that just because I did the math really quickly here, and obviously with the 3 red Count Your Blessings, that's a total of 9 life, like just from the amount on the card, not considering the other text. You're getting 9 from that, then another 6 from the yellows, and then 3 from the blues. So that is 18 life just from that. But then you also gain an additional 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, up to 8, because you play the 9th one and it sees 8 in your graveyard. If you are able to play all 9 copies of these within a single game, you will gain 54 life.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's also a bunch of resources and, over multiple turns, you have to draw all of them. But that is a lot of life to gain in a format, or in a game rather, where like 40 is kind of the maximum. You can go up to 49 sometimes if you're playing like red sigils or something. But 40 is generally the amount. This like more than doubles your life total, which I think is funny. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily consistent enough to outpace what some aggro decks are able to do. Like if people were saying you could do this and Zen was still legal, I think everybody would be laughed out of any establishment they were in. But without Zen, without the aggro mistake that he was, this could happen. I will also hedge and say that this is fresh to death, and if people want to, clip this when it's unplayably bad, then sure, that's fine. But
joke's on you. You've watched 4 hours of this podcast just to get this clip. But yeah, fresh to death on Count Your Blessings. 54 is just such a big number. It really is. Now, what does Sigil of Cycles do?
Sigil of Cycles. That's a Magic the Gathering term. But yeah, it's a generic action aura. Not an instant, so it has go again. It costs 0, blocks for 2, and it's a blue. And at the beginning of your action phase, you destroy this, and then when it leaves the arena, you discard a card and then draw a card. Randomly, because this has go again and it doesn't just end your turn, I could kind of see this in like Brute, in like Rhinar.
Oh yeah.
Because you just get like a free Intimidate on your turn, and you get to choose which card you discard. You can beat chest, right? At least I think so. But
no. So you discard
beat
a card
chest is discarding a card for a beat chest. Yeah. But yeah, so I think this like could actually see some play in Brute. Very unironically. It's like hand filtering is a good effect to have. The fact that this doesn't end your turn outright, I think is very relevant. I think it could see play in other decks as well, because it is kind of just free. Yeah, I like this card. I actually think it's like a pretty solid fresh as an option for specifically Brute, and I could also see it in other decks.
Yeah, I think Reinar really likes this card, and some other decks will like it too. Viserai doesn't hate it either. It's a good starter. Yeah, it's like bread and butter, just kind of filtering hands, and like obviously the extra stuff with Brute is good enough to look at it as a fresh. Very, very cool card. Super just like elegant design that you can throw into a set that will make waves with other classes, which is really cool. Next is Finals Fighting Spirit, which is a reprint. We know how good that card is, but what does the Sigil of Fiandal do? Or actually, it's my turn. Sigil of Fiandal. It's a blue, 0-cost, generic action aura. Go again, blocks 2. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this when it leaves the arena, gain 1. This is a limited card for Verdance, to be honest. And I think will continue to stay that way. This is probably not the OTK piece that we saw for like we saw with Harvest Season for Verdance. So I have to give it like kind of a high rotten. We'll see maybe some play in a different class at some point, I think.
Yeah, the upside of this being gain 1 life next turn. There was a similar aura that we looked at that gains 3 or 2 or 1 that I think is just kind of better than this, and I was already pretty low on that other one. That one at least has like bigger numbers for rampant growth combo turns. I mean, this is a blue, but yeah, I don't know. I think gaining just 1 life is pretty medium. So I'll probably put this at a rotten as well.
Yeah. Now, what does Arcane Polarity do?
So Arcane Polarity is a generic instant that comes in all 3 colors, and all 3 colors actually say gain 1 life. But the knob that they've tweaked for it is the extra effect, which is if you've been dealt arcane damage this turn, instead gain 4 life. The yellow is instead gain 3, the blue is instead gain 2. So in arcane damage matchups, this is better than Sigil of Solace. It gains you 1 more life across all 3. I think as a sideboard piece, I mean, I think people are still probably playing like red Sigil of Solaces in certain matchups if they want the game to go a little bit longer. Against arcane decks, this is literally just better. 0-cost gain 4 life is a good rate. So I am hesitant to call this card bad. I think this card is pretty good in arcane matchups. So I'm going to put this at like high fresh, maybe low fresh to death sideboard. 0-cost gain 4 is a great rate.
Yeah, I like this. If you're playing Sigil of Solace for Wizard, just play this. It's like an easy swap out, and I think that it's going to kind of perform at that fresh sideboard level, and you're going to be really happy with it because I mean it's certainly really good in this limited format. So, and, you know, it gives you a reason to kind of take it on the chin a little bit, and especially with Rune Chants flying around, this erases a lot of that Rune Chant damage as well. So I like Arcane Polarity. And Brush Off is a reprint, still not that great in Constructed. And we have expansion slots. The first expansion slot is actually going to be 4 cards. These are for, it's a cycle. This is the Widow Assassin Equipment Suite. Comes in head, chest, arms, and legs. And they all have the same text, I believe. Yes, Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 1. So now they have good options. So the Assassin, Brian Gottlieb got his wish. Assassin got more support. This is all quite good. I mean, when you throw in 2 more wizards into the game, you kind of have to support your classes with some stuff like this. This is like fresh to death sideboard. Like you got to play some or all for it to make sense in these assassins. They're not flashy. It does exactly what they set out to do.
Yeah. They obviously, like, this is kind of a necessary evil, like you're saying, with wizards and arcane damage just becoming more prevalent. I think it's funny that this level of arcane barrier and spell void 1, like this exact combination, it has been deemed good enough or inoffensive enough at least to be printed unchanged on 4 pieces of equipment. Yeah. So I think this is sideboard fresh to death. If you're playing an assassin and you are facing a bunch of wizards, you just play these cards. There might be specific ones that you opt out of, like you maybe don't play the full set if you still want specific other assassin pieces and their effects. But realistically, you're playing at least one of these in the sideboard, all the way up to 4 if your meta calls for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Assassin needed the help. It only just won the last Pro Tour. What does Splatter Skull do?
Splatter Skull was another one of my top 5 cards. This card is nutso, in my opinion. This is a brute attack action. It's a 2-cost red that attacks for 6 and blocks for 3. It's the Command and Conquer stat line. And then when this hits a hero, choose a face-down card in their banished zone that was banished by Intimidate this turn, put it into their graveyard. So the idea behind that, of course, is that normally when you intimidate a card from your opponent's hand, they get it back at the end of the turn. This removes that. You have intimidated a card and it is permanently gone, which essentially equates to a random discard. If this isn't a fresh to death, like a high fresh to death in Rhinar, I really don't know what is these days. This card is nuts. It actually turns Intimidate into card advantage for you. It also is already a 6. They could have done the funniest thing ever and made this a 5.
There would be riots.
There would be riots. Thankfully, they did not, and instead they made like the picture perfect Rhinar card. Other than maybe another blue 6. But yeah, this card is like easy high fresh to death in Rhinar. In the other brutes, I don't think it sees as much because you don't play that much Intimidate. But yeah, in the guy that intimidates every turn at least once, this card is crazy.
Yeah, so LSS has said that they were a little bit disappointed that heavy hitters didn't give Rhinar the support they hoped it would. And this is rectifying it big time. This is a fresh to death in Rhinar. You finish your Blood Rush turn with this. You can beat chess into this. The buff into this is quite good because then you're sending like 9, or was it? It might have been 10 if you beat chess, or plus 5. So it could be coming in for 11 with an on hit, which is insane. So like, Splatter Skull is sick, and I expect to see Rhinar see a decent boost from just having this card, which is cool. Yep. Now the next card is some Betsy support. Drink 'em under the table. This is a Betsy specialization. It costs 4. It's a red. It's a Guardian attack action. It is majestic, like all these expansion slots are. 8 attack, 3 block. When this attacks a hero, you may wager with them. The winner draws a card, and the other hero discards a card. So it automatically works with Betsy's hero ability, and the cost of 4 works with it as well. Same with Bet Big. You do this, you wager, and then if you want, you can bluff the pummel. You can do all these different things. You can activate her to give it. Was it +1?
I think it's +1 overpower.
And then an additional wager, I believe. Or...
Hang on. I actually have the card in front of me. Whenever an attack you control wagers, you may pay 2. If you do, the attack gets +1 and overpower.
Yes. So you can be coming in for 9 overpower. Yeah, this is a fresh to death in Betsy. I mean, will it make her good? I don't know. But it is really, really cool.
Yeah, I have no idea if this makes Betsy playable, but this card does make me think of the meme with Bolton that was going around, and I think maybe still is, where they just keep printing cracked in half cards for a specific hero until eventually it's like, well, they have to be good now. Like, we were kind of talking about this last night. I think this card is honestly like insane. There's realistically, when you think about it, there is no downside to play this card at all. Like, if your opponent doesn't end up taking damage and you end up having to discard a card, you're a guardian. This doesn't have go again. So like you just miss out on an arsenal for a turn, and they've blocked with all of the cards in their hand, assuming, or a ton of their equipment. Sure, they get to draw a card, but they put like 4 different cards in front of your one card, and you're like, okay, sure. Or your opponent takes a big chunk of damage and you get to arsenal. And this, again, it plays into her hero ability, so this becomes a 9 overpower, which does make it more difficult to block. I love the design of this card. This is like a high fresh to death. I do think it's quite strong. And yeah, the fact that this plays into 2 blues, or you can play this into a pummel, is just nuts. It's awesome. I need 3 foils right now.
Oh yeah, it's very sweet. Now, the next card is whatever. What's Gust Wave of the Second Wind?
So remember how ninjas were too good? I think LSS is trying to rectify that. Or at least designing away from it. So Gust Wave of the Second Wind is a majestic, remember that, this is a majestic ninja attack action. Costs 0, it's a red, so it pitches for 1, it attacks for 4 and blocks for 3, and it has combo. If Surging Strike was the last attack this combat chain, this gets go again. That's it. That's all this card does. This is like so far into the rotten territory that I can't even begin to describe it. You have to play Surging Strike with this. Like, so unbelievably technically, you could replace Fluster Fist with this card, because at least some ninjas do play Surging Strike, unironically. And it is technically better than Fluster Fist, but the only thing that Fluster Fist was ever played as was a searchable wounding blow that you just end your turn with. So while surprisingly this is a strict upgrade to a card that ninjas play, I think this card sucks. Realistically, it is a rotten card. People were only playing this out of sheer I don't know, Cope. Like just utility and hope. Yeah, copium.
Yeah. This is too little, too late, kind of situation. They'll fix it, but I think Ninja could take some time off, right? I think we're totally fine with Ninja taking some time off. So, whatever. We don't need to say much more about this fine. One. Next card is pretty interesting. This is Adaptive Dissolver. This is a Mechanologist equipment base. So Evos can go on top of it. It has modular, can go to any of the equipment slots, and it has action 0. Equip this to another equipment zone, and it has Arcane Barrier 1. Much like they did stuff for Assassin, they're doing stuff for mostly Teklo, right? This is a Teklo card. You can play like 4 of them, right, and just have a bunch of adaptive dissolvers. I played against a Teklo online not too long ago that was playing 4 of them. I'm like, I didn't even know that was a card. This is good sideboard. It's the same as the Assassin equipment. This is a sideboard fresh, right? You play as many as you think you need, and then you try to cook with them as much as you can. So they are good though. They're very good.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're saying, I think this is like pretty exclusively for Teklo, because up until I think last set, they just had no Arcane Barrier options whatsoever. What I do think is funny though is this kind of raises the floor for building, like it raises the price floor for building a Teklo deck in a meta that cares about Arcane Barrier, because you probably just want to run all 4 of these to like start the game off and not immediately lose. And it is kind of strictly better in Arcane Barrier matchups. It is strictly better than the other bases you can start the game with. So, I think this is like at least a sideboard fresh to death. This is one of the things that Teklo really needed to not lose the early game against Wizards, and of course with all this Runeblade support as well, it probably won't hurt either.
Spoiler alert, I think he's going to be quite good in this meta. So we will see. What does Plan for the Worst do?
Plan for the Worst is essentially a Riptide specialization. Yeah. This is a Ranger action that costs 0, pitches for 3, it's a blue, and it blocks for 3 as well. And it says, look at target hero's hand and arsenal. At the beginning of their next end phase, they discard all cards in their hand and destroy all cards in their arsenal. So it's seek and destroy style effect. And then it also says, search your deck for up to 3 traps, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle 2 cards from your hand into your deck. This tutors 3 cards to your hand. It tutors 3 cards to your hand. like this is your copies. I can't even begin to describe how crazy this type of effect is. Even though you have to basically, you go neutral. You don't get new cards into your hand. You're just replacing this plus 2 other cards with 3 traps. But this gets all 3 of the legendary traps, or it gets the one that's most relevant for this matchup plus 2 others that you care about. And then also puts your opponent on, not necessarily a timer, but it means like the cards that they have right now are the cards that they won't have on their next turn because they all get destroyed. This card's crazy. I don't think there's a universe in which you don't just play this card as a 3 of in every Riptide deck. So I think this is like a high fresh to death. This is an additional 3 copies of the best 3 the best 3 traps in your deck. Crazy.
Yeah, this card's awesome. Seek and Destroy just out the gate, just doing it without it having to hit is pretty insane. Mm-hmm. You get to look, you get to decide which traps you want to go get. If you have more cards in your hand than not, obviously, if this doesn't have go again, so you kind of want to just play this as the only card you play, or like the last card you block out, and then you just play this and you set up your arsenal. There's some really funny stuff you can do. Like you look at their hand and you're like, okay, I'm going to go get 1 trap and 2 copies of another trap, right? Because it can be all the same trap, to be honest. And then you're kind of like telling them that you're going to take the 1 trap, but then you take one of the other 2. Like you're just doing like little mind games. I love that, like mini games in the game. So yeah, fresh to death. I'm in love with this card. It's so sick. I can't wait to play it. It's going to be awesome. But the next card is also kind of cool. Unsheathed, I guess, is a warrior action. It's red. It's 0. It costs 0, and it blocks for 3. Your next sword attack this turn gets +3, and when this attacks, if its attack is greater than twice its base, it gets go again, and that has go again. So this works on Dawnblade. This works on Centauri Sabers. This works on Hot Streak and a lot of the smaller swords in the game. And yeah, this is kind of like, it's not flashy. It's just really good stats, really good buff. Here you go. I'm attacking with 2 swords this turn. It's happening no matter what.
Yeah.
So, and then in like Centauri Saber, Dory, you can play Unsheathed, come in with this first Centauri Saber. The second Centauri Saber, you can, if that one hits, you can go, all right, attack with it again, and then play, what the heck is it called? Blade Runner. And then you can do like a bunch of cool stuff. So I don't know. This is a good card. Warrior, I hope, has its day in the sun again. I do think a Warrior meta is always a good one. So I'm a big fan of Unsheathed.
Yeah, I really like it too. As a Warrior fan, I think this card is very strong. With Dawnblade, you need either one other buff or just a counter on it for it to give it go again. So this being just a 0 + 3 gain go again makes it better than something like Warrior's Valor. And then yeah, with Centauri Sabers, this is just straight up 0 + 3 go again, which is kind of nuts. So yeah, I think this is like a high fresh. This is a very, very good card, very strong card. And I've seen people complain about the quality of cards that Warrior has been getting recently. I think this is a step in the right direction of this being good. Although my own personal complaint is I wish this also worked on axes.
Oh yeah. Well, the axes were cooking there 2 metas ago. It was awesome. Very, very sick. Now, what does calming? Well, it's another. What do you call it? Cycle. kind of, right? A little bit? No, there's only
kind of. Yeah, there's only 2 of them, and they kind of do different things, but also not really.
All right, so just talk about all 3 illusionist cards here, and then I think we only have one more after that.
Yeah, absolutely. You bet. So we got Calming Cloak, Calming Gesture, and Flutter Steps. So these are all illusionist equipments. The Calming ones have Arcane Barrier 1, and Flutter Steps has Ward 1 specifically. But Calming Cloak, the chest piece, also has instant for a red to destroy this. The next aura you play this turn costs 2 resources less to play. So pretty interesting. It turns like a red into a yellow. It turns a yellow into a blue. It turns a blue into a 4. So could be really useful. Honestly, I could see this being used to pitch a blue and play Genesis, or just make it easier to land an Arclight Sentinel, that sort of thing. Yeah, I like the utility of that. It's I could see it more in maybe Blitz, just because it's a bit faster than something like Tunic. And it works at instant speed, so you could do this on like the very first turn of the game if you wanted to. But I think the most charitable use of this is just going to be to have an Arcane Barrier piece that sometimes adds a resource if you really need it to. Yeah.
And I think it's totally fine. I guess they needed it to a certain extent. It's nice to just not require null rune. So I like to see this, especially at the chest slot. And pumping out those extra orders is pretty nice as well.
I think it's probably like a sideboard fresh.
Yeah.
Just having strictly better null rune is important for every class, honestly.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, sideboard fresh. Likely the same for the next one. What does Calming Gesture do?
Yeah, it's same thing. Arcane Barrier 1, Illusionist arm piece, and instant speed for 1 resource. Destroy this. Create a Spectral Shield token. I can see it. I think this one's maybe a sideboard. No, it's probably still a sideboard fresh. Again, it's just a strictly better null rune that has an upside. The upside is very comparable to something like Wave of Reality. That's the name of it. Where that one has Ward 1 and makes a Spectral Shield when it breaks. So this one, at least, it sticks around for a little bit longer. And then if you pitch into preventing stuff from Arcane Barrier and you still have a resource left over at the end of the turn, you can use that resource to make a Spectral Shield and sort of bank 1 extra prevention for later. Or you can, if in the event of split damage, this can prevent 1 physical damage as well. Yeah.
So I
think this is probably mid-fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Bullseye Bracers in a way, where probably Enigma will use it at the end, right? And like after it already used up all of its arcane like needs, and then you're just like, all right, well now I need to do something to try to close out this game. And then finally, Flutter Steps is
it's this one does have Ward 1, kind of like Wave of Reality, but it says when this is destroyed, you may play your next aura this turn as though it were an instant. And these are the feat. I think these are best in slot feat for Enigma New Moon. I think this is the feat that she was potentially looking for, because obviously it's a permanent with Ward. So when you flip it up with her ability, you get 3 rune chance or 3. That would be crazy. 3 Spectral Shields, and then you can play an aura at instant speed. So, I think this is best in slot for Enigma New Moon. I don't know that it necessarily sees play in other versions of Illusionist, because Phantasmal Footsteps is just so insanely strong. But I would be interested to see that. I think that this is fresh to death in Enigma New Moon, and maybe like low fresh, maybe high stale in others. Kind of depends on what your needs are.
Yeah, it's hard to beat Phantasmal Footsteps in Prism, and then I'm blanking on the name of the one in Enigma that she uses. That gains Ward 3 and also actually does the same effect, I believe. So this is definitely for New Moon, and maybe more of a budget option for people who don't want to play legendaries, which is totally fine. But it'll perform well in New Moon if you're lucky enough to have one, of course. And then is this the last card? Oh no, there's 2 cards. Dust from the Fertile Fields. This one's another Ash card, Dracanic. Illusionist action, blocks 3, costs 0. It's red. material while this is under a permanent. Other than Uvia, that permanent gets Phantasm. This is the worst one because you're not attacking with Uvia.
Never.
And Droma is not in CC right now, so like you'll be playing it in Living Legend, and guess what? You can't be afforded to be playing bad cards like this in Living Legend. So I think this is a pretty clear rotten. I know that they're going to do one of each, and that's totally fine. Unfortunately, this is probably one of the worst ones. So Dust from the Fertile Fields, a big old rotten from me.
Yeah, big old stinker, foghorn, whatever. This is a whiff if you hit it, unfortunately. If you open this in a pack, it is a whiff. And honestly, you should be able to trade it in for a new pack. But yeah, they're gonna make one of each for every dragon, and they're using expansion slots to do that. It's just kind of a known quantity at this point.
Yeah. It is what it is. And we have another Living Legend card here. Meld card. I'll just read it. Yeah. I'll just read it out real quick. It's Regrowth Shock. So it can only be played in Briar because it is a Earth Runeblade action and Lightning instant. You can't play one or the other in in Aurora or Florian. So this is specifically for Briar. It blocks 3. It's a blue, and it costs 0 on both sides. So the shock is 0, 1 arcane damage to any target. And then Regrowth is return an action card with cost less than X from your graveyard to your hand, where X is the total amount of arcane damage you've dealt to opposing heroes this turn. Go again. This is really good. Because I believe you can deal 0 and grab a 0 cost.
It is less than X.
Oh, so you need to deal 1. Yeah. So you go get your Swarming Gloomveil. I've learned the name of that card by now. This is like a Fresh to Death in Briar. This is like really good Briar support for a Living Legend, but it doesn't look like we're getting a Briar replacement. Florian and Aurora were essentially that for like CC. So
yeah.
I hate the concept of this card because it is 3 additional copies of Ball Lightning.
Oh yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, you play 1 Ball Lightning, then you break the combat chain to do this, and because you've played Ball Lightning, because I believe it's just this turn, right? Ball Lightning, Fab. I believe it just buffs. Oh no, it is this combat chain. Okay, so it doesn't buff it to 2, but if you're doing it on a future turn, you can rebuy a Ball Lightning that you used last turn and then start all over again. So it doesn't help within the same combat chain, but it helps you to have more consistent turns with access to 12 Ball Lightnings. This card's insanely fresh to death. This card's insanely fresh. It's so good. It's also your first of 2 non-attack action cards for the turn. So it already puts you toward an embodiment of lightning as well. This card's crazy.
Yeah, have fun with Living Legend, folks. It's going to be something else. And Briar and Rosetta Thorn are reprinted. We're not going to open that card anyway, so don't worry about it. But this has been another set review. Bill, we did it. Thank you so much. You're the best.
Thank you.
You know that?
Thanks to you, my guy, for having me on every single time for 5 hours straight.
Hey, listen, there's few people I could do it with. The list is short, and you're on it, my friend.
Excellent.
I need you to tell people where they can find you. Thank you all for listening, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm Bill from the Spike Feeders and from the Living Legends podcast. You can find me on social media at BillTSF. And you can also find me on YouTube at the Spike Feeders Fab, where we do live edited gameplay content. We're in a little bit of a hiatus right now, but I am very unironically interested in Betsy. And I might be interested in Living Legend as well. I got a chance to play some Chain with a friend of mine, Kaylee. She was testing for the Living Legend skirmish that we had where she wanted to play Starvo. And getting to play Chain again was just like, it was like home. I love that deck so much. It's so much fun.
And now that I've seen this regrowth card as well, I kind of want to put Briar together. but yeah, and then you can also find me with Az from Go Again Gaming and Kel from Red Zone Rogue at the Living Legends podcast. You can check us out wherever you find your podcasts, as well as on YouTube. But yeah, that's me, and that's us. That's Rosetta.
Yeah, you can continue to find me on Twitter at freshbudspod. Check out the YouTube. Check out my other podcast, Fresh Juice, that I do with my cousin. In lieu of food talk today, I need to go get dinner with Lady Fresh, and she will kill me if I am not on time. So food is amazing. I'm going to have, I think, lobster and crab parpadelle tonight, and that sounds amazing. Ooh, so thank you amazing. All. Rosetta looks so sick. It's so fun to review a set that I think we could both really be excited about. And no more Zens, please. Or bright lights. No more of that either. Thank you all. Stay fresh.